wonder if this is what a trip feels like. Oh, never mind. We switched it up.
Then we're going to do this.
Oh, that's nasty. Oh my gosh. Ain't nothing beating these jams. Love that.
Something like that.
Yes.
That's an erhu.
Period.
Have you ever heard of an erhu?
Absolutely not. I mean, I have now.
Erhu, I think, is how it's more properly pronounced. Urhu. Is two in Mandarin. Shut up, bass. Sans, etc. So is two, and then who is basically string, right? It's a 2-string instrument from China. Beautiful instrument that is like really difficult. You stuck with just the 2 strings, and it's also
that
like
means that you have like a limited. You're limited, but you get to be creative.
I guess maybe. I mean, limitations lead to creativity because you have to break outside whatever box you're in.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's also one of those instruments that just always sounds flat, like the sitar. You know, like it sounds pretty when you hit it, but if you try it, or if I try it, it sucks. On the keyboard, I can do it, but if I actually tried to play it, it would be garbage. You know. Greg, do you mean to be up here?
I do, if you like.
Oh yeah, you just looked lost you were looking out like you couldn't find your way for a second.
Stephen Colbert said a very similar thing about creativity comes from limitations. And I have really taken that sort of advice on.
Well, as a broke, I have always noticed that, right? Like when I've like worked on projects that have had funding, you almost are like, we have too much to do. Like there's too many options, and then you kind of like flub it a little bit. But when you have nothing to do, but you are still trying to like hit this dream, then you like find creative ways to work outside the box. And in doing so, you invent new things. Like this is what happens in space exploration too. Like they're working on a budget and they have to do something no one's ever done before. So they invent new things. So now we have MRIs and cell phones and stuff like that, right? And so yeah, it's just, you know, part of the creative process is boxing yourself if you can. And usually you are a bit boxed to begin with.
Or that is the problem with like looking at a blank page. Yeah. Because of course, when you see a blank page, anything could happen. But if you restrict yourself, that's where creativity.
That's why cover songs are often so good, because you're limited. Like I have to do these words and kind of these chords. Now let's get fucking weird with it. It sometimes, you know, some of them suck. But anyway, by the way, that last song was "Smells Like Teen Spirit" by Nirvana. I don't know if you guys could catch that in there. Greg, what's your age and religion?
I am 50 plus, and I'm an agnostic atheist.
Okay. I kind of was covering this, but this is for people who do believe in God to come up. And
I do understand that, but because I do talks online about religion, and I have.
So do I. That's what I'm doing, like literally right now. I'm in the middle of doing it. Yeah.
You have so much in common.
This is the reason I'm asking, because I have steelmanned an apologist position into a place where I am having difficulty dealing with it, and I'm looking for people online that can help with that. I mean, I think it's still an opposing position. I think it will be interesting to you.
Okay, I'll hear it for a minute. Let's go.
Right. My thing, I kind of talk about objective morality, and I do not think objective morality exists. And the usual hammer that I bring to this is about slavery in the Bible. God promoted slavery in the Bible. If you think objective morality is true, then you must think that God believes that slavery is objectively moral. But I'm wondering, is there a possibility of a time component, a situational component, that can still be objective?
What do you
Can you say that objective morality is true at a time and then is different at another time or in another set of situations?
I mean, that could be the case. Like, objective doesn't imply unchanging. It only does in their view because they are tying their objectivity to a perfect God who has everything perfect about them. God or goddess. Sorry, my wife was over here. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So because they tie it to an unchanging perfect being, then they're stuck with whatever they say must be true forever. However, if there is objective reality outside of God that is changing, neat. Okay, like I'd like to see that. That sounds interesting. I don't think there is. Like that'd be an interesting thing for someone to try to prove. I've heard Ian, Sam's friend Ian, try to do that with empathy. I find it a little unconvincing. It feels a little bit like a cheat code to me, but I get the point of it for sure. It's a different type of objective. It's not like it exists out in the universe and we are adhering to it. It still exists only within humans and rationality. So it's still like hyper, like localized.
Yeah, it's objective in that it's transcendental. It's not objective as in mind independent.
Yeah, because it's required that there are minds. For that, right? Anyway, so I don't know. Maybe there could be, but I don't know that helps them. Their God is continuously the same and unchanging according to them.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Couldn't it still be like, yes, unchanging, but unchanging in situations? Like, because again, the hammer I usually bring to this is about slavery and slavery in the Bible, right? And then just
to be clear, not a fan.
Right. And then what they frequently say is, yes, that was true for those people at the time. And that's easy to argue. Well, you can't say those people at the time because that makes it subjective.
Well, no, it wasn't. That sucked for them. For the slaves, that sucks for them anyways. Like, if the point of a moral is to make it where people are living in a more preferred, enjoyable existence, which it is. That's why we have morals. That's the whole point of a moral. Is so that more people can live in a more preferable, enjoy a more preferable experience. If their thing is like, well, at the time that was the right thing to do. No, not for them, not for the slaves. That sucked for them.
Well, but that is, of course, the point. They say it. Well, yes, I mean, you and I would agree, but they would say no, it was correct at the time. And
well, they're incorrect. And in the Bible, it says you can hit them. In the Bible, it says you can take them at their will. If they're trying to justify slavery, they're a piece of shit. So, like that's kind of like where it always lands. They do it all the time. It happens constantly, where they try to say that's what God was meeting them where they were at. That kind of stuff. Yeah, it's garbage. It's not true.
Okay. All right. Great. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean. Anyway, I'll talk to one of them about it. Listen, stay tuned. I'm sure someone will be up here soon who's going to do that, and then you can hear that. But it makes more sense to debate with someone who believes it, right? I
agree. I also think that what's it called? I think that like the way that you were putting it earlier. I think he's conflating objective with static, like you said earlier, something doesn't have to be both objective and unchanging. These things can exist separately from one another.
Sure.
So I think that's where he's stuck.
There's a, oh man, I don't even know where it is. There is a fallacy about time. Like the idea of it, like a fallacy about like placing something outside of time. And I get that. That's true. But like, it doesn't mean that it was like that slavery was good. It means that's what they did.
And like, this
And
doesn't even have anything to do with the people themselves. Sure, you could say that at one point the people thought that slavery was okay, and now people don't. But this isn't about what the people thought. This is about what God thought. And if God thought that slavery was okay then, and he's unchanging, that means he is required to still think that. So like, forget what the people think. We're talking about him.
yeah, obviously the people thought it was fine. They wrote the laws, they made up the God. But I mean, and think about it this way: there are some things that we, as humans now, look back in our 2020 hindsight of time and morality, and you know, obviously in 100 years we're going to look back on now and think that we were all monsters. But you know, like, we look back and go, well, you know, that made sense at the time, but now this is the right thing to do. Like, you know, maybe stealing music ideas. You know, like at the time, everyone was kind of doing it when jazz was coming out or something like that. And other jazz musicians were just playing jazz music and stuff. And I know there's cultural appropriation that's like really sketchy there, but I just mean like from one individual to another, like just doing jazz music. It was just about spreading music at the time. There weren't MP3s and shit yet.
Yeah.
Now there are, and there's like rules about that. So now that the technology has changed, we have like seen, well, over time, that's our rules have changed about that. But no one, like no sensible person is like, and that's how it is also with slavery. There's no technology difference or time difference that ever makes it be like, this is the right time to steal a person or to buy someone and beat them.
Right.
Right. Like there's just not a thing for that ever works. Like for Neanderthals, it was fucked up too.
Right.
Okay. Bert, welcome in. Bert
Hello, man.
Macklin, FBI.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
24, Christian.
All right. Well, I have a list here. New background alert. God doesn't answer prayer, have free will, love us all, have power, do anything, exist. Remember, this is for believers only, and hosts do jokes. Bert, which one of these would you like to chat about?
I don't know. You pick one.
Let's just start with exist.
Okay.
Go.
I can't prove that he exists.
Okay, let's move on to answer prayer.
I mean, I think he was kind of discovered over generations in the mind, kind of.
Yeah, or discovered or like conceptualized.
Yeah.
Probably more accurate. Okay, so yeah, let's do answer prayer. Does he do that? If he's just a
Yes,
concept, he can't.
But
really?
it's, yeah, I don't think, I mean, but you can't just, he may not answer it the way you want him to, or he may not answer it, and he doesn't always.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's obligated to answer it, especially when he knows like the outcomes of it. I mean, you can pray for something and it could be bad, even though you have goodwill for that prayer. It could lead to bad outcomes, I think. So maybe he doesn't. I mean,
okay. Let's try. That's 2 for 2 for me so far. Let's try one you can win. Love us all.
yeah, he loves us all.
Okay. I'm talking about like all humans throughout all time.
Yes.
Really?
I don't know.
Well, I know you talk about the G-sides and stuff like that of ancient times, but these were really corrupt nations, and I think that he
So
could
they
see.
deserved it.
No, it's not. But I mean, these people were doing like baby rituals, like unaliving babies. They were pretty corrupt nations, and it doesn't excuse it from our bird's eye view, but we only see things binarily, meaning like good or bad. He kind of sees things, I guess, through a bird's eye view of where these outcomes can go to, and we can't really conceptualize, it being. I mean, because we can only conceptualize things good or bad. We can't really any other way. Where
I disagree. I think there's a lot of gray area, not unlike these new glasses I'm wearing. I wore those just for this sentence, right? I saw this was coming. But I think there's a lot of. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. They help me see.
And I'm glad.
It's still hard here. Like the glare and stuff. I gotta
Real.
work on my lighting. I gotta get some stuff because also I don't like how like you
Oh
can
yeah,
see,
I can
you
see. Yeah.
it's kind of annoying for everybody. So I find myself doing this sometimes to try to.
Oh, I feel touched. Please stop. Oh hell no. Sorry.
But okay, so like let's find someone God doesn't love here. Oh, what's this one? Why did I tag this one here? Oh, that's Jesus is God.
It's top of the hour.
We'll do it a little later. It's fine.
Thing is, I don't really think everything is. I think everything really is good or bad. It's not really like you can tell me something that you're neutral on, but it will. The eventual outcomes of that neutral thing.
Braiding hair.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that as good because it's an expression of either culture or other things of that nature. I mean, it seems neutral, but
Why is an expression of culture necessarily good?
Sharpening pencils. That's not a moral good. It's practical if you're going to use it, but
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not,
it's good
that
because it's a
activity
tool
is
to-
neither.
I mean, but it's still good. I'm not talking about moral. I'm just saying, like, just in general, things are good or bad. Not from. I mean, that's a tool for you to write.
Yeah, sure.
Like a book.
Saltine crackers.
I mean, that could be good or bad depending upon if it gives
That's
your
what I'm
body.
saying. Things are not good or bad. They're sometimes good or bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm
right?
saying.
You understand that like there's a
Yeah,
strict
but I'm
difference.
just
So, yeah,
saying,
they can
like,
kind of go either way.
They are either good
That's
or bad.
the gray area.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think that they either lean towards more good or more bad. I don't think that they can be just cut
Which
down.
one is
the middle.
saltines?
It could be bad or good. I don't know the nutrition that it will give your body, but depending upon if it's more detrimental to your body or, profitable to your body, I would say it's good or bad upon those measures. Like if it gives you,
So
the
interesting.
sodium.
Okay, so here's look, like you mentioned, there's a bunch of G sides and such in the Bible. But there's also like times where he mentions like, I won't have pity on them even. He'll take delight in destroying them. That's not a loving God. That is a God that's saying like, I don't like them. I'm enjoying being rid of them.
True, but I also don't think that God has a predetermined like set of events. Like in Sodom and Gomorrah, it was either Abraham or Lot that was like negotiating with God. Please don't kill or unalive this entire nation. And God listened to him. So I think that he does, or at least consider our prayers. But he sees the outcomes of them. And I do think he can be negotiated with if you come from a good heart. And maybe not negotiated with, but he'll, hear you out. But what were you saying? My bad. That might not have.
All right, let's look at this one. I'm looking up a new verse for this. We're trying a few different things. For you are not a God who delights in wickedness. Evil will not sojourn with you. The boastful will not stand before your eyes. You hate all evildoers. Psalms could be wrong, but according to Psalms, they're saying here, David here, who, I don't know if David knew God that well, but if David's, words are true, he's saying that God hates evildoers. You destroy those who speak lies. The Lord abhors the bloodthirsty and deceitful. Now, I'm not that bloodthirsty, but I'm a bit deceitful. So maybe I get away with some of this. Sam's probably a little bit of both, right?
A little bit of
bloodthirsty.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she's thirsty and deceitful. So God abhors her even, according to the Bible. And I don't think the Bible's true, but if you do want to think the Bible's true, then that might be important.
I don't really think that humans like have the spirit of evil within them. I think we're evil because we have a lack of God. It's not so because like an evil spirit is within us. It's just the lack of him. Because like hell is described as a place of, it's lacking God. So that's why it is such a horrific place to, endure living there.
That's nice. That's an interesting take on it. Do you think that God hates people who act in this way, like evildoers? Or do you disagree with David on what God is like?
Well, it's. I mean, I would have to see the ancient Greek, like how it was transcribed, because hate. I don't think he hates anyone. He always will forgive you. So I mean, I would
look it up. Let's look up Psalms 5 in what are those blue
Aramaic
letter concordance thing? What would be in Hebrew? Blue letter. Blue letter Bible, Psalm 5. It's going down to. Oh, this is 1 through 3. Let's go to the next one. How do we get to the next one? Okay, Psalm 5, 1 through 3. David approaches God. We got that. Psalm 5, 4 through 8. Okay. The bloodthirsty, the foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. Let's see what that one is here. Okay.
Make sure we are absolutely violating the screen. You can use your hands, your toes, if you would like. You can use your labia, menorah orange.
Oh God.
You can also use your tip. Just make sure that you sanitize. And if you have an interesting combination of the two, intersex solidarity. Love you very much.
Strong's H8130. Sane.
All right, it says Sane, and I can actually copy the words here in Hebrew if we want.
Yeah, but like even if you,
It says
like,
thou hatest all workers of iniquity.
I don't really
Agree with David.
Well, I mean, it's so hard to translate a word from that with
I just
such
did it.
a
I mean, it took a minute and a half.
limited. No, I know. I mean, I don't really know how to dispense with this, but I don't think God hates any of us. I think he hates our evil doing.
Just say, I disagree with the text in the Bible that David wrote about God. I think God is different than David did. That's all that's happening. That's fine. You don't have to agree with David. He was some like old ancient fuck. Like he's not relevant now.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird because he was like the chosen king. God chose him. Did God choose you to be king of anything?
Absolutely not. Sadly.
Yeah.
I live in
I don't know. You might want to
to
go with David on this one, but it's I guess it's up to you. If you'd rather just make up your own God, that's fine. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, keep going.
I was going to go into some more of these horrible things, like where he's like setting people to do horrendous, awful things. How do these? How do you call this love? Still,
Like what? Which ones?
do you want to do a Bible one or a more recent one?
Either or, whichever one.
Sure. Okay. So, someone today, this very day, died of cancer.
Yes.
Okay. They didn't have to. God has the cure for cancer. Didn't give it to the doctors though. And the loving thing to do, like if I loved you and I knew the cure to cancer, I'd give it to the doctor. I'd be like, I love Bert so much. Here's the cure for cancer. I don't know if you actually have it or not. I don't want to like this isn't a official diagnosis or anything.
I really think the origins of like cancer and these other mutations, cellular mutations, are kind of indicative of free will. It sucks that they manifest, but it's also like, huh?
Cancer predates humanity by 70 some million years.
Probably
There are
more.
some things that you can do that can increase your chances of having cancer, and some people are more genetically predisposed than others to end up with cancer. But all in all, this is not a product of free will.
I'm actually going to agree with Bert more than you, Sam, because Bert, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't dinosaurs have free will?
Well, no, I've heard Ian make this. I've heard Ian make this before. I just think it kind of shows that
Ian make
they're not
dinosaur cancer?
Oh,
What?
that's not. I'm not
No. I just don't
Let's
think
start that rumor.
I just don't think that cells are predetermined to have like good, I don't know, expressions or outcomes. I think that it kind of, in my opinion, it kind of shows that there is on a. It's a little complicated. Just try to.
I feel like you haven't said one thought yet. Go ahead and try that.
Yeah. I just
over
think
again.
that it's kind of like indicative of free will. That
So
there are bad things out there.
sorry, to be clear, cancer, which came before humans, is from free will.
I think it's indicative of it.
And did the like pre-humans have free will? The animals,
Like
and stuff?
dinosaurs and stuff like that.
Sure.
I mean, I can't really get into the mind of a dinosaur. I don't know their level of like cognition or anything.
So maybe they were sinners, and that's why they got.
No, I mean,
I hate to cut in. I'm sorry, but
else would
like,
it be?
can I ask how you're defining indicative?
indicates.
So cancer indicates free will.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows that there are, bad properties about the world. Not everything is good. It comes with, it is a binary thing, as I said before, good and bad. We have to choose. And
Cancer?
I mean, cancer is something that it's just a cellular mutation. I can't really explain it. I just think it shows that there are
If
bad
someone
things.
is born with a cellular mutation,
Yeah.
and the doctor diagnoses them, the baby that has cancer, and says this baby has cancer, and tells the parents, your babe got cancer. The parents cry, right? I give it 2 years to live max. Okay. Then secretly I tell the other doctors, I know the cure to cure this baby's cancer. I'm not gonna give it to him. Is that doctor loving to the child?
Well, once again, we only see things binarily, good or bad.
That's so cool. So would that, in this case, is that doctor loving to the child?
Well, I think that knowledge, just the fact that we can attain knowledge to withstand things such as cancer or other, harmful things,
That's
is something
true.
that's a good thing.
Yeah. That's a really good point. Do you think that in that case, though, that the doctor loves the baby and the family and is caring for them?
Like emotionally, I wouldn't say so. I mean, it's his job to try to, cure it.
Okay. Are they doing their job?
If they didn't cure the baby, but they had the cure for it,
Yeah.
yeah, I would say they're not doing their job.
Let's change it a little bit. It's a retired scientist. They don't have a job anymore, but they know the cure for cancer. They already know it, but they're not making money anymore, so they just sit on it. Yeah, like, I know that your baby's dying. I know the cure, but I'm retired. Do you think that, like, it's a loving act to retain that secret? Or would it be more loving to give the cure?
But then again, he knows the outcomes of it. This is going to sound crazy, but what if that baby was going to go on to become the next, like, Schindler or something like that?
That's interesting.
we really just don't know the
parents
future.
who have cancer babies they're all probably
No,
little
of
baby
course not.
Hitlers.
No. I'm not saying that.
Well,
I'm saying
then you
he-
shouldn't say that what you said then, because that sounded
Well, I mean,
like
but-
you were maybe terrible.
No, I'm just saying, like, we don't know the outcomes, or because we only see things, good or bad. We don't know the true outcomes because he can see into the future. And I mean, he is the moral judger.
Is that what you think the case is? For real?
Well, I mean, I can't explain it other than he has a plan for it. I'm not saying that babies with cancer are the next Hitler, man. I'm just saying, like, what if? That's just a hypothetical to combat like that line of thinking, I think.
Sure.
But of course, I don't
Yeah,
think.
go
that
ahead and play
babies-
that out. What happens?
What do you
So
mean?
you're saying that what God did was like kill baby Hitler?
Well, I mean, that baby would go to heaven automatically. All babies go to heaven.
The Hitler baby would?
Well, look, let's not get hung up on this. I'm not trying to say all babies with cancer are Hitler.
Then why would Hitler have existed? Why did he miss one?
I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
But once again, I really can't expand
anything or
upon God's
answer.
will.
I wonder if maybe like the next guest will be able to like answer a little more.
Well, I mean, they're just. Well, could I talk to you about objective morality, or you just want to kick me off?
No, I just was wondering if like the next guest maybe will have like
yeah.
more answers or something to say. There's people in chat saying, I have the answer. Let me up. I know how to respond to this.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm sure that they would, and I'm not trying to make myself look bad with that. That I'm just saying that I don't understand God's will or His, why He does what He does.
Yeah, it might be because he just hates some babies. If you don't know for sure. That could be it, right?
I mean, I don't think He hates babies.
Yeah, but you don't know. You just said before you don't really know, so it could be anything.
Well, according to my worldview, since I'm a Christian, I think He 100% doesn't. I mean, who's to say that doesn't? Unfortunate as it is, that baby ends up going to heaven. That brings a couple together more, and then that. I mean, I don't know. It could.
Or
I don't know how
they
else
could break up.
They could.
Sometimes that tears families apart.
They
Yes,
could, but
sometimes I'm going to go out on like a weird. This might be a little crazy, like a weird limb. Sometimes when a baby dies of cancer, it's bad. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that. But you think not?
Oh,
You think
yeah,
it's
no.
always good?
No, I'm saying, according to God's will, I don't understand it. Of course, from my very limited, mental capacity to understand morals, since we only really have a binary landscape, good or bad, I can't really understand it. But
Right. Do you think sometimes it's just bad that a baby dies of cancer and God let the baby die, or is it always for the better good?
Oh well, no. Of course, I think it's bad.
Okay,
But that's
then
also
why are you arguing that it's a good thing that God did the generally better thing here? Like he got rid of a baby Hitler or he brought a family closer together. If it's bad, then you're on my side and you would say God should have cured the cancer.
All I'm saying is because of my lack of understanding God and His mind, because it's far exceeds our mind. Of course, I would say that's bad. But according to His,
But you just spent like a while arguing that like maybe it's good.
okay, yeah, it's bad according to mental to like our limited capacity of moral like framing things, if that makes sense. I could agree that yes, it's bad, but because God is all good, maybe He has some ultimate plan for this all.
Yeah.
And
So
yeah,
you
I
think that like if it was a baby Hitler, then the good thing to do would be to kill that baby with a painful cancer?
no.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It doesn't work like that.
Would you?
If it were going to be a baby Hitler, you know what I would do? I would like invisible laser the sperm, the one sperm that was going to make the baby Hitler. I would go like from a god, like invisible cosmic radiation, that one swimmer, and then just,
You know
no
what
one
is
knows.
pretty-
No one has to get sad. No, the guy isn't like, fuck my dick. It's like no pain, nothing. Just a different sperm makes it through, and it makes that one makes a baby. What's the opposite of baby Hitler? Baby Yoda?
Maybe like Baby Sheldon or something.
I don't know who that character is. Was he from World War II?
No.
Sam, you're having bars and you're sounding robotic. Have you been kidnapped by Dr. Robotnik or Daft Punk?
No, I'm
I think you've been kidnapped. Are you auto tuning?
Do you ever do stand up, Mezzo?
We're getting like this, Sam. I don't know if you have a wife. There you go. That's better. Wi-Fi, I meant.
Yay!
Bert, So that didn't work. Your maybe they were baby Hitlers doesn't make sense because there's way better options that God could have done. Since what you're saying is that He's intervening to fix a future evil in the world, right? And if He's doing that, He could do it in a way that didn't entail all this suffering. So if He really loved us and has love for all of us, He would do that in a way that didn't lead to that, or let that one sperm go through and then heal the heart of the broken baby who was planning a future genocide, so that they wouldn't do that. I think that would be a better way to do it. But yeah, I would like to move on to our next guest. Thank you for coming up, and come back some other time. Okay.
Well, thank you.
Bye, Bert.
Sorry, I don't know if you had anything.
My EP will be titled Cybercock. It'll be out on all platforms.
Let me see if I have a robot voice. No, that one's not as good. This one's kind of fun. Robot voice. But I think where's my okay, the vocoder. Oh no, that's not what I want. Maybe it is. Oh, okay, let's try this. Check.
That's awesome. Let him know.
That's kind of fun. Alan, wait, hold on 1 second, Alan Gwaim. There was one other person I wanted to bring up as well, who was saying they had the answers to this. Let me see. Oh, they're gone. Okay, never mind. Alan, what's your age and religion?
Over 40, non-denominational.
Same. Me too. Welcome to the live. I'm over 40. I'm a non-dom. And what do you think? We have 6 options here of things I don't think God really does. Which one would you like to chat about?
God does all of those things. You're just not listening.
Okay. And
how do you say you're non-denominational?
I'm not like a Protestant or anything, or like Catholic or...
No, I get that, but how do you say you're non-denominational, but then you carry on like this?
He doesn't have a denomination.
How am I carrying on?
Okay.
Are you okay, Alan?
I'm fine. How about you, sir?
I feel okay. I'm a little bit confused, if I'm being honest. Did I upset you?
No, you did not.
Oh, okay.
I was asking a question. I didn't know if that had offended you or not.
No, I just didn't understand it. Like, I'm not Baptist. I used to be a Baptist, but I'm not a Baptist anymore. I don't have any one of those denominations. So, and I'm over 40.
Well,
that's why I said that. I'm 42.
No, I get it. I just non-denominational normally is the focus on the relationship with God. But,
oh, no, I'm
confused
not that.
too, man. Yeah, I'm confused too. You're saying it, but you're not practicing. Do you actually walk in?
If you're non-denominational, you don't have to practice anything. You just do it how you want it, right?
Not true.
What do you do? What's the rules for your non-denomination?
You focus on walking with Christ like Enoch, having a relationship.
How do you know to do
like
that?
Like David did before you actually actively read the Bible and you follow along.
Sure, but some people read the Bible and it says to do something else. So if you're not denominational...
What other things are you telling me? Hold on. What other things do you say to do this?
Sorry, were you in the middle of a sentence there? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you're just reading the Bible, people are going to get a bunch of different interpretations out of it. And some people are going to follow Moses. Some are going to follow Enoch, who's barely in the Bible. Some are going to follow Jesus maybe, or David or something. Or Yahweh, right? And so you don't really know exactly what to do. Paul is a big one. Lots of people follow Paul. You don't know what to do because there's no denomination telling you what to do, right? Which is fine. I think it's the right move. I'm just saying, you can't say I'm non-denominational and you're doing it wrong, right? If you're non-denominational, there's no wrong way to do it, right?
Well, you're implying that there's a wrong way. I mean, you actively can see the mistakes that were presented. and you're telling me that you're choosing to still follow those mistakes. I kind of don't get that.
Which mistakes are you talking about?
All the mistakes that you mentioned, they do something differently. I mean, there is clearly a right path and a wrong path when you read it. You can clearly distinct what was good and what was bad, but you're saying they're going a different way. I don't understand.
I just think some people are going to disagree because they've had different personal experiences while they're reading the text, right? So they're going to interpret things differently. Like, are you not aware that like people who don't like subscribe to any particular denomination still disagree on stuff in the Bible?
That's called critical thinking.
I would just call it disagreeing, but sure, yeah. Are you okay? Was that your end or my end?
No, that's my end, man. These notifications, Let me turn it down. I apologize.
That's okay.
I mean, you can critically think about the Bible and still arrive at different conclusions than the next person.
It happens like all the time. Anyway.
Yeah, it does happen all the time, but I really believe that you can distinctly see what was right and what was wrong about it. You can arrive at a different conclusion. You can do a different, you know what, King David, he messed up at a certain point. Maybe I don't want to do that. Let me follow along and listen to what Jesus was saying so I can avoid that mistake.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, sounds fine to me. So, what's which one of these did you want to kind of go into?
I don't agree with any of them. That's not God's character.
Okay. Did you have any like additions to that, or you just want to come up and say I disagree and not explain why or anything?
I mean, if you weren't going to listen to it and you're going to be headstrong, there's nothing more that I can do except tell you, please follow the gospel.
No. I'm headstrong on that. That's a hard no.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything else?
As opposed to a flaccid or semi-no.
Okay, I understand. I mean, that's your choice. God is
a really good try. Like, I haven't had anyone come up here yet and just try. Hey, please follow the gospel.
Was I telling you?
You're not saying anything, Alan. You're being pointless. You just interrupted. You're being pointless.
Okay, so when you do it,
offer something.
Okay. When I do it, I'm sorry.
I was saying something relevant. Offer something.
I'm pretty sure I was saying something before. I mean, even though you're trying to say something relevant.
You fucking suck, dude. Say something relevant. Let's go. Bring something.
I have. You just don't agree with it.
You said follow the gospel.
That's your choice.
Your thing was follow the gospel?
My thing was that's your choice and you're right. It's okay for you to do that.
Alan,
he loves you just enough to let you refuse it.
Alan, which one of these things do you think God does most? Does he exist most? Does he love us all most? Which one can you show it? Does he have power the most? Like, which one is most like so God up there?
Or the easiest to prove? Like, boom.
Yeah, that's a good way
I can counter that with which part of
it's not touching the hot stove. It's a question.
That's not
which part of not touching the hot stove does your dad?
That's not even an argument.
Should I let my son do this, or when he actually touches it and finds out, I don't have to tell him anymore?
That's like the only time I've ever seen Joel ask a question in earnest.
Hold on.
Okay.
Are you a flat earther?
Are you talking to your other people?
It's for the whole panel. It's for the panel. Joel, are you a flat earther?
Okay.
Negative.
Alan?
No.
Really?
Yeah, really. Okay.
Sam?
Do you think it's a circle or a sphere, Mezzo?
I mean, I like, I teeter back and forth, but right now I'm thinking a no.
Okay. Just making sure, because a lot of people who like get into Enoch and then slowly answer that question are flat earthers. But that's fine. Yeah, no.
So do you think it's a circle or a sphere?
It's a sphere.
Okay. Yeah, we're on the same page.
Yeah, we're on the same page. But a lot of people who mention Enoch are like into flat earth stuff because it talks about like weird astronomy and stuff in there. Is there like a...
Well, just think of this as me choosing a different path from that, like you had mentioned before.
A cricket in here. Do you guys hear that cricket? Like when I'm talking?
No, it's just the vibration of your microphone. It's your vibration of your mic. It's the vibration of your microphone. It's your vibration of your mic.
We die eventually? I don't know. We'll see what happens. So, Alan, let's just do exist. It doesn't work like that.
You need a new mic.
Cool. Let's just do exist. Here, I have a new mic.
And it's gone.
Yeah, this one, oh no.
No more verbation.
This one's doing it just as much, actually.
Oh, man, you've got masturbation.
Sorry. So, Alan, well, let's just do exist. Why do you think God exists?
Why do I think God exists? What's his purpose?
Yeah, why do you think God exists, aka what's his purpose? Same question, same exact question.
Great question to ask him.
Okay, can you do that?
I'm sorry.
Great question to ask him.
Am I like hallucinating? Should I go see someone?
I have no
Probably
idea.
deja vu.
What is it when it's
We
deja
asked-
vu, but it's just like someone's being like intentionally obtuse and stupid and you have to deal with it? What's the deja vu word for that? Let me look up how to say like...
Isn't that your niche, Mezzo? Isn't that your niche when you talk to certain Christians?
Niche?
Niche, niche,
That's how I
tomato,
would-
tomato.
It's, oh, here we go. It's avoir affaire un idiot. That's dealing with an idiot in French.
J'ai parlez-vous en français? Oui, ça va?
Yeah.
J'ai parlez-vous en français?
No. Je ne parle pas. Okay, so Alan Game, did you have anything you wanted to actually offer, or are you just up here to be a joke?
What
You're
do you
just up here to
call
do...
me?
I'm not being a joke. I answer you. You don't accept. It's cool.
You
I'm
haven't
all right with that.
explained
That's
it.
your
You
life.
haven't done... All you've said is you've come up and
I
said,
have.
you
You
don't
haven't
accept
accepted
me.
it.
You don't accept me. You don't accept this. Offer something, and then I'll not
I didn't
accept
say
it.
you don't accept me. I said that you don't accept it. I've offered you plenty.
Accept what? What do I not accept?
You don't accept the Father. You don't accept the God. It's okay.
So is that what you said when we said,
Keep living.
which one do you want to talk about? You just went God, Father, and I said, no, I don't accept that.
No. You said, which one do I not agree with? And I said, none of them.
Okay.
So dealer's
which
choice
one-
was that point for you.
So I'm choosing, let's talk about exist. Do you think God exists?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about that. I don't think he does. Why do you think God exists? What convinces you? Patterns. Now
My
we're getting
life
somewhere.
and how he saved me from certain death.
Personal experience?
Personal experience, observation of other people's experiences.
I'm
Actually
saved from
acting and
death
watching,
too, but I'm
watching
not
him do
convinced.
miracles. Okay, what was the death part? What happened in your saving from death?
Right
What
now,
happened?
I'm alive right now. I'm like, I didn't like
So
die
you
at
haven't-
all today. Not even once.
Okay, so that your life wasn't actively put in danger at all once?
Oh, does it have to be in danger for it to be God saved you from it?
Well, normally when God saves your life or when someone saves your life or your life is saved, it's from certain death.
I'm
I got
unfamiliar
hit
with
by
how
a
it works.
bus.
Oh, you got hit by a bus?
I'm
today?
sorry, I couldn't hear
Hit
you.
by a bus. I got hit by a bus.
And you're
While
on
you were
TikTok in the
walking?
hospital?
No, I got hit by a bus in freshman year of high school. I'm no longer
Okay.
being hit by the bus right now.
Are you a
Okay, you just
ghost?
said you got hit by a bus today.
I've never asked
Yeah.
Sam
How
this
fast was the
before,
bus
so
going?
this is a valid question, Sam. I should have checked before. Are you a ghost?
I mean, when I stood up off of the ground, I briefly considered whether or not I was a ghost, but I've come to the conclusion that no, I am in fact still on this mortal plane.
Okay.
What happened when
fair
you were
question.
hit by the bus, Sam?
Well, I was trying
How
to
fast
cross.
was it going?
I don't know. I was on the floor, so I wasn't looking at the bus. The bus was just there, and then I was on the ground.
But if there were a God, wouldn't she have been not hit by the bus? Or does God let you
What
get
makes you
hit?
say that?
Does God let
What
you
makes you
get
say
hit
that?
by the bus and then save you? Why wouldn't he save you before the bus hit?
Let me ask Sam this. Sam, were you looking both ways across the streets or were you just looking straight down and actively walked into traffic?
I looked both ways, but I was jaywalking.
So you actively were breaking the rule.
So God doesn't like stand for jaywalking and let her get hit? Is that what you're saying?
Does a
Alan?
dad actively say, don't touch the hot stove and you actively do it?
Yes, that happens.
Okay, so then that happens.
But also sometimes you say it and they don't do it.
So they listen.
Right. Sometimes
Free
they
choice
listen,
is a great
sometimes they
thing,
don't.
isn't it? Not to downplay you being hit by a bus, but you're jaywalking, something that you know you shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, but that's not doesn't mean
I
anything.
don't
You can't
know
put
if
that on God. That's her own.
I don't know. Well, no, I'm not putting that on God because I don't think he's real.
No, I
But
was
you
talking
said
about
that the
Mezzo was doing
reason
that.
why. Well, no, the whole point of us talking about bad things that have happened was you said that you got saved from being unalived. And you know that that's one of the reasons why God exists. But I, too,
Yes,
have
ma'am.
had a near-death experience, and I'm an atheist. So why have you had a near-death experience and you believe he exists?
Have you ever been hit by
Because
a
I was
bus?
only given 6 months to live in a hospital from terminal cancer, and they didn't believe that
This is what I'm
I was
talking
going to
about.
make
So
it.
he cured your cancer?
Yeah.
This is why I don't. This is like what I have a hard time believing, because if God knows the cure to cancer and isn't giving it to like everyone else who has cancer, isn't that just like super fucked up? Why does he like you more
No,
than
that's
other
just
people?
you. No, that's just you assuming because I wasn't finished telling you what he did for you to
Oh, he
understand.
cured everyone?
I'm talking about me, man, so you got to follow along, buddy.
I know, but do you understand my point?
I see your point, but I'm not talking about that. I'm
You're
talking
not
about
going to
me right
respond
now.
to my point.
No, yeah,
I
fuck your
see your point, but I was actively explaining mine and what he did for me.
He cured your cancer or something?
Yeah, he cured the cancer.
I got that. We covered that. That's great. I'm stoked for
So
you.
that
So you didn't
how
take.
is
You didn't have
important.
any medicine, no chemo, no doctors, no nothing, and it just went away, right? Because you prayed and
Okay.
God took it away, right?
Well, he
So
did.
you gonna let me tell you? You gonna let me tell you, or you just are we gonna like step by step bird
Just say
doctors?
yes or no. If it's not that, I'm not impressed.
Okay, so then him putting all of the strands of cancer inside of a ligament to where the doctor only had to cut 1 inch down and 1 inch around. Do you know how cancer works? Have you seen it in a medical setting?
Yeah, my friend died of cancer when we were 31 years old.
Okay,
I was in the room with him when he died.
Yeah, I'm really sorry for that, man. I really am. Did he know who God was? Did he know him? Did he follow him?
No.
Okay,
Is that
so
why he
if
died? So God was like, "You don't like me enough," so he let my friend die. Because he
No,
did get two
I
brain.
was
He
going
had
to-
he had brain surgery twice because it was a brain tumor, and it came back. So do you think that with God and yours, it was like Alan prays, so I'm going to make it real easy for the doctor to do the surgery. But for my friend, he was like, "This guy doesn't pray to me. I'm going to make it. I'm going to after brain surgery. I'm going to bring it back." Is that what you think kind of happens?
No, what I think is this is why you need to know him. So the analogy that I was going to give you is are there no such thing as barbers when guys walk around unkept, or did they just not go see the barber?
Right. Yeah, that's what you're saying. That's exactly what I said. So my friend didn't go see the barber, so his haircut like ate his brain and killed him and left his 2-year-old
understand.
daughter
So
alone in the world. That's what
how
you're
was he
saying God
supposed to
did?
cut his hair in that situation? No, I'm asking you, how was he supposed to cut his hair in that situation then?
Well, he was on like chemo.
Couldn't
He was
do it
like
himself.
super sick. Yeah, he couldn't do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was on chemo, radiation. Cancer's a branch. It looks like an upside down tree inside of your
Doesn't
body.
sound like
and
a
so
miracle.
it branches out.
If you were on all
It
those
is a
things,
miracle,
you
and
were
all
on
of them are
chemo,
in this.
radiation, and had surgery.
Yeah, and had surgery, and they didn't have to take my arm. So cancer
Yeah,
looks
it
like
sounds-
an upside down tree root
I understand
inside
that. It
of your
sounds like
body.
the doctors
and when
cured
the
you of
cancer
cancer.
is all inside of one ligament to where a 4-hour surgery is no longer 4 hours, but 15 minutes. And they can't explain how the cancer reacted like that. And they say, cancer doesn't act like this. We have had hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of patients,
Right.
and it's
Those are the
never
ones I'm
all
asking
been
about.
in one spot.
It's so interesting that God made. Why did God make your cancer easy to cure?
So that the same way he didn't cure Thomas. So there would
No,
be a testimony.
Alan, answer
you
a
know you
straight
could
question, or else I'm going to drop you, dude.
Come. That is
Why
straight.
did
That is
God
straight.
make
Mezzo,
your?
Mezzo. He answered.
That is a straight answer.
He answered. He said that if God hadn't given him the cancer, then he wouldn't be able to give you a testimony. So the reason why God gave him cancer is so then he could take credit for making him better afterward.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Why did God make
wanted to allow
your
the
cancer easy to do surgery on?
Because literally, I'm here telling you about it, and you still don't believe. But other people can hear this, and they know that they can
Oh,
go
so
to
Sam
him.
was right. Okay, so it's,
Yeah,
it's so you
exactly.
could do a testimony.
No, you said God gave it to me. No. He didn't give it to me. It was in my family's genes. I'm black and Jewish. It happens to
Yeah,
Jewish male. I had synovial sarcoma. Everybody missed it. I got it. But here I am alive today to tell you, yes, he's good. And yes, he helped me stay alive. He even healed somebody's brain cancer that was in the same hospital with me who did not believe. But after reading, praying, and getting to know and starting a relationship with God, he was healed and walked right out.
Alan, so that's why I'm asking you about this. So for the hundreds upon hundreds of people, including my friend who died in his house with a brain tumor, that God doesn't cure or make it easy to cure, is it because they don't pray, they don't believe hard enough? Is that why he doesn't help them?
It's not about praying or believing hard enough.
What's
Do
it
you
about?
have a relationship or not?
Do
you have a relationship
okay, so
or not?
it's that he didn't have enough of a relationship with God, that God was like, I'm not going to help you?
So when you don't go to the barber and you don't get your hair cut,
Stop talking about the barber. I'm talking about my friend.
But it's the same scenario.
No, it's not. It's different.
Yes, it is. You don't accept it. It's okay.
Alan, I don't accept it. Let's try something
Wait, but
else.
then how would this apply to
that's
children
fine.
then? Because like with I still think this is heinous regardless of the age.
Super heinous.
But with adults, at the very least, they have more of an ability to make like reliable and good decisions. But when it comes to children who like perish of cancer, like is it because their relationship wasn't good enough, aka they didn't walk themselves to the barber? Is that why they died?
Do they not have guardians? Do they not have
so the
parents that
child
are
is
stewards and supposed to be salts of the earth?
My
have a
friends
job on
didn't
this
after
planet for
he
a
died,
reason.
no. So
I'm sorry, your friend didn't after he died?
Here's what I'm saying. He left a 2-year-old daughter to this world after God killed him with brain cancer. So here's
And I'm sorry that happened. I wish
Alan, here's the whole thing that I need you to understand why I don't accept your thing. If it were consistent, this would be amazing. If person after person would pray and then be healed, pray and then be healed, have a relationship, then be healed, that'd be neat. But then it'd also be really fucked up that God is like, knows my friend wants to be cured, but doesn't do it. Do you understand how that's fucked up?
No, I don't, because I'm pretty sure God came to your friend and did everything he possibly could to talk and steer your friend. Yes, he did. Him. The same way you don't believe or don't care or don't accept.
He did everything except cure him of cancer?
No. I'm saying, did your friend reject God? When God gives you opportunities.
Just was minding his own business. He wasn't like an atheist or a theist. He was just a guy. He didn't care about any of this stuff. He wasn't like.
But you can't speak to you can't speak to his personal relationship, so you don't know. That's okay.
Neither do you, but you're very certain about it, right? You're saying he for sure.
I'm saying he had the opportunities. I'm talking to God's character. God speaks to you, and
how did he talk to my friend?
He will send somebody. He will give you
what
a
did
dream.
He do? So my friend had a dream
I'm telling
from
you
God?
what he done. No, I said he'll send somebody.
Who?
He'll talk to you in a dream.
So my friend had a dream?
Okay, so
how do you know what my friend's dreams were? What are you talking about?
No, you're trying.
Gross.
No, he's trying to do. I mean, that's beautiful what you're trying to do, but I said I
wish I could say the same for you, but
friend.
it's so disgusting. It's so awful what you're suggesting. Like it makes God like super unbelievable, and it makes your God so fucking evil. Like so
that's your opinion.
Evil.
I can tell
that's your opinion, man.
Alan,
so if someone reaching out to you and you don't accept or want to talk to them,
Alan, I don't believe your story, and it's because if there was somebody to save from cancer so that they could be a testimony to God's healing power, it would not be you. God does not want you to proselytize for him. You're off-putting. You're turning people away from Christianity.
Right.
God would never do that. That would be a huge mistake, Alan. You're obtuse and you spin things. You're rude and you spin things in the worst way possible.
It would be Sam.
Oh yeah, totally.
Right? Like it would be Sam. They'd be like, I'm going to give Sam arm cancer and then heal her. Sam, get your arm checked next time.
Sounds good.
Okay. Yeah, that's a really good point, Joel. Like God would do this to
it's not a good
better
point.
People. Alan, we don't want to hear from you anymore, but it's just because you're rude. So if you could like stay on mute
And you're
then we'll
not,
just like
sir, but
mock
I'll be
you a
good.
little bit. That'd be really helpful.
You can mark me off mute. It's fine.
No, I want you to stay on mute because you have a background noise.
Yeah, just stay on mute and be quiet, and don't talk anymore.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Yay!
It's not, but it's okay.
I'll tell you what. Is this the only like prayer that God can answer, this cure of cancer stuff, or can He do basic things too?
You can do all things. You just don't have to limit them. You can't limit them.
Can we ask Him to do something right now?
Can you ask the king to do something right now?
Alan,
Sure.
just as an aside, would you have, being a man of faith, would you have not gone through the surgery and not gone through the chemo and not done any of the medical stuff and not been in the hospital and still believed that your cancer would be healed?
Would I have not done that?
Yeah, like if you're a man of faith, God is the one that healed your cancer. Why did you bother going through the surgery and the chemo and all that stuff? That seems really counterintuitive.
Or those are tools.
No.
God said not to eat the
tools
apple.
we need. Those are tools we need because we don't have.
So God hasn't given us
supernatural guy.
intelligence?
And now is God using you as a tool to testify? You're
the tool.
The tool now.
Yeah, you're a complete tool.
Yeah, but I'm talking to disbelievers. The word is a double-edged sword. You would notice if you read it.
Yeah, I have one right here.
Okay. I implore you to use it.
Sure.
And let the Holy Ghost be your author.
Sure. Just wherever I want, or what do I do?
You read the whole chapter, not just a verse.
But we got to be clear here. So you're you don't have enough faith. You don't believe that God can heal enough to not actually let the medical professionals heal you. You're a liar. You don't have any faith whatsoever. You actually need the hospital just as much as everyone else does. And they were the
So when he told Peter to cast the net over the side of the boat to get more fish, Peter shouldn't have cast it and waited for God to pick all those fish up and throw them in the boat.
Yeah, he should have said, why don't you just say, here, fishy, 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 and have a bunch of fish jump into the boat.
Would it have worked?
Don't know. Didn't happen.
Does God only do miracles if we help Him?
You're going to have to read to find out.
That verse, Alan, God helps those who help themselves. Do you know what verse that is?
No.
Alan,
Don't know what verse that is.
So
Why don't you guys give me? Why don't you give me the verse?
You've brought absolutely nothing for someone who's like literally a cancer survivor. You're so boring. Like you have the like the least amount of storytelling ability, like the worst arguments, and just the most vapid. Like, I guess you'll find out.
I'm just using the same double-edged sword.
Like you've brought so much nothing to the table here. It's a lot.
I do this every night too.
I've got a new lease on life just to sigh on lives on TikTok.
God saved me from cancer, so I could go. Like,
Is it not an answer?
The whole chapter.
You don't accept anything else, so now you don't want to accept that. I got to be so philosophical. Huh? Okay,
you got to be what?
that's good.
You have to be what? What'd you say?
Oh, you weren't listening? It's okay. It does not need to be repeated.
I'm trying to be listening here, but I don't think you said a word. You have to be
If you weren't
philosophical.
listening the first time.
Okay, I'm listening now.
Okay.
What does it say?
What does what say?
You. What did you say?
I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Alan. I think he said, you got to be so philosophical.
Is that not what you
I
said?
love it.
What? Falafel?
What are you saying?
Falafel.
Alan?
Okay, we can use that one. Philosophical or falafel? Which one is it going to be?
I just don't know what you're talking
I'll
about.
take both.
Buster?
I know where you're going. I'll take both. It's okay.
You
I don't
know
need to
where
be-
I'm
I don't need to
going,
cherry pick your
or
words.
you know where Sam's going? I have no
Philly
idea where we're
cheese.
going.
I know where you guys are going for the word. I don't know where you want to go at this moment in your mind. You tell me. Philadelphia?
Alan,
You want to say Philadelphia?
Alan,
Why do you want to say
you're
Philadelphia?
confused. You're utterly
Seven
like in
sizzling
shell shock right
sausages
now.
sizzling in a saucepan, huh? Okay.
Fill up
What is he
her
doing?
holes.
This is
I'm
the
being
most
facetious
confused
if
I've
you can't
ever
tell.
been on a live. Like you're spiraling.
I'm glad, man. At least we're cracking some type of surface.
Does this feel like you're doing
Hammer's
good?
head screwdriver.
No, it feels like I'm having an entertaining time. I mean, but you've been doing the same thing with me, so carpe diem, huh?
It's mezzo,
So carpe
not
diem.
mezzo. Pronounce it correctly.
Mezzo, Momo. I love it all.
Momo. So
Not casting
carpe
spells.
diem,
I
right?
like Momo too, man. So that's good. Momo, Mezzo. I mean, I like Mezzo because it's more of amazing, but Mezzo, Momo. What do you like?
God
man?
has free will.
All the time.
What are these answers? What does this mean?
It's never. He doesn't never not has free will. He has it all the time.
Constantly. He's having it right now.
Continuously.
Perpetual free will. What's wrong with that?
Alan, do you think that the reason that you're here right now is to share the word of God with like the 400 plus people who are here and us? Like, is this part of God's plan?
Oh no, I'm here to break the facade and talk to you. I mean,
If this isn't part of God's plan, do you think we should do it though? Are we going against God's plan, or is this his plan?
Well, you get chances, and then you stand before them.
Alan, did you grow up reading Mad Libs?
Did I grow up meeting Mad Libs? No, I was in Germany for all that. Is that American thing?
Yeah, I think.
English is a second language.
I spent my adolescence in Ansbach on a military
so
base.
sorry, Alan. That was really rude of us. We've been acting very rude, and I didn't mean to do that. I didn't realize that you were like a ESL situation.
He doesn't know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't. I
we
gotta
can do
be
like a-
ESL being born in Florida and growing up in Germany. Hey, what do I know?
Yeah, you were a baby when you moved to Germany and you learned Deutsch, and then you.
Sie sprechen Sie Deutsch?
No.
Ein Big Bitte Back schnell und roll, huh?
9. But
Big schnell, huh?
you have a big snail? That sounds gross. But
let's try this. Bist du Blod?
Bist du blog? Du hast mich, huh?
Are you just doing the Rammstein song?
I love that song. It's a great song.
I know. You're doing the lyrics from it.
Not all of them. Just some.
here,
Do the
I'll,
rest.
I learned how to speak German, taking voice lessons. So I'll try to quote that song, and Alan, you can just give us the translation, okay?
Nah, du hast mich. I just like the beat. Wasn't
So
really
you
paying
don't
attention
know,
to
you
it.
actually don't know German. That was another lie.
Never said I was lying. I know some German.
No, Joel
wouldn't.
said
I do know French. Would you like DJ
I
Buddy
never.
français?
It's not a lie because I never said I'm lying. Now hold on, this is amazing.
Elle s'appelle et tout? Huh?
Because if you say I'm lying, then it's not a lie. But if you say right, this is amazing. Like I'm purple, I'm lying. That's what you just like created a paradox.
Yeah, that was a lie. We know it was because you said it was.
But it wasn't a lie.
Oh man, when you guys get the hang of being facetious, it's going to be amazing.
Okay, Alan, you don't know German, right? You don't know German, yeah?
Joel, when a man has chances, he stands before you in such a way. That's probably what he was going to say.
All right. Go see your barber, Alan.
Yeah, Alan, I think we're going to move on to a guest who has some substance and maybe like
I've
more
never
than
seen a
like
more
10% of the
accurate
brain.
It's your choice.
You know
Have
that
a good one, sir.
they say you only use 10% of your brain. I think that's true,
What are you
but
using,
also
about
like
3?
get up to 10, dude. Like
Yeah,
get
work
all the
up
way
to
up
it.
there.
Got to get up to 10, huh? Can't be using 90. Can't be at 100. Just got to be at the 10. I understand.
Do you think that God would like want you to stay up here and keep making him look bad, or do you think he'd be like better off if you stepped
He
down?
doesn't look bad whatsoever. I've matched your energy, and it's felt great.
Then I'll just drop you down. Good. Okay, phew. I just didn't want to like, go against God.
He
or
thinks that's a match in energy? Let him think what he wants to think, Joel. Whose energy?
Have we had a dumber guest?
No, by the way, is this the first time he came? I recognize that guy.
He's definitely been up here before, and it was horrible. It was horrible.
Here?
It was so bad. Yes.
Got it.
And on mine too. He's been on basically everyone's at some point. It was
I don't
awful.
remember him.
I don't think I've had him on
I
mine,
do.
thank God. But
Here before? Yeah, I don't remember. But well, then he wasn't the dumbest guest. The dumbest guest we ever had was him last time, probably. You got first and second place for dumbest. That was crazy.
It was awful.
yeah, that's rude. He's rude. I think that's rude. To be that gross and disingenuous is rude.
And also just like this thing where like the whole worldview where God will cure you if you have a relationship, but if not, you die. It's like
That's diabolical.
That's not good. Yeah. Jay, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
20 and Christian.
Joel, can you start this one for me? I got to do something.
Yeah, Jay, what I'm curious about today is, does God do any of the things that the list says he doesn't do, if I can ask it more concisely? Because we don't think that God answers prayer, has free will, loves us all, has any power, does anything, or even exists, which we could have just done the exists, I guess. We covered the rest of them. But do you think God does any of those things?
You can't really conceive of any of those things in a coherent manner if God doesn't exist.
Okay, well, let's do that one. Does God exist? We'll start there.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. Does he do anything?
Yeah.
Like what?
According to his divine providence, he, I don't know, answers prayers, maintains the universe.
That one, that's a different one. You want to do that one?
Okay, loves all.
I don't want to play tag anymore. I'm tired. My legs hurt.
Well, you're it now, so.
Oh, man. I have asthma.
All right, well, take your puffer. And
Wait, is that what we're doing? Tag?
He's just like, circling the drain.
I'll do that. I'm into a tag every now and then. What's that got worse.
I think it's like, it's not quite tag, right, Jay? It's more like, it's a presup thing? You have to presuppose God in order for there to be, for us to be able to reason.
I don't usually take it that way, but yeah.
It's giving you can't have knowledge without God, so if God doesn't exist, you know nothing.
Is that what is epistemological?
I don't really make that argument.
What? Okay, so let's do this. Hold on. Let's let him say. He said God loves us all. I think that if the God of the Bible is the God you're talking about, that's clearly not true as per is told in the Bible, where it says he hates the wicked, right? So can you love someone and hate them?
Can you love someone and hate them? Well, God doesn't hate. It's used analogically there.
What do you mean?
As in, like, there's certain parts of the Bible where words are used to help us understand what it could mean in some sort of modality in God's mind, but it doesn't truly represent what he actually is. Like in Genesis, it says God regrets. God doesn't actually regret, but that word is used there to allow us to understand what he might be feeling.
What he doesn't do.
Sounds like gaslighting.
Yeah, so that's what we were talking with that other guy, and David, you know who David is, the guy who was like king of Israel. He said God hates evildoers and abhors them. Do you think that's true?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he hate and abhor them and love them?
Well, again, the word hate is like not used in it. It doesn't.
So you don't think that's true? So what does David mean by hate?
He means hate in the sense that God will apply his justice.
That what?
That he would apply his justice.
Well, they do say that sometimes. They'll say, you are just to all, you serve justice to everyone. And then this time he said something else, but you think that he meant the same thing as the other words?
What do you mean he meant the same as other words?
Even though he knew the words for you serve your justice. What he did was he said different words but he wrongly meant to use them. He meant to say
I don't
serve
know.
justice.
I don't know what he says or
The
what he could
words
have
say
meant by
one
that.
thing, but you believe a different thing. I'd like to know why.
It's just based on our church tradition.
And the church follows what?
The church follows what? What do you mean?
Does it not follow the Bible? What do
Wait,
you guys
so
follow?
when the
does, but we
Bible
have a
says
word
love,
tradition.
like it means love, but when it says hate, it doesn't mean hate?
Oh, we don't know what the exhaustive account of what it means to like love in every single way or hate in every single way, but we know it based off like church father interpretations.
Yeah, and so what did they use to think that hate meant something else than hate?
Yeah, they usually describe it as God applying his justice.
Yeah, but where did they get that from? Did it just pop into their heads?
Yeah, like I want to know how they made that up.
Oh, it comes through the church tradition. So, started from the apostles where Christ gave authority.
The church tradition, church tradition, Jay.
Yeah,
So
that's what he means. It came from them. They whipped it out of their like asses, I guess.
Yeah, they just made it up. Yeah.
No, they receive it via the Holy Spirit.
Oh, magic! It's magic. Okay.
If you're granting my position, then you're.
Jay, do they write that down? Do they go, "Ooh, I got a message last night from the Holy Spirit. He said that the hate, when used in the Bible, actually means that he applies his justice," or is it just assumed?
No, they follow along from the tradition
got
that was
something.
passed from the apostles.
I just got something. God hates some people.
Holy shit. Literally.
No, Holy Spirit, Sam.
Oh.
No, it's
from
passed down
Holy
from the
shit.
tradition of the apostles.
Yeah, I just got mine from the Holy Spirit though directly.
Okay, okay, sure. What's your point then?
They just made this up, and in the book it says something else. So, if we get to make up what the book says, that's fun. Like, we can do whatever we want, but like
The book tells us to follow them.
to follow who?
The apostles,
But not David.
but not David. We're not under any covenant under David.
Well, hold on.
Under the
Which
covenant of the
which
apostles.
apostle said that hate actually equals the judgment thing?
It's not the it could have been actually, but I don't know if any apostles have said it.
All right, so we have to follow the apostles, but you're just saying like an extra guy, just an extra random.
It's not an extra guy. It comes from the apostles, students or disciples.
So when did it switch? When did they say hate means justice? Is that in the Bible or was it after that?
It could be in the Bible. I don't know, but it's in Saint John of Christendom says it.
Who does this?
Saint John of Christendom.
Okay, Saint John of Christendom of
Christendom. He's got to look it up. He's making it up.
Christendom.
I'm not sure if he is.
Chrysostom. Right? So this guy is okay. He was around, wait a minute. He was born in like the year 347.
That's way after Jesus.
That's interesting. So like 400 years later, about 350 years later, someone was like, just so you know, when David said that, this is way after David too, like way after David. When David said that, what he means is something else. And so that's what you follow him more than David?
No, we interpret David through them.
He doesn't just say hate. He says he abhors them. What word does abhor translate to? More justice?
I don't know.
Inspiring disgust and loathing, repugnant.
I love the word repugnant. I also like revolting. I've like really, really just been loving revolting.
Revolting is good.
Sorry, Sam. There was a great, I shouldn't say great, but one of these comics. Did you ever watch read the, oh, he's gone.
No, I'm here.
Did you ever read the comic The Wizard of Id?
Oh, I'm sure I did. That sounds familiar.
Well, it's kind of like a old-timey almost sort of fantasy or whatever, but they had the king, they had the wizard, they had the peasants. And at the front of the one comic book, it said, "The peasants are revolting." And I don't know, the king was like, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
It was just a play, stupid play on words.
It's a good one. It's great. Jay, you've offered very little so far, except that you don't think the words in David make sense. Let's talk about something else that he might not like. Would you say that loving acts would be, I don't know, like sending people in to like grape women and chop up their babies, or would that be not an act of love?
If he's actively sending them, no.
Yeah. So I don't think you can say that he's loving if that's what his, like, you know, claims are, is that he's going to do that stuff.
If he's loving, no.
Yeah. So in the Bible, when it says, "Hey, I'm going to do this stuff to you," don't you think that that's not a loving thing to say to those people?
Well, it depends on the context. Depends on, again, my opinion doesn't matter on this.
I agree. Like, Joel, Sam, are we all in agreement on this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jay, no one here, I don't think anyone in the chat. You guys, one's in chat if you don't think Jay's opinion really matters that much here. Just to make sure we're all on the same page. Like, you aren't like convincing anyone that you're like you have like some opinion that's like worth paying attention to that much here.
I think it's because he doesn't fully open his mouth when he speaks.
You wouldn't either. You have no coherent account of understanding the Bible or interpreting it, or a moral criteria to draw from what love is or what bad or being evil is.
Well, now he's fired up. That got you going. I love that. Okay, so what do you think? What's the context that would make it okay to or loving, not just okay, but like loving to say I'm gonna send people to come grape your wives in front of you and chop up your babies? What's the context we need for that?
I don't know the context. Neither if I did tell you the context, I don't believe you should, like, I don't know, accept it.
Can I tell you the context?
Again, you have no moral standard to draw from knowing that
That
these
has
things are
nothing
wrong.
to do with what I just said.
Yes, I am. I'm questioning your assumptions. You're
Sam,
presupposing
what I
you
was
have
trying
moral
to do
criteria.
is have him provide literally any context you want. Make up a scenario that's even like wilder than whatever's in the Bible, where I would go, okay, in this case, the loving thing to do is to send people to grape their wives in front of them and dash their babies on the rocks. Make it like you can make up anything, Jay. That if there's even the slightest thing, like, you know, make a shadow of a doubt. Because right now I can't think of a way that's ever loving. I just can't think of one. That seems unloving to me.
Unless
Again, I'm questioning your presupposition of what evil is,
Of what
Jay,
love is?
which would then require you to then like assert
let's
this is
look it
bad,
up.
this is wrong.
Define loving. Sure. Feeling or showing love or great care. They used a love in the definition. That's a little annoying. Love is a feel of like deep affection or to like or enjoy very much. So showing someone like with great care and affection that you like them, that you really enjoy them. And again, so I don't think that you can do that by saying, hey, I'm going to have your wives graped in front of you and we're going to chop your babies up.
Under your worldview, that should be fine.
Under my worldview, I'm saying I don't see that, but under yours, do you think there is one or no?
Yeah, I can give an account for that.
Sorry, what was that?
I can give like an account for that,
Sure.
but you can't.
Go ahead. What is it? What's the scenario where that's like a loving thing to do?
Again, you're trying to force me into this like context, but
I'm letting
Not
you make any
even.
context you want.
The only thing that's happening right now is that you're like refusing to take the burden. It's really annoying. Like, can you
well,
just
I don't
take
know
the
what
burden for
context you're
fun?
talking about.
Me?
No, not you, him.
Oh yeah, that's
You're
what I was
doing
getting
great,
at too.
Tulu. Don't worry. You're doing great.
It's like the burden of having to justify horrific acts.
Yeah, but how do you know they're horrific?
Let's
Based
try
on
this.
what?
Let's
Oh
try
my
this.
God.
Let's try this. Let's do an easier one. Joel slapped me in the face earlier today. We were together. We were in Sweden together. It was a crazy day. It's been a long day. Sorry if I'm a little tired, everybody. But by the way, everyone, season 2, we started recording. It's very exciting. We'll share more later. It was weird. Okay. On the way out, I got a slap in the face, and just with his hand back. Now, at first, I'm thinking.
Sorry, just backhand. Yeah, it wasn't like. It was a more knuckly backhand thing.
Anyway, that's like a more culturally acceptable slap.
Yeah.
Which we learned. But at first I'm thinking, how can he do this and love me? But then I learned the context, right? There was a very large spider on my face. Okay. And the Swedish snow spiders are dangerous. Okay. And so he, was reactive in loving me so much that he had to protect me. And I realized, oh my gosh, this guy loves me so much. He's willing to risk getting his hand bit by a spider in order to save me. So that's a context that made the slap that seemed unloving, made me feel like, wow, this guy likes me. It gave me a feeling of love. Do you understand what I'm saying, Jay?
And I'm okay, by the way. I'm okay. The spider didn't bite me. It ran right away. Like Mezzo's face was in the snow. He didn't even see it. But
yeah, I was going to mention I didn't see it, which was a little like at first I was suspicious, but then he said no.
It ran away really fast, which was like phew. But it's because I scared it, and so.
And yeah. I've been meaning to look up what the Swedish snow spiders look like. I haven't Googled it yet, but I'm sure they exist and everything. So
can we just talk about how sweet Joel is for a moment? Like Joel, that's so kind.
It's heroic.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to let my friend be killed by a snow spider, even though he was being there was some unkind word. Anyway, we don't need to go into the whole details.
No, yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Right.
It
was weird timing that it was like right after I had like said something about your legs and how like your legs were narrow and then it like, oh, there's a spider. Like it just was, I guess, interesting timing. But Jade, what I'm realizing is that he helped me. And so I learned later in the context that it was a loving act. It felt like love to me. Now, can you do the same thing for, hey, I'm going to send someone to, like if Joel, instead of slapping, had said, hey, there's a spider on your face, so I'm going to send somebody to grape your wife and chop up your children in front of you, I would be like, it's just a spider, right? That's not enough. So what would be enough of a thing to make me go, oh yeah, that's a loving act?
You've given me a hypothetical, yet no justification.
What do you need justified?
Your morals.
Why? Why do you need that for that? For me to feel to feel love from Joel, you need to have my morals justified?
Any ought needs to be justified.
I'm not asking an ought. That's not what we're doing.
If he slapped your face, it's an ought. He ought to slap your face to get rid of the spider. I'm asking you.
I'm saying it made me feel love.
Okay.
No, but why ought I get rid of the spider, Jay? I mean,
exactly.
It'll just be an infinite regression. So why don't you just speak from your heart?
Yeah, we can use yours because we are questioning yours. You're right. I am a moralless atheist. I have no justification for any of my morals, but you do. So what are like using God's morals? What would be the good like reason to like grape someone's wife in front of them and chop up their kids?
Wait, so you do say you have no moral justification?
Yeah, I got nothing. I'm a hopeless like infidel. Oh, so let's use yours since you have some, right?
Yeah, so then the argument doesn't work no more.
Okay, so what's the argument that doesn't work?
Because you just conceded.
Which argument doesn't work?
You can't make any ought claims if you have...
I'm not. I'm asking you something. I'm not making an argument. I'm asking you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Jay,
what you're doing is called dodgeball.
You didn't make an argument, right? Like you didn't do that.
Jay, are you on a different call?
He's the one who made
phones? Are you talking to someone else?
He's the one who made the argument. Why am I making it?
No, but Mezzo
are you in Justin's live?
Mezzo just asked you like a question, and then like you didn't answer the question, and then you were like, "Nuh-uh," because I don't know about your moral framework. Right, but like we had no reason to get accounts out yet. He just gave you a hypothetical so we could understand your worldview, and then you played like philosophical dodgeball, and it was really sad.
Dodgeball.
Let's do this, Jay.
You're
do you
using
think that? Do you think that God is an objective source of morality for all of us?
Objective, if you mean consistent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I accept. Okay, so now we're all on the same page with that. Now, can you show me like a situation where telling someone that you're gonna grape their wife and chop up their kid is a loving act? Now that we all have the same morality.
So you accept God.
Yep.
So what's the point of this conversation?
I'm trying to learn about you now.
So if you do accept God, then you should also know that then there would be a reason for whatever.
I'm really new to God. I just became a Christian 4 seconds ago. I don't know all of the rules yet. So what do we say as Christians when someone says like, oh, by the way, God does this loving act sometimes where he tells people to commands people to grape people's wives and chop up their babies in front of them. How do we as Christians like respond to that question? When it comes up, like, do we just dodge around a bunch, or do we have a response to that, or do we just act?
What did the church fathers say? Did the church fathers have something on this?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. What are you talking about? Which passage?
You are so like I'm going to go back to being an atheist because like this worldview sucks. If we have no response to that, I'm going back. I'm going back. You have me?
I'm asking for the passage that you're getting this from.
I think Jay is FaceTiming with Alan right now. I think that's what's going on.
That's possible.
Alan and Justin.
Oh my God, that's so possible. Okay, let's find the one here.
Might be the most disingenuous debate I've ever had.
Disingenuous.
We went from the dumbest to the least ingenuous. Okay, proclamation against Babylon. So God is telling the people of Babylon what He's going to do to them. Ready? This is in Isaiah 13. Ready? Jay? It's not ready.
Isaiah 13 what?
Let's go down to 15. All right. So this is the oracle concerning Babylon that Isaiah saw. He saw this, and he's saying that the day of the Lord is near. Whoever is found will be thrust through. Whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered, and their wives graped. See, I am stirring up the Medes against them who have no regard for silver, do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men, and they will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not pity children. Okay, that's what we're talking about. Okay, he's reading it. Yeah. Or maybe he's talking to Alan for some insights here, but God, that was really funny, Joel. He's checking in with Alan on the other side.
Alan's like, well, they're not going to the barber.
If he says anything about a barber or like how God made chemo easier or something like that, I'm gonna flip out. But Jay, when you're on that whatever app you're on, we can't hear you. I don't know if you're talking or not, but you're like muted on our end until you come back to us. There you go.
And you can always just tell us the apologetics website. We can look it up too. If
that's good. What site are you looking at, Jay? So I can put it on the screen, or I can read it.
Eastern Orthodox Apologetics.org or something like that.
Eastern Orthodox Apologetics. Orthodox Wiki.
It might be Aquinas. No, wait, Thomas Aquinas probably not. Augustine, disgustingaugustine.org.
Oh,
that's where he deals with all the disgusting stuff in the Bible.
I have church fathers. Something church. I don't know if I'm allowed to say these words. This is a different site.
Can't wait to study the art of the tap dance via Jay's return. I can't wait.
I love this move, by the way. This move where someone asks you a like very straightforward question. That's a hard question, and you just kind of do like, well, you don't even have morality. Like that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah,
no, literally, dude's got to be a Juilliard alum. This is crazy.
Yeah, you don't have objective morality is the like cop out of the like. It's kind of like I agree. This is horrible. I don't know how to get out of it. But let's talk about your morality real quick because that's all I can do. So they're just agreeing with you that what you're saying is that what God did was horrible.
Who do you think the most famous tap dancer is?
I mean, it's him now.
How about what was his name?
I think Fred Astaire did it.
That's what I was going to say.
That's not what he's like as known for, maybe. But I think Gregory Hines is the guy. Like when I think of a tap dancer, he's the guy that comes to my mind. If you look up Gregory Hines, you'd be like, oh yeah, I've seen that guy tap dance. He was more modern. I think he's still alive. He was like an early 90s tap phenomenon. Wait a minute, Jay, are you Gregory Hines? What, Jay, where are you? What are you doing? Like, why can't you come back to the app? If you're saying stuff, we can't hear you, Jay.
I feel like tap dancing isn't fair for someone like Jay because like a tap dancer, they're expressive, they're so entertaining, they're doing a show. You know, like it's
your morality doesn't exist. Yeah, a bit more of.
There's jazz hands involved. I mean, this guy's doing.
I think you'd be a great tap dancer, Joel.
Oh, I'm drawn to it. I'm drawn to it. I should get some shoes. I've never been told that, but I could totally see myself doing it.
Melissa, are you with us? Are you here?
This plant may look like green onion.
I don't think Melissa meant to be here. I'm leaving Jay up. Obviously, he's running away. He has nothing to offer. He's about to just like pretend like he was off the app for too long. Jay, if you're off the app for too long, it's going to make you leave on purpose. So don't do that. Are you going to run off?
No, I didn't run off.
Okay.
This verse doesn't say God is doing any of that. It's the
right. I never said that was the case. It says God is saying, "I'm going to send somebody, the Medes, to I'm going to send the Medes to grape your wives and chop up your children." Right? And you're saying that I'm saying that doesn't sound like an act of love to me. But as a new Christian, that doesn't sound loving to me because now I have like morals and stuff. But you are also a Christian with the same morals. And do you think that is an act of love? Man, it's been a pathetic night. Jay, what's up? What do we do?
You do realize you give me a verse and then I have to then read the verse and then I have to read the interpretation of it. We've just agreed to that. You've already conceded you have no moral framework for understanding.
That doesn't matter, dude. That doesn't matter.
Well, why does it not matter? It matters
because you have to justify grape from your God. He's stirring up the Medes to go and sexually assault people. You have to justify that. And it shouldn't be this hard, should it, to be a fan of the God of love? Why'd you got to bend over backwards like this, buddy?
Which website are you reading, Jay?
New Advent.
Huh? New Advent?
Mm-hmm.
New Advent. Okay, let's look it up together.
Like, why do they have to work so hard? This shouldn't be the case if God was loving.
The complete list of popes. This is a Catholic website? You're a Catholic?
No.
They'll jump back and forth. The church fathers cover both denominations.
By the way, let's just see if Postagwarl. Are you meaning to be up here right now? You had some background noise. I don't know if you mean to be on the live Posta, but you are. Okay, so let's see. New Advent, and then we search Isaiah 13. Okay, Access Precious Bible, inspiring Bible verses. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This isn't a website that does this. Oh, here it took me to another website called Rapture Ready. That's fun. It's like in italics, guys.
Oh, period.
Is that where we're at? Rapture Ready?
End time news.
He's like, just tell them that the God's Jesus is coming soon. Just get them rapture ready real quick and ignore all this grape stuff.
This one's installing malware. This is a good one.
Oh, that's not
this thing. accept Bible malware.
End times related events daily.
Holy moly. Oh, new advent. Okay, here we go. I think I got Holy Bible. Okay, the burden of Babylon. Here we go. The day of the Lord. How far down was it? Okay, with such enemy, I mean to tremble the medians. The medians who reck nothing of silver, who are not to be tempted with gold, they will make young boys a target for their arrows, have no pity for pregnant mothers, no kindly glance for children. Okay, so this is it. They're saying that this is what it says. To literally burnt up, the faces of flame. Okay. Yeah, there's no apologetic. Maybe that's why he's having a hard time. There's no apologetic here. You got to find a site, Jay, that says, here's why we think this is okay.
Yeah. You're going to want to type like Isaiah, like 13.
Apologetic.
And then you're going to put like apologetic next to it and then hit enter. And it'll probably take you somewhere.
Okay, prophecy from God foretelling the description of Babylon. Oh, no, it is description. And the punishment for the pride and arrogance, primarily piece of evidence for faith. It's an illustration of God's power and judgment. Ugh. Okay, yeah. Bible Project, Jay, you want to try Bible Project? Let's see what that one says.
They usually do just like nice stories told nicer than they actually are.
Oh, there's no one's commenting on this. I wonder why no one is. What does Isaiah 13 teach us?
You better watch out. You better not cry.
I'm trying to help you, Jay. I don't know.
Yeah, I know St. Jerome comments on it, but yeah.
What'd he say?
Just says he does comment on it. Trying to find the book. But I don't know if we should do a whole Bible study right now. But
look, the thing is, though, Jay, is like this is just one of many, right? So you don't really have to like know too much about this particular passage.
Which is why I started talking epistemology.
Yeah, but like for us, we could be like, it's just our opinion. We think it's bad. You have to justify it. And maybe the justification is it's not bad. Maybe in your view, it's good to send people to grape other people. And that's your Christian view. But that's a really tough pill to swallow, right?
I mean, unless it's not.
Yeah, but let's say that is the case under your paradigm. How is it wrong?
That doesn't matter.
No, look, I'm happy to answer that, Jay.
You can't. Yeah, go on.
If you want, I'm happy to actually explain how I do morality and stuff. I'm happy to do that. But I'll tell you that no matter what I say, it's not going to include it's okay to sometimes send people to grape each other and chop up their babies and infants, right? I don't think that there's anyone's moral framework where that's where it's going to I guess sometimes that's what we got to do, unless that is yours, is it? Because you want to say that, no, we don't want to do this, right?
No, I don't want to do what?
We don't, do you think it's morally unacceptable to send somebody to grape every time? Or do you think that sometimes it is acceptable?
No, it's wrong.
It's wrong every time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with you, probably for different reasons, but maybe not. Why do you think it's wrong?
Based on my morality.
Right. Not God's, because God's, sometimes that is the right thing to do. So I do actually agree with you, because based on my morality, we're each using our own morality, we agree with each other. Our morality lines up. God's doesn't.
Okay.
Right?
Sure. I haven't said that yet.
You haven't said what?
I haven't said that yet. I haven't said my morality is different from God's.
You just did right now. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You said it's always wrong to do that. God did it. Do you think God does wrong things?
No, but the thing in question, if God does do that, I disagree.
If he threatens people by saying, I'm going to send people to grape your wives?
Well, again, we're going to have to do a whole Bible study for it.
Okay,
really
that's what it says in here.
Just read it.
Yeah, but that's the problem with if you just read stuff from the Bible. That's why we need the church.
So your excuse isn't that I don't have morality, and it isn't that you and God disagree. It isn't that grape sometimes is good, and that's why he's doing it. Your excuse is that this chapter is not what it says. We have to look deeper into the Bible and solve some riddle to unravel what this actually secretly means instead of the words, right? That's fine. If you want to be the Riddler, that's neat and all. I think you sound more like the Joker. That's what I thought the J was for, because this whole conversation has been a joke.
That's right, folks. It's the top of the hour. It's
You conceded on having morals.
PM, and we are live on the Mezzo debate platform, a subsidiary of DVDs. And that's it. It's we got Nebula coming up in the hot seat, possibly, probably not loading, but we'll see what happens. It's top of the hour, 11:33, and BBD season 2 is coming out Monday, folks. Pew 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 pew.
Oh, sorry, loves.
This is Dearest Amanda.
Hi, Sam.
We got Dearest Amanda in the hot seat. Take it away, Mezzo.
Oh, fuck yeah. It's the top of the hour. You know what it is, motherfuckers. Let's go. Coming up next, more apologetics from different websites and more people confusing the panel, as we've never had a worse show. I don't think we've ever had a worse show. Our next guest is, wait, who's this? Do we know you?
It's Amanda.
Hi,
I'm
Amanda.
sorry. I accidentally clicked up, but I just wanted to say I love you, Sam.
I love you more, Pookie.
Say it to everyone or it's going to be weird.
Yeah, you gotta say it to them too, or they're gonna cry.
I love you guys so much. You're both very, very handsome
Say
for
each
white
person,
folks.
like, which one's more handsome and stuff like that.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Don't be shy.
Honestly, toss-up.
That's an insult. To Joel. That's an insult to Joel, just so you guys.
Toss-up.
That's an insult. Joel's 100,000 times more.
Do you guys do the top of the hour in the dead center of the hour on purpose?
No, it's just that we just came over from Sweden, so we're on like a different time zone thing. We're a little bit like
No, I mean like every.
No, we normally hit it like right on the thing.
Really?
We're
Okay.
consistent with it, and we typically get it. Sometimes we miss it. We do it a few.
Right. Okay.
I don't know if we ever. We're pretty much.
We're pretty spot on, but
It says 800. Like it's really clear when it is. So like I don't think.
Yeah.
But with time zones, it's a little bit difficult to tell. Jordan, what's your age and religion?
30, Christian.
All right. Look, I got this new background that is not going well. It's probably the worst one I've had since Prove to Me Satan Exists or whatever that one was. That was a rough night too. So we'll probably throw it out. But what do you think? Does God do any of these things?
Well, I wanted to just confirm with Sam, and it's relevant because it's relevant to all of them because, but anyway, I just want to know if Sam...
Is this guy going to do some like weird thing where he says like he like claims he has pictures of you doing C3PO or something?
I don't know. He was in my live earlier in the comments. I think he's a Christian. He didn't seem too hostile.
Okay.
So I
had to mute him and check because I know sometimes I've seen people just jump up and be like, "Oh, I have evidence."
Yeah, they've done that.
Okay. All right. All right.
I think it'll be fine.
Okay. Sorry about that, Jordan. Just had to make sure before something terrible happened. You're not terrible, are you?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
So Sam in the chat said that she thinks that having kids is inherently immoral because parents bring their kids into a world full of suffering. And I was just wondering if Joel and
Oh, that's
Mezzo
not
agree with
why.
that?
But I do think it's immoral.
Okay, well, for whatever reason, Joel and Mezzo, do you think bringing kids into this world is inherently immoral?
I don't think inherently, no.
Oh, so you and Sam disagree. That's interesting.
Well, I don't know where you got inherent from, but
Well, you think having kids is...
Sam and I disagree on lots of stuff, just so you know. Like, we are actually like different people. Joel and I disagree on some things. Sam and Joel probably disagree on things. That's fine. Do you disagree with us on any of these things?
Well, yeah, because I think you guys were talking about like kids with cancer and stuff as proof that God doesn't love us and doesn't answer prayer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And yet, isn't it hypocritical to not blame parents who bring their children into this world knowing they will suffer and unalive? Like, don't they like God brings us into a world full of suffering and he's a bad guy, but parents do the exact same thing and they get a pass in your world?
No, what I'm saying is that God has the power to, absolutely. God has the power to end all cancer right now, and parents don't. So parents are like forced to roll the dice if they want to live an enjoyable life, and they choose to do it or they don't. That's up to them. But God has the power to fix problems and chooses not to. That's what we're like talking about. If a parent, like had a kid that had cancer, and could either like choose to try to help them or not help them and chose not to help them, I'd be like, that's kind of fucked up. You probably should have choose to help them. Wouldn't you?
They could help them by not. There's no cancer if kids don't have, if parents don't have kids, there's no cancer. So
like if I have a baby and it's born with like a cancer or some whatever
don't have the
other
baby,
disease,
and
I was like, oh, I didn't know they were going to be born like this, but there's a cure. We could give them the cure, but I go, nah, let's not give them the cure. Let's just let them die. Do you think that I did a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, it's ridiculous. You're just moving the goalposts, right?
That's what we're talking about.
You're assuming the kid is already born. You don't have to birth the child at all. You don't have to take the risk of
Sure, yeah. God shouldn't have children. Sure. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying if you're going to blame God for allowing suffering, you're saying,
I don't blame God. I'm saying I don't think God exists. The reason he doesn't exist is because we see like horrible things happen, right? Do you understand what we're saying at all?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
I don't.
Yeah.
Jordan, is there a chance that you'll have a baby and they won't have cancer, and maybe they'll have some lousy days, but they'll have like a majority of like great days?
Oh, so you're saying maybe
he's asking if there's a chance that would happen.
Of course, yeah, but there's still suffering, and your standard with God is any suffering at all automatically bad.
So this is how I would say it. This is how I would say it. So like if I were to have children and I knew that I could do everything that I could in my power to give them mostly good days, and I would try to teach them and so they can learn things to hopefully mostly have good days. And there may be chances that like the fates aren't in our favor, and maybe they would get something like cancer and they would just have some really bad days. But there could be a chance that it'll be mostly good days. That would be something that like a risk that maybe I would be willing to take. Now, one thing that I think would be immoral for me to do is to smoke cigarettes and blow the smoke in their face in the car. I think that would be wrong because we know the health complications that come from doing that kind of thing. Now, what God is doing...
driving's dangerous for sure.
Yeah, the driving part. So that's me being finite. I can't help a lot of the variables here. But what Mezzo's saying, and the thing that you keep on ignoring because you don't want to have a real conversation, is that God is making everybody to suffer and blowing the smoke in their face, giving them the cancer when he could stop all of that.
Parents are doing the exact same thing. They know their kids will suffer. Your fantasy, like,
do you think that's bad for parents to do?
No, I think it's worth it. But you guys are the one. The same brush that you're painting God with has to be applied.
I understand what you're saying now. Okay, sorry, I was confused before about what you're saying. So you're saying that for parents, it's worth the risk.
I'm saying for both, it's worth it. For God and parents, but you have a double standard.
What is God at risk of?
God allows God brings us into a world full of suffering. So do parents. Parents bring their kids into a world full of suffering. And I think both of those are fine.
Right.
It's going to be worth it.
So for parents, like if like Joel and I are
But
about
you're
to
saying
have
God
a baby.
can't allow any suffering.
Jordan, just listen, like let's play this out. I'll do it with you. Jordan, you and I are like deeply in love. We have like a good house. We have like a jobs, and we're like, let's have a baby. I want you to put a baby in me, Jordan. I want to do it. Let's weigh the risks. We weigh the risk. Maybe they'll have harlequins. Maybe they'll suffer. Maybe they'll be a fucking
It's
nerd.
100% they're going to suffer. There's no maybe they'll suffer. They're definitely going to suffer and unalive.
Oh, you mean like all life is suffering?
Every single human being in their lifetime will suffer, guaranteed. And you're saying that God can't allow any suffering at all, right?
Okay, I disagree with that term of like suffering. Then I don't think like a little bit of struggle counts as suffering, right? Like to me, like dealing with a bit of a hardship, like a breakup with a girlfriend or something like that, that doesn't count as like
a breakup.
Suffering.
Breakup isn't suffering, really?
No, I think that's a struggle that you can get through. I'm talking about these big.
Oh, it's a struggle now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about the big sufferings, right? Like maybe our baby Jordan will be born with Harlequin's disease. They'll live for 2 years in pain and then die. That's what I'm talking about. Those things. If there was only breakups and suffer, absolutely, I got you. If there was only like
you're dancing,
we deal with breakups and like when we die of an old age, it's like unfortunate, but everyone dies in their sleep. And there was like struggles to deal with that were kind of hard, but it wasn't like pain, like slavery, Holocaust, like those terrible things. Then it would be like more convincing that maybe there was a God. But there's crazy bad stuff, right?
Wait, actually, Jordan and Mezzo, I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you think God is perfect?
Yeah.
Okay. What did he create for then?
I mean, I don't think it's really possible for us to put it into words. I mean, it's so far beyond.
No, but I mean, like logically speaking, if to be perfect means to be like for improvement to be impossible, that is the absolute best version of things. And there was a point in time where there was just God, which means that perfection existed by itself. That means that in order for God to have created, either he made things imperfect on purpose, or he is imperfect and needed creation to make up for a lack. Which you don't believe that, because God is perfect.
What if it's perfect? What if it's the perfect decision to make an imperfect world?
So that means that God didn't exist in perfection by himself.
And what if he created the world at the perfect time?
He doesn't.
I mean, see, your instinct is to attack him instead of trying to look for a defense.
I just asked you a question, dude.
We spent the whole last guest looking up defenses for him. We were trying to find them for him. I'm happy to like steel man the argument and try to give you the benefit of the doubt here. I think that this thing that you're saying is interesting. Like the idea of whether or not parents should bring kids into this world is a real question. But like, I think that's an interesting question that a lot of parents like it weighs on their hearts. Should we bring someone into this in this economy? You know, like imagine like especially like during the heart of COVID, like people being like, yeah, let's bring a baby into this world. That's kind of like, that's a hard decision. How long is this going to last? You know what I mean? Some people think that and decide against it. I think that's a really valid philosophical discussion to have with your mate, right? That you're doing sexually. But Jordan, I don't see how that this carries over to God.
Oh yeah, this is
perfect,
like fully
right?
exactly, because like humans are flawed.
Yeah, maybe it is a mistake for us.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
is it a mistake for God?
I think the question is how much suffering is allowable. So like, I think the default option for a lot of atheists is like, God, if anybody bruises their elbow, God's evil. How could God let him bruise his elbow? But like,
I've thought about that, Jordan. I do think that if God were perfectly morally good, then that would be the case, that we wouldn't stub our toe. It'd be like heaven all the time.
But then parents are evil too. Because parents are
totally, because heavens are omnipotent and all knowing and all loving. Right. Totally. I'm with you.
No, because you're setting the standard. If God even allows a little bit of suffering, if he doesn't prevent,
listen to the rest of my thing.
Then he's evil, right?
I'm not saying he's evil. I don't think he exists. I'm saying that if he's described as all good and even the slightest not good happens, then his description has failed.
Yeah, so if he allows even a little bit of suffering, then he's evil. But parents,
no, that's not what I said. Don't strawman me, dude. Strawman of the century.
The argument is not
God
suffering
all,
bad. The argument is there's a contradiction.
Is God all 100% perfectly omni-good?
Yeah.
Does he create everything perfectly 100% omni-good?
I mean, from his perspective, yeah.
Yeah,
I think
from his perspective, does he only allow 100% perfectly omni-good things to happen?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we shouldn't stub our toe. Absolutely. That makes sense because that's just a little bit, it doesn't make him evil. It just makes him only 99.999% good, right?
How do you know letting people stub their toe is evil? Maybe it's a higher good.
I'm not saying it's evil. I'm not saying it's evil. Okay, if it's a higher good, that's interesting.
It's not good.
What's the higher good in stubbing toe? Are we going to stub
people make mistakes, letting them learn? It's the same thing with children.
Do you think we're going to stub toes in heaven?
No, probably not.
Why not?
Because it'll be perfect.
Right. Okay, so it's not perfect here.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean God making this imperfect world is an imperfect decision. You're like,
I think it is. I think it is. You'll have to show otherwise. Yeah, that seems like an absolute failure of perfection. 99.9 repeating percent is not perfect. It's less than 100% perfect.
You're saying that God creating an imperfect world makes him not good, but you can't prove that claim. It could be that the best possible decision.
That's not what makes him not good. It makes him not all good. What makes him evil is the shit in the Bible. That shit makes him evil.
Oh, so now you're changing your argument?
Absolutely. No, I've been talking about this all night. I'm talking about what makes him not all 100% good is the little things. Those little things do, right? But if we want to talk about why God is evil, I'm happy to get into why I think that would be the case, sure. But that's not what we've been talking about.
Well, I just want to know if you think that, so is God, how much suffering is God allowed to not prevent? How much suffering is okay?
Yeah, I usually give the Bluey example. Are you familiar with Bluey?
No.
The cartoon dog TV show?
So sad.
You don't know about Bluey?
You don't know about Bluey?
How old are you, Jordan?
30.
Oh, you should probably watch Bluey, yeah. What did you watch when you were growing up? Like SpongeBob?
Totally Spies.
I don't know Totally Spies.
Oh, that's shocking.
Power Rangers.
Ninja
Turtles.
Ninja
Spider-Man.
Turtles. Spider-Man. Okay, yeah. So you're into more like action and fighting stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know if those totally apply. Although like kind of. I think that, like if you're doing Power Rangers, like that's a better world than what we have here. That's a more acceptable world. People are happier, but they were like bullies and stuff still. So I wouldn't quite do that one. I think like the reason Bluey is so good is like watch an episode of Bluey's after this, Jordan. Just go on like Disney Plus and get on Bluey. But there's these like family of dogs and they're in Australia and they're really cute. It's also really funny. It's like a clever, sweet, loving, beautiful show. Kids love it, but it's enjoyable for people my age. There's this episode where the dad dog has to leave for work. He has to go on a trip, and the pups are sad. They're struggling. They have to they miss him. They have to learn to get through the days without him, and they have to just call him on the phone, but he's not answering. He's in a different time zone. It's all this stuff, and it's a bummer. And then when the dad finally gets back, the dad's sad too. He's crying. When the dad gets back, they are connected even more. I miss you so much. I love you. And there's this growth between them that's beautiful. And it's a very sweet, tear jerking episode. And I think that level of struggle, I think, is okay. I think that there is something where you can say that added to growth. Their love increased. Their relationship grew from that difficult thing that they got through together. Okay, I think that that's perfectly fine, and I think you can justify that very clearly. But they don't have an episode of Bluey where Bingo, the little sister, has to dodge bullets at school. And they don't have an episode where the mom gets raped by the neighbor, and because the neighbor is a struggling alcoholic. And they don't have an episode where like the grandma gets cancer and dies horrifically. Those things are like egregious. That's too much. And we have so much of that, like so much of that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm happy to say that we don't need to have like perfect heaven world. I think heaven would be kind of boring. I don't know why people want to go there. But I think that there's too much. I really do.
Well, that's fine. I'm glad you admitted that, you know, we can have a little bit of struggle, just like parents know their kids. That's good. I mean, that's good, because I think it's ridiculous when people say, oh, no, none allowed at all, no suffering, no evil, no struggle, none of it. I think that's insane and a double standard.
Pretend you're God for a second, and you see like a situation like that, like a dad has to leave. You could, you know, mess with the boss's heart and have him say, let the dad stay home or something like that. But then you see the future and go, no, there's going to be growth out of that. I think that this will be good for them. They'll learn some independence in the long run. Like I can see that and be like, Jordan, as God, you did a good thing there. But now as God, you see like a Harlequin baby born, and you see them like, you see the sperm coming for the egg, right? And it's like making its way for the egg. And you know that when that sperm hits that egg, it's going to make a Harlequin baby who suffers for 2 years in horrendous pain as their skin is too hard. And like they just feel like they're inside out the whole time. And they're going to be like appalling for people to look at even. Like even eyes that gaze upon them are going to be like, feel grotesque inside. And they're going to feel sad inside. And you see that sperm coming, you know that like after 2 years of pain, they're just going to die and the family's going to be sad, and there's going to be like funeral arrangements that they can't afford and stuff like that. And you see that sperm coming, and all you could do is go and pop that sperm down. Down there, pop that sperm down. Is that one? Okay. And then
We're doing what to the sperm?
problem solved. Okay, that one sperm gets eviscerated. The next one makes it, and the baby's fine. And the next baby, like they have struggles and they deal with stuff, but it's not the Harlequin one. Would you let that? Can you think of any reason to let that happen? That's like a good thing. That makes a better world in the long run. I can't. That's why I can't think of a thing where it's like, oh, I can think of it for why the dad left work. I can find the good in that. I can't do it for the Harlequin babies. I can't find the good in it.
Well, I think, you know, this life is, but well, okay. First of all, the pain I think should be dealt with as people. We like, you know, we can put them on painkillers, or I don't know, like I'm sure doctors deal with this all the time, and there is a limit. People start to dissociate. There's only so much pain a person can take before they dissociate, and you can even hear like people having spiritually, they just totally leave their body. So I think there is just natural limits to, but obviously the pain is horrible, but everybody goes through pain, and this life is temporary. I think if you zoom out, you know.
That's what I'm trying to, like, I don't know what that pain thing was about, but what's the zoom out where you go, oh, that's why he lets the Harlequin babies.
Fuck?
What's the, it's like, oh, now I see why. Like with the airplane and the dad, we went, oh, when they got back together, their relationship was stronger, and also the kids learned how to be independent. What's the zoom out for Harlequin babies?
It's going to be fine. Long term, they'll be fine. Everybody suffers. That's just their lot.
So okay, I get it. So the good thing, when you zoom out and go, here's the good thing, everyone suffers. That's what you're saying?
And it'll be over soon.
But also, Jordan, keep in mind the other silver lining: the parents' hearts break completely and are never the same. How about that? Does that help?
Everything's going to be fine. We're all going to live happily ever after. There's nobody's heart's going to be permanently.
But they're also going to burn in hell for eternity. So, or unless you're a universalist.
Eternal hell's a lie. It's not.
Okay,
true.
You're a universalist. But the point is that their heart is broken for the next.
I love this.
60 years.
Okay. Here's what's weird.
The Bible says life is a mist, a vapor. This life is like
wait. So I just want to, and Mezzo, I can't wait for you to draw, right?
This is an easy one. Go ahead.
Oh yay. So you came up here to make a dichotomy between what I think and what they think, in an effort to like distinguish the two of us in a way that's like pitting us against each other ideologically. And then when that didn't work, you thought, okay, well, how can I press Joel and Mezzo on their worldviews to make them feel bad about what they think? And when that didn't work, you went, well, now that we're on my worldview, you know what? Baby suffering is chill because eventually they won't.
I mean, you guys admitted that a little bit of suffering is okay. In general.
Right, but then we asked about the
nothing to do with
Harlequins
what I
thing.
just said.
By the way, just Mezzo did.
it's really
I
bad
think
for
that under your view, it doesn't make any sense for there to be any suffering. But
I agree. Like, Joel, I'm with you on that. I'm just saying, like,
I know you're being
if I were
charitable.
God, like, yeah, I'm trying to, like, you know, like, because he said this thing was like, oh, you always go for the defense and stuff. So I am trying to, like, let me give you as much of this as I can and show you that it still sucks. Okay, so here's the big issue I have. Here's God at the beginning of time and before the universe exists, and he's just alone in all his great ass godliness. Okay, and he exists right here, and then somewhere along this line, well, he gets to like eternity, right? And this is where it just goes on forever, and his plan is like finished. Everyone's in heaven because you're a universalist. All these souls have been created. They have this like beautiful eternity to spend together that feels great, and everything is fine, right?
Yeah.
This is like the end goal that like once everything is good, that's where it goes on forever. And it's in this idea, it's this straight path where he just like makes everything already like that. Okay. But what we have is the creation of Earth somewhere along this line. And with that, you get, stealing, which is kind of bad. And, murdering, genocide stuff, all the
Pride.
Pride, some like bad things that like this long list of terrible things that go down. And then eventually, some people have good lives, some people have bad lives. And eventually it gets back up to the same spot. Okay. So of the two paths of this like super simple chart, right? I know that like this chart of bad things happening is very like rudimentary, but you kind of get the point. Instead of going straight to here, which he could have done and given us all the like knowledge of all these things and understanding of all these things, he chose the one that includes all the actual suffering and pains, all the actual slaveries, all the actual grapes, all the real times that babies were born with harlequins once a day in the US alone. Every single terrible thing that we've been talking about, including every toe stub. That's this. There's a really little, I don't know if you can see it right here. That's toe stubs right there. And ends up at the same place. He picked the one that has all the real horrific things to get to the same outcome. That is not all good.
Okay, show me where
some of this is bad. All the red part.
What would you be comfortable with? Draw the line that you'd be okay with. How much, if that's the suffering line, how much, or the struggle line, how shallow is that valley for you to be
I think
okay with
it should be like, like this.
Right? Okay. Interesting. Yeah. But if you zoom out, I mean, then it kind of looks the same, right?
You think this is the same?
If you zoom out,
do you think genocide is the same as toe stubbing?
If you zoom out,
like, what are you talking about? You think that like the centuries of slavery is equal to breaking up with a girlfriend? You fuck. What are you talking about?
They're obviously different. I mean, the two lines.
So stop trying to like equate them. That's terrible.
It's okay that you don't know how math works in graphs, but actually, if you zoom out, the difference will become minimal, right? That's how graphs work, right? It's hard. I understand, but
do you think I have enough room on this whiteboard to make it go low enough for genocide?
I know you have to use your brain and your imagination, but I understand.
That was the full like amount of suffering part of the thing. Like when we hit infinity, like the like in heaven part, that's we didn't have to draw that because that would just be blue straight line. Everybody would be happy. Mezzo just drew the part where everyone suffers. So there's no zooming out. That's all we get.
I mean, if it's eternal, then do you know how eternal works?
Do you think
eternal
it's not
makes the
that
timeline go forever?
I understand.
Right?
So what you're saying is it's not that big a deal. because in the end, everything's going to be okay. So when you see like somebody like gets raped, like in an alley, you kind of go like, you're going to be okay. That's not that big
And there
a deal.
should be, I mean, you'd think people would be able to protect women, but apparently humans are just so dumb.
We can't do it. We don't have the powers that God has where he could do it, right? So what you're saying is that you'd think God would be able to protect women, but he can't, so he lets it happen. But in the long run, it's going to be fine. It's not that big of a deal that rape happens. Is that your point of view?
Yeah, I think that's the biblical view. Eventually, it's going to be
very
fine.
good. All right, this is great showcasing for anyone in the chat who is currently on the fence. And I know we got a Justin raid. I'm so glad to see you here. You guys are all wonderful. Probably some of the raiders who came in were, maybe some people on the fence. They're not sure if they should keep being a Christian or not. I want you to see right here where the ghost of Christian future is, where you see that soon eventually you'll be going, getting raped in the alley isn't that big of a deal. That's the kind of shit that you're going to end up. Sorry, I'm doing a quick thing where I like berate you and then I'm going to drop you.
She should cry about getting raped forever, like it just eternity of just crying, like she'll never heal ever. That's your opinion? That's what you think is better?
Holy shit.
I don't know what he's trying to do. I don't know. I just don't know the move.
What happened?
He's just a garbage person.
We knew that already.
He got really bad.
Very good.
He bit the bullet.
Hi, Amanda.
Amanda, welcome in. What are you doing?
I honestly don't know. Oh, wait. I'm going to redeem myself. I really want to redeem myself. My answer to your question from before is why not all three at the same time?
Because I'm married?
Absolutely understand.
Oh, you mean, I understand what you mean. Yeah. Okay. Get out of here.
Hey, grow up, Amanda. Why don't you make a decision? Like, why don't you just like say something that's true for once and be honest?
Okay, you know what? Since we're gonna go there, Joel, which one of us is prettier, me or Mezzo? What happened? What happened to that energy that you had? Oh.
Did he run?
I thought you dropped it.
No, I did. I'm trying to bring the next guest up here. But also, I really need to refill my water bottle. Oh, maybe I have one.
Let's talk BBD's season 2. Does everybody know in the chat that
Can you do it while I refill my water bottle?
Season 2.
Yeah, BBD season 2 is, guys, and we're not joking. This is not a test. Have you heard that? Have you heard that joke before? This is not a test. BBD's season 2 is coming, and the link is in both of mine and Mezzo's bio. When Monday, there is a new season premiering, and everybody needs to listen to that. You can find it on my YouTubes. It's on Spotify. It's on Apple. We are in Sweden this season. We for those of you who don't know, we were bought up by Bjorn Frögenstingen Johnsson Frongel and he flies us out. I mean, Mezzo pays for his ticket, but I get flown out on a private jet every time we have to record our intros, and it's been an adventure. It's been weird. It's a brand new season, and we're really excited about it.
Talking about the season?
Oh yeah, we're chuffed. I mean, we've only done episode 1, but it is coming out Monday, and there's a lot of great stuff in there.
It was very exciting. Definitely going to hurt our pocketbooks a bit to fly out there a bit, but I think we're both willing to throw down for what we need to get this done. And we got one other guest coming in here. And Bjorn, look, it's a smaller company than the last one. When we were, I don't know if you guys know, but we were like right across the street from Abbey Road Studios. And so it's a little bit of a smaller operation, although Bjorn like seems wealthy, but maybe that's why he's wealthy, is he doesn't like spend money on the people that I don't know what other, I haven't talked about, Joel, what other podcasts does he fund?
we don't like. I think I've seen posters like images, but everything is in Sweden language.
Oh, like the posters that were in the studio there? Do you think those were other podcasts?
I think maybe they're podcasts. It's hard to know. It might be
you don't see a lot of podcast posters, but maybe you're right.
Yeah, I mean, it was weird that I was like, is there well, there was a wooden record there. You know how they have like platinum,
I saw
gold. That one, there was a wood one there, and I don't know if that's just like
though.
what they do in Sweden. But why would you put a podcast on a record? So I don't know what they do there.
We should make a movie poster of us, like a Star Wars style.
Say we should make a movie. I was gonna be like, oh,
well, no, BBD's the movie. BBMs.
It would be called BBD, wouldn't it?
But we should I've made real movie posters before, not for like big movies, but small ones. Like we should make one where we're like Star Wars style, like holding up things, and it's just like 8 of us, or maybe just a bunch of Christians that were battling. That'd be interesting.
Oh, that would be good. Yeah, and they're just deformed because they believe this thing that makes them like changes their whole facial structure.
Yeah,
and they're like gargoyles or whatever, because that's on churches.
I bet that before the end of the night, the Discord will make a bunch of them in AI anyways. You guys make some movie posters.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I mean, yay.
I see Instant Egg Rolls is typing. Okay, he's on it. Oriolco.
Yes, hi.
Hey, what's your age and religion?
So my age is 29, and
Correct.
I'm arguing for Bible God.
Why?
So wanted to align my views as a Christian God.
Why aren't you a Christian then?
So the book that really gave me, you could say, hey, what pulled you to Christianity, right? Was the book on, it was exactly, the word was Elohim, right? So I read the word, not the word, but found the book Genesis being read by someone on TikTok, and that's when it really clicked.
Was it Joel?
And so I decided
Joel
to be
reads
atheism.
Bible?
I read Bible.
Was it him?
Bible.
I don't know. So someone, right, was reading the Genesis chapter, and it was really nicely written, and then I decided to be theist.
Which chapter?
Genesis.
Like that's a whole book.
Yeah, but the first one.
Oh, Genesis 1.
Literally the first page.
Okay, let's do it.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Don't spoil it. Let's see. Okay, I got it here.
You have to thank the people for the subs.
Thank you for the sub.
Yeah, for the subs, I do really appreciate it. I keep forgetting to turn the gifts off at the beginning, but I do want to keep the subs on. I do appreciate the subs so much. And by the way, God, thank you for saying that. Last live, I got $100 Cash App during the live. Didn't notice. I don't know if the person is here, but Allison,
On
if you're
Cash
here,
App, you can like donations. I know that's not enough, but like at least do that.
I did. I felt so stupid because you can send like a little like emote
little card thingy.
So I sent a little like smiley face emote, and I was like, "This sucks. This isn't enough. This isn't good enough."
I know.
I was like, "What is
but
happening?"
At least they know that you saw it.
I know. So whoever Allison is, I'm not sure because the name doesn't always transfer over in TikTok. So maybe I know who you are, and maybe I don't. But thank you. I really appreciate it. And then someone named Grace also sent one for 10 billion, which is exciting.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
Well, that was just the comment. The comment says 10 billion, but the amount is $10.
Oh,
I think they meant to put more zeros behind it and forgot.
that's unfortunate.
We'll send an email on that one probably. But thank you guys. Seriously, that's amazing. I do have that in bio, but don't do it unless you're like really rich or something. Then do it. That's cool. And do it if you're poor. Do it for Sam and Joel. Give it to them. But if you're rich,
Actually,
then give it to me.
like I'm poor, so if anything, like
Yeah, so
if
you
you're
should be
rich,
giving some to Joel.
you
That's
should
what I'm
be
saying.
giving. Oh, okay.
You guys, come on. Okay, so Oriolco, we're going to read Genesis 1:1, and that's going to make us believe in God or something. Okay. When God began to create the heavens and the earth was complete chaos.
So yes, so the structure of the sentence, right? So the structure only affected me when the book used the word Elohim, so not the word God itself.
When Elohim began to create the heavens and the earth, it's better. You're right. It's like, that's nice.
The quality uptick was crazy.
The earth was complete chaos, and darkness covered the face of the deep, while a wind from Elohim swept over the face of the waters. And the wind is farts?
So I cannot tell you. So I did find the book, right, which
right
used the word Elohim, the structure that they used in their whole book, right? Or at least on the start was that, hey, they really, really thought about perfecting the way they wanted to convey their message.
Elohim
right?
was just a different god from back then. That was the name of a different god. There was a bunch of gods from back then they believed in. Elohim, Yahweh, El Shaddai maybe was one, or maybe that means something else. But just El is the name of like this god character that was from a different religion. And then when they made this religion, they were using that sometimes because they were like referring to that one. That's all where that came from.
Yes. So I'm not arguing for that, hey, what is correct or what is not, right? So I think you must have written, right? Because I'm going to assume you've written an essay, right? College essay, have you?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's probably been a little while. I did want to say too, I don't know if Joel's here or not too. But, thanks for the kitty cat. That's fine.
Joel's here.
Just about like, you were saying this book helped you like use the word Elohim or think that Christianity was interesting. You're not going to believe this. This seems weird, but when I was a Christian, there was a book that wasn't the Bible that was really inspiring to me that actually helped me with my religion at the time. I'll give you one guess. What do you think it is? Anyone?
The Tao Te Ching.
Nope.
Hustlers Magazine.
Close. Orialco?
The Penthouse magazine?
No, it wasn't Hustler or Penthouse. It was Moby Dick.
What?
Oh.
Actually, like at a time when I was struggling, it helped me think like it was about like stick-to-itiveness, I think, and like, just like achieving a final goal kind of thing.
But the dick part, like heavy on the dick
I started reading it because I thought it was a Penthouse.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, this is going to show me Moby's dick. I've been wondering what it looks like.
Right.
The musician.
Yeah, of course. He's giving away free music online these days, actually.
Interesting.
And just music, still no pictures?
Still no pictures, but you can get a lot of free music. And
that's my white whale.
You're going to have a whale of a time. I was about to say you're going to have a whale.
I was going to say I've been trying to see his white whale for a long time. Oh, thanks for the shell. I appreciate that. And it just doesn't keep on not coming up. It's just such a bummer. But Arielko, you like Elohim because of the word instead of God? Is that what you're saying?
No. So now, because of that sentence and because of that first page, let's say I could prove a lot of physical formula that I found confusing, right? Even mathematical sense started to make sense.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of things started to make sense, and I could argue that he does exist.
Yeah,
because of the name.
No, God doesn't exist, but Elohim exists.
You know what?
No.
I really want to care. I want to find it like in the recesses of my anus to care, and I can't do it. But I love you both so much.
Sam, what if it's
I'm gonna go.
Elohim instead of God?
And what if I hop out of my window, Mezzo?
But Sam, this is the thing. What you are failing to see is that if we changed the name of God in the book to be something like, I was thinking Sweetie Pie. Like in the beginning, that silly little Sweetie Pie created the heavens and the earth. Is that not more fun?
Let's do creamy pie.
Okay.
You don't want it too sweet.
when the creamy pie began to create.
Let's do, because L is important. Let's do L creamy pie.
Good. You know what? Good
Then
night.
the
Good. Good night.
creamy
Good
pie.
night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Oh wow. Oh wow. I can't believe that. When El Creamy Pie began to create. And what happens next in the chapter?
I think
Create the creatori.
The creatori. Oh, I like that.
He fills the earth with his like his wind, his way or something.
He was so spunky.
Yeah, I'm liking
Spunk.
that. I like spunk. Oriolko, is any of this interesting to you? Is this helping you like not believe or believe more?
Yeah, because what can you do to convince me to not believe in something that I've already found to
See,
be
what we've
true?
unfortunately done, we've stumbled onto how to make the Bible better, and that is to change as many words as possible. Now, if that's the case, though, Oriol, don't you think that if we could make the Bible better by changing the words, don't you think that there's a deficit there? Like God has created a Bible that's kind of like meh.
That's interesting.
Not better, right? So let's say if
What's a better book?
music piece could be,
Please, 5 minutes, my brother. 5
Okay,
minutes.
Oriol, go.
We
Can
are
you
from
talk to this
Syria.
guy?
Sorry, 1 second. I got to just mute Samuel here. Just stay on mute, Samuel. We'll be with you in just a minute here. Just
My baby, look.
and if you come off mute, we have to.
From
we have
Syria,
to,
my brother. I need help.
I know. Just hold on. We'll take your time.
5
Here.
minutes.
Okay, wait. If you're gonna come off mute, then I can't listen to you, buddy. Arioko, sorry about that. Crying. That guy always comes up here and cries. It's a thing that he does. Orioko, do you need any money? I'm happy to give you some.
how much can you give me?
Well, how much do you need?
Let's say, right
Mezzo's gonna
now,
be coming into 10 billion soon.
Yeah, I have this. I got to finish drafting this email.
500K. Can you give me 500K?
500K? Yeah, once I get this, I'll send that over. For sure. Grace, it's the ball's in your court, Grace. I don't know how to make. I feel like I've blocked Sammy 100 times. Does he make new accounts?
I reckon.
Yeah, but he always
Or 5 million. That works too.
Why is he always doing the Detroit Lions? Is that what his logo is? The Detroit Lions? You guys, does anyone?
It's unassuming.
I guess so. It's always like, oh, okay, sure.
And I'll tell you specifically the reason, right? Because Trump increased the price of green card from 2 million to 5 million. And
right, so Ralco, before you do this Trump thing that no one cares about, you were going to prove that God exists or something? You were going to do math, maybe?
Yeah, so I can prove you mathematically. So if you have a confusion, hey, how does math prove Bible, or how physics prove Bible, how chemistry proves Bible, I could give you all those examples if you want.
Which one do you want to do? What's the easiest to understand?
So do you know mathematics?
Nope.
How it works?
No, help us out. Do it.
So limit. You know mathematics works on limit, right?
On limit?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
So mathematics works on two things. Assume there's a limit. Is that true or no?
A limit of numbers or equations?
It does not matter, but there's a limit because it's not working on physical stuff like physics does.
Okay. But aren't numbers infinite? Like, what's the highest number? It's got to be in the
Yes, so you're
billions,
assuming
right?
there's a limit, right? That there's a highest number.
No, I'm
Because you're
asking
asking
you
this
because
question.
I'm asking you because I don't know. So can you, like, is it a Googleplex or a Bing, or what's the higher number?
Now you're making up words.
Yes, so can you assume that there's a highest number that exists?
Okay, what is it?
1.
Okay, I'm going to do just a quick counterpoint here. I don't know if this is going to work.
Oh, that seems higher. S seems much higher than 1.
That's a hard one. That's a hard one. Is S more than 1? Oh, I got you. Watch this.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Now S equals 2. 2 is higher than 1. So, Oriako, you've been absolutely dog-walked during this debate. I don't know if you want to keep going or if you're embarrassed or something.
No, that's what I'm saying. You have brought now 2, right?
Yeah.
What is 2?
It's just 1 less than 3. Fuck, 3. Oh, God.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
There's 3. I forgot
1
about 3.
less than 3. Okay, now can you do 2? Y is 2 square. Can you do that? 2 cubed.
Y is 2 cubed?
It's too cute. Oh, it's just because it's
Can you do 2 cubed?
Oh, man, 2 is just too cute because it's just a cute little squiggle.
Usually would have like bigger eyes.
That's too cute.
Now, I could show you one thing, right, which is really weird.
Let me suggest something.
3 square.
Origami.
Can you do 3 square?
Okay.
No, can you write 3 square?
Yep.
Origami, can I suggest something to you while Mezzo tries to write that? Oh, he's done.
Okay. And can you do 2 cube? 2 cube. So mathematically, we know that 2 cube should be less than 3 squared, right?
Why? They have different dimensions.
No, because 3 squared minus 2 cube equals 1, right? Is that yes or no?
That 2 squared minus 3 squared equals 1?
No, 3 squared minus 2 cube equals 1.
3 squares minus 2 cubes equals 1? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Write it down.
Let me suggest this to you, though. If we took A, which would to be the first letter of the alphabet, so A equals 1, then S would
9 minus 8 equals 1. 9 is 3 squared. 8 equals 3 cubed.
What's
2 cubed?
What's 2 cubed?
8.
2.
Oh, okay. And then that's 1?
Is 9 minus 8 equal 1 or no?
I don't know. I'm asking you. So this is what you're saying that we're doing here?
Yes.
Okay.
So you are not creating, so you said you 2, right? So you're using 1 from the definition of 2 and 3.
Okay.
When you use 2.
Okay.
So 9 and 8 create 1 in your
only
definition.
If you minus, but actually if you do 9...
So you cannot bring in 2.
No, if you do
I'm
9
only
plus
saying
8,
1.
I'm going to counter back.
And 0.
9 plus 8 is 17.
That's too big of a number. Is S the 17th letter of the alphabet?
No, I don't think so.
A, B, C, D, E, F,
J is 10.
H, I, J, K, L, M, N,
T
O,
is 20.
P, Q,
it's
R.
19. Oh, they already beat me to it. Yeah,
Fuck,
19.
so close.
Q is... Q.
Yeah, but what I'm bringing in 2
cute.
and 3.
Mezzo, too cute.
Oh my fuck.
Oh, you did it, Origami.
That is actually quite interesting.
Yeah, that's like this math thing where it's like you made it too cute.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is there's only one, that is Jesus, and that's God.
And he's so cute.
And he says there is only one, and you're bringing in 2, and you are creating 1 from 2 and 3. So your number does not even count.
I'm going to put a hole in this again. Hold on.
Origami, if you were allowed to be around children, you would be a great Sunday school magician. Mathematician.
What about that?
Yeah, 2 circles meeting at a point.
Yeah. No, in math, this means eternity. Oh,
Infinite,
did you not
yes.
know that?
Infinite, yes.
Yeah, that's more than 1. It's even more than 17.
Yeah, but there's only one infinite, right?
No, there's a lot of them.
No, there's only one infinite.
No, there's lots of different kinds of infinity.
Yeah, but even then, there's only one.
What do you mean?
There's multiple infinities of infinities that exist, right? And God is above all infinities.
Okay. Have you been drinking?
Smoking, yes, but drinking, no.
Okay. All right, so what's infinity in your worldview?
Without limit.
Without limit. Okay. Does God have a limit?
No.
Do we?
Depends. You do. I don't.
Well, that was rude.
Yeah, but you don't believe in God, so yeah. What does it matter to you, right?
That you're rude? I still don't have people,
you said,
people
right?
be rude to me. What are you talking about? Just because I'm an atheist, you can be rude to me?
No, I'm giving you an assumption about me.
Origami.
Hold on, Joel's talking.
Origami did something that is so quintessentially Christian, and I think that we should really focus in on this for a second. That math thing, where he just wants to get us to one, right? His plan is to get us to one. He has a presupposition he needs to get to one. So whatever you write down, there's 2, there's 3. Let me try to find a way to make 2 and 3 equal 1.
Right.
They'll always do. There's 1,000 ways we could look at that. As you showed, we could get to 17, but they have to get to 1.
Has a 1 in it, though.
that's the heartbreaking part. But isn't that it?
It is 1 because 2 to the power 4 equals 16, and that's 1 more than 2. So you cannot.
I'm going to throw another wrench.
So you cannot.
I'm going to throw another wrench. It's an interesting thing to kind of go through. But what I'm more interested in is things like love. Okay. So what I want to know is about being all loving and goodness.
17. You see that, right? 2, 7.
2, 7.
7, 7. If you flip it,
Origami, we're past that. We're talking about the infinite.
7, 7. If you cut it in the middle, then 1 is a 7.
Cut the heart
on the mirror. That is.
Oh man, this guy's out of his mind.
I don't know what you mean. Where, through this way?
Nope, vertically. If you cross it down and if you cut it down, it looks like a 7, right? On the mirror view of a 7.
The mirror view of a 7. Is that what you're talking about? That's why you believe in God?
No, you're bringing love, right? And I just proved you it comes from 3 and 2.
Love does?
Because you're bringing 9 plus 8, 17, and
because
now
of,
7.
Because of
right?
the shape
that is
of
a
a
mirror
heart?
view of 7.
Are you talking about because the shape of a heart is made out of 7s?
No, the shape of the heart is made out of 2, because that's you.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Because
what
you're
I'm
bringing
trying
in
to
2,
do is
and 2 creates even love too.
I know. What I'm trying to say is that you said God was limitless.
With using 1, 7, he just needs 1, 7 to create love, right? Just by mirroring it and doubling
I have a feeling this guy's trolling us. Are you a real Christian?
No, I'm using mathematics, which I'm really trying to say to you, hey,
what about 11?
A lot of things can be used to prove God, and you don't want to believe it.
Origami, you're not using mathematics. You're using wordplay with numbers and symbols and drawings. You're out of your mind.
It's more like a pun.
Yeah, you're doing puns with
number puns.
Because you don't believe in Bible, and I do, and I see all these things. You don't, and what do you want me to say? I believe in God.
You believe in the Bible because you're out of your tree.
No, you are also out of tree, so that's why you don't believe in Bible.
That's true. That's fact. Yeah. Okay. What I'm trying to figure out, Oriel, is how do we connect this idea of God being limitless to the idea of being all loving? How does that connect? Can you show that the God you believe in is love or is connected to love in any way?
Yes.
What do you mean when you say love?
Because I don't care about the numbers and stuff.
Right?
I'm not interested in the numbers and the 17s. I want to know if this is actually good and loving.
Yes. It's Mezzo's heart posture.
Yes.
Or do you just
Okay.
believe in a math god?
Yeah, I mean, math does not lie, right?
Does the infinite God
Does
have a
it?
connection with love? Is there any love involved with the infinite God?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like you keep bringing love, right? But what do you mean love? Because still, for that to
Oh,
search
he's
for
never
love, you have to
experienced
go
it. So
back to
like,
Bible again.
yeah. So when
Because I
people
can tell you, like,
feel
hey,
really connected to each other, they'll tell each other like, "I love you," and what they mean by that, I know you've probably never heard it, but like what they mean by that is like, I have a deep affection for you, a desire for you to like experience goodness, a desire to like even like give up part of me in order to make you like feel the best you've ever felt. Like that's what true real love is, right? That desire to do that. But I don't see God, this limitless God, giving that to us, right? I don't see the connection. Does this connect to this? Is there a way to do that? What's the connection?
so you want to feel the best you have ever felt, right?
Do you know what love is? Or
So
not?
now you're asking a deep question, which is like, hey, I'm
Is
from Bible, I
if
can
you
define
know
God.
what love is or not? That's the question.
Yes, I do.
Okay. In your idea of love, is there a connection between God and love, or is love just not related to God?
Comes from God.
It comes from God.
Mm-hmm.
Does it go, and that's what I'm saying, right? Do you love God back? Because real love is only true if it's like reciprocal. This is true of like
Yes.
math too. It has to equal.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
Now, this love that you share, does it stick only between you two? Or does it like emanate out from God in all directions? Does it emanate out from you? Like, tell me about it.
It's so it emanates out about 7 inches.
Okay.
Is that fair enough for
From
you?
you or from God?
I think.
From you? I don't believe
No,
that.
I mean like, yeah, I mean 7.5 inches, almost 8.
You're gonna have to cam up. I don't believe you for a second.
You don't have to. Is that enough for you, or do you want more love from God?
What I would like is like anyone from this evening to have like a slightly coherent like argument.
Yeah.
He like that seems so trollish.
Yeah. Well, he was a faker the whole time. I think he's just a guy who's like pretending to be Terrence Howard. I think that was the kind of thing he was doing. Is like it's 1 × 1 = 1 if you think about it. You know, it was one of those things.
Right.
Yeah. Relentless, welcome in. What's your age and what's your religion?
I am 32 years old, and I am a charismatic, Holy Spirit-filled believer.
Now, the last guy was a faker. You're not some faker, are you?
No, that was... My brain actually literally hurts from actually trying to comprehend what he was trying to attempt to do. I have no idea.
Yeah, his whole thing was just dog shit. I wouldn't worry about it. Well, look, I don't think God does any of these things. What do you think?
Well, I would have to object to that contention of do anything.
All right, what does God do?
Well, I know what he did for me, personally. But can I actually preface this? You said that you were a Christian before?
I was, yeah.
What type of Christian, I guess? What denomination were
Baptist.
you? Okay, Baptist. Southern Baptist, just regular Baptist, fundamental
Or the
Baptist?
Pacific Northwest. Kind of like mediocrely fundy.
Oh, okay. And so Were you always raised in that, or?
I mean, as long as I was raised, I was in that. Yeah.
Okay.
Relenting, in your experience that you had, did God answer prayer, have free will, love you, have any power, do anything, or exist?
Yes, but
he said he did something.
Yeah, I'm building a foundation here. So,
you gotta build your house upon a rock.
Yeah.
Found your foundation on a solid spot. See, that's how you know I actually was raised Baptist.
Amen. So the only way that you can build the foundation is by knowing Mezzo's backstory? That's weird. Wasn't it your experience?
No, he's building my foundation so he can explain that why aren't you telling me your experience?
Yeah, what am I doing here?
You want to know my experience with God? I can tell you that.
Well, that's where I'm going.
Oh, sure.
So, right.
Yeah, I made coffee earlier today. Wasn't a God in sight. No God at all. Like I had a personal experience with like there not being a God, and so I don't believe in God because of that.
Sure. So you were indoctrinated from the very get-go.
From the coffee?
Right? No. From being in the Baptist church, you were indoctrinated.
Oh, we're back to that. Sorry, I thought you wanted to know my personal experience with my belief in God. Yeah. I would say so. I mean, I was taught it from a very early age. And I was like, we all went to church. It was a thing where we went to church. I didn't like have a huge choice in it. Yeah. I did like kind of sneak off sometimes. I would sneak off and go play in the church basement.
So would you say that you ever had a true encounter with Jesus for yourself?
Not true. I had what I thought was like interaction with Jesus and with God for sure. But now looking back, I'm like, well, that wasn't real, you know.
What do you think it was?
Just like being caught up in the moment is the best way I can describe it. Like if it, like with all of the activity, the like music and other people going up and the tears happening, the emotions and like struggles in my own life and feeling like something was like wanting me to do something. Like there were things wanting me to do it. Right. I thought it was God, but it was like the people around me.
Gotcha.
Right. And so I felt that pressure and I assigned it to God, but now looking back, I was like, oh, that was just like what everyone else was kind of wanting to do. I was feeling that, and then I got wrapped up in it and went on with it. That's how I describe it, at least.
Okay.
That's how I describe it, at least.
Okay. Awesome. God. So I guess.
Yeah.
So would it be fair to deconstruct that and thus say that throw the whole thing out because I never did believe?
Yeah, I did believe because I thought it was an encounter at the time.
Sin. Right, intellectual sin. Yeah.
What do you mean intellectual sin? What's that mean?
Well, you had an intellectual understanding of God, but it wasn't experiential.
No. Did you hear what I said? At the time, I thought that the experience was real, and I believed it, and I had faith.
Right.
It wasn't until later that I took that experience apart. At the time, for years, that like I thought it was real.
Right. Well, you know how Moses had an encounter with the burning bush, and God spoke from it, and
I've heard that story. Yeah,
that's an encounter. What you had is not an encounter. That is just mere westernized.
Well, I thought I heard the voice of God.
Did you?
Yeah, absolutely. I spent years speaking to God and hearing his voice in my head.
You're not joking?
Not joking at all.
What did you think?
I spoke out loud to God and I heard his voice in my head.
So is that experience not valid? And why not?
Yeah, because it turns out it was my own voice.
How do you know?
Because I kept talking to it even after I stopped believing.
So is that an intrusive thought then?
I don't know.
I don't understand. Well, it spoke back to you. Are you schizophrenic or?
I think so. I mean, I think I used to have a mild version of it that would like, if I never got like checked for it, but I think that if I had, I think that if I,
you're not being facetious?
Not remotely. I think that because my grandma was like, she like was off her rocker and had to take meds and would get off of them and have episodes and stuff. Yeah. But it's hard to tell, like, was that what I was having too? Or was it just an internal dialogue? Like, I don't know exactly what it was, but I had like full blown conversations for years. Yeah.
What was that voice loving?
I think so. For the most part, yeah.
Okay.
And that's true even after I stopped believing and had like a different name for the voice and split off into multiple voices. There were 3 voices and they all had different names and like characteristics.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So this is multiple personalities disorder then.
I don't know. Like I said, I was never like diagnosed with anything. I like dealt with it and I put it in the past and I don't do it anymore. So
Right.
I don't know if that's what it was or if I was just like, you know, listening to too much Radiohead. You know what I mean? Like that's possible too.
You know, what's so wild is when Christians come up here and they want to tell us their personal experiences, a lot of the time we'll be like, we don't really want to get into that because it's hard to validate or invalidate that. It's difficult to dissect something like that. Let's just talk about the book. Let's just talk about the real stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm getting somewhere.
But for some reason,
he's in the middle of something.
You, the Christian, want to come up here and dissect Mezzo's experiences to invalidate his claims of having a legitimate belief in this thing so that what? Your experience is validated? How the fuck does this work?
Well, he talked to a burning bush. It's different.
Absolutely. Let me explain that. I'll teach you. So,
Relentless, can I ask you a quick favor before you do that?
Yes.
Don't be all like condescending and rude. Like we're having a fine, cool conversation here. Like you don't have to be
I'm
like,
sorry.
I'll
It's
teach
just-
you. Like that's just like really rude.
I apologize.
And this is my friend. I mean, you can do it to me. That's fine. But like to Joel?
And Relentless, honestly, like I was indoctrinated as well. Like I was a Christian too. So we like whatever you're going to tell us is not going to be our first rodeo, but go ahead and spin your tires for a little bit. Please do.
Well, you know, I want respect too. So, but I'll continue. So
You get what you give, big boy.
Okay.
What is this like cowboy? It was like a
I was just standing up and I got this like sore
like
back.
a Montana accent. Well, I got what I got.
You get what you give, big boy.
All right, Relentless. So, what do you want to do? Do you want to tell me why my experience was invalid, or do you want to tell us why yours is valid, or do you want to explain why you think God exists, or what do you want to do now?
I want you to scientifically disprove my experience.
Why? I don't have the access to, I can't do
I'm
that.
sure
I don't
that
have
you-
access to all the data. I don't have access to go back in time to do real science on your experience. When did it
Well,
happen? How long
I mean,
ago?
I was 18.
How old are you now?
32.
Okay, so that's pretty old.
Well, I mean, you're a naturalist,
are there any
right?
artifacts related to it?
Well, you're a naturalist, right? A materialist?
I'm a naturist.
Naturist. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. So everything has an explanation through science, according to your worldview.
I think it does, but that doesn't mean we have access to it. Yeah.
Okay. So then you'll be able to easily disprove my claims of these phenomenons.
Did you hear what I just said or no?
No, I heard you,
listen
but
close.
you can do
I
it.
don't have access to do science on your experience from 20 years ago.
Why?
Or 10 or 12 years ago or something.
This is 9, like cube plus square equals 1 again. It's just like whatever he wants it to be, he's going to force it to be that. This is what they do, folks.
I'll do okay, let's do it. We'll give it a shot. We'll try to do science on it and we'll see, okay? But if I ask for specific data or specific things and you can't give it to me, then we kind of have to call a mistrial. We can't have any conclusions, okay? And that goes both ways. If we can't prove it's 100% miracle or we can't prove it's 100% nature, then we have to kind of just like stay agnostic on it. Do you agree?
I agree, but don't you believe that science can prove all knowledge?
No.
Okay, fair enough. All right, well, you're the first atheist that has actually...
You think that we could use science to find out like who was the first person ever to say the word bubble? Like that's a thing, that's a real fact. There is someone who went bubble once for the first time ever, and science is never going to get us that answer. there's some obscure things that science can't get us the answer to based off of like some random experience in the past. Like that's such a dumb thing to ask science to figure out this thing that happened to you in the past. Can we do forensic on? Tell me the experience, and then we'll see. Maybe we can. Maybe we can.
Long story short, so I was raised in a Methodist church. It was dead and dry. It was religious, not experiential.
Boring.
Yes, it was boring. It didn't mean anything. It didn't connect to me. It was just going through rituals, essentially. And then I stepped out of mommy and daddy's faith. I actually did the Ouija board. And I did that with my so-called Christian friends. And, I felt, as we touched the planchette and speaking to the spirits, this eerie pins and needle feeling of feeling an actual presence in the room. It was very demonic and evil. And from that night, I would hear voices every single day. I would see flying faces coming at me in my room at night, even. And I felt so depressed. I mean, I can't tell you how tangible the depression was and fearful. I was actually afraid to go home. And I actually felt like unaliving myself. And so I'm driving my truck to go to work one day.
Okay, real quick, just to make sure I'm following so far, you got scared from a Ouija board experience and it freaked you out so much that you had like a fear of going to your home because it happened at home?
No, it happened at my friend's house.
But you wanted to stay at your friend's house, is that what you're saying?
No, I did it at my
later.
friend's house. I was afraid to even go home because there were things waiting for me there too.
Okay, so there's things waiting for you. There's faces flying at you, like demon faces flying at you, I assume. And are these real demons or just a vision of a demon?
Oh no, they're real.
Okay,
Absolutely.
but at the time, did you think they were real?
Well, yes.
Or were you just I don't know what's happening. Maybe I'm freaking out.
Oh no, when you see a demon or feel them, it's very much so real.
I don't know if that's true, but okay. All right, and so then I just want to make sure I'm following. So the Ouija board scared you out. You didn't want to go home. You were seeing faces flying at you. Okay, go ahead.
And I got in my truck to go to work one day, and I heard a voice in my mind say, "Hurry up and swerve left of center and end it and get with us." And in that moment, because I just totally wanted to unalive myself, I felt an invisible hand put its hand on the steering wheel, and it did not allow me to budge, left of center. And I mean, it was just a force that I couldn't explain in my rational logic mind, any way, shape, or form. And so that very night, I'm almost done.
How long did you try to rationalize it?
How long?
Yeah, like, did you try to make it come back again? Did you exhaust all other possibilities, or were you just well, can't think of anything else? Like, how long were you testing this invisible hand?
Yeah, so the very day, that night, I just called out to God in my room. I said, "God, if your son is really Jesus Christ, because of what happened in that truck, if that was really you, show me." And I kid you not.
First part of that feels like a non sequitur, but go on.
Wait, what was it, Joel?
He's like, if your son is really Jesus Christ, if he was your hand, and it just feels like the first part is a non sequitur.
Oh, yeah, because you were why did you think it was Jesus? Wouldn't you think it was some Ouija demon?
Well, I was very specific. I said, if your son, Jesus Christ, if that's you, reveal yourself to me.
Did you test other gods too, or only the one?
Jesus is the only one that responded.
But how many? So you said, you checked with other gods?
Since I already was a Christian, I mean, wouldn't I already?
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So I don't think that's fair. This is going to be a little hard to do science on. I think if we could go back in time, maybe we could do it tonight. I'd be happy to run it. I know, but just for this part, I think we'd have to prove, we'd have to retest the Ouija board a few times, make sure that those work with good consistency. We'd have to if there's any, I don't know how to prove the flying face thing or the hand thing. That just seems like something you could have like thought was happening, or like having
There's
hallucinations about, we don't have video
There's
of it.
something that there's something I feel like I could maybe debunk here. I don't know if it's scientifically or like what study this would be, but the demon said you should swerve into the oncoming traffic or whatever and get with us.
Correct. Yes.
Like you should get with us, bro. I just feel like I just feel like demons that are timeless, that were here before the foundations of the earth, I don't think they'd say get with us. I feel like that's a little bit too slang for them.
What were the exact words?
It could have been come with us, get with us, tomato, tomato.
Well,
okay,
look, if
so
we're
you
doing
don't
science,
quite
the
remember
story
I
has
was
to
18.
be...
I was 18.
But you're the only eyewitness we have, so we kind of have to rely on this, like, kind
Sure.
of specific.
I guess I don't see the huge detrimental factor.
No, what it's showing is that it makes it seem like you're lying if you don't have a straight story. No, it does. It does seem like that.
Or it was an intrusive thought that he thought in the way he spoke.
No, that's interesting. It makes it seem like maybe you thought it, yeah.
Yeah, because it's not like a timeless demon. They might be something like, you must come with us now, or it is time, swerve, something like that.
Well, that presupposes that you.
Lana, thank you for all the gifts, by the way. Lana's trying to come up and help with you here. She's got some gifts too. I want to hear the end of this, but Lana's. Thank you so much for the gifts, Lana. I appreciate that. What did you send? Lana, did you said you wanted to send some gifts?
I sent like a bunch of gifts,
Okay.
like multiple.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
problem.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah. Wait. I have something to say.
Okay, just hold on one second. Relentless is in the middle of his demonic testimony with the Ouija board here. So just hang tight, and then we'll get to that. Is that Relentless? Do you want to go first, or do you want to let Lana go?
I'm almost done, actually.
Okay.
It'll be very, very quick.
Okay.
And so,
down there,
that very night, I call out, to Jesus Christ specifically.
Yeah. Was he like, "Sup, bro?
Yeah, what did Jesus say? That's good.
You should chill with us, homie." Was that what he said?
Do you think it is?
I wouldn't put it past you.
No, because I think that in church he remembers it, like from early like Methodist indoctrination, to be like the Lord spoke like this, and so like we know how Jesus speaks, but not how demons speak. So the demons speak more like casual and cool,
like him. Yeah, it makes sense.
So what did Jesus say?
So I called out to Jesus, and I actually started feeling physically sick. So I go over to my toilet, I throw up, I come back into my room.
Sounds like you called out to Yahweh.
And I literally had...
Because he makes me sick.
And I literally had
nice
a Book of Acts encounter, just as the disciples were waiting for the promise of the Holy Spirit. A sound of a mighty rushing wind literally blew inside of my room. It was the loudest sound I'd ever heard in my life. And I was actually really... Oh, yeah, exactly. But 100 times louder. Yep. That's it.
Okay. And you're like, Jesus.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was.
Okay.
And also, mind you, I didn't believe in speaking in tongues. I didn't believe in prophecy.
What was it? What was it? You said you don't know what it was?
No, it was the Holy Spirit.
How did you find out that it was the Holy Spirit?
Because I didn't believe in speaking in tongues before. And then, when that happened, guess what? I spoke in tongues.
What did you say?
What did I say?
Yeah.
Well, I spoke in tongues.
But, like, translate it. What was the meaning?
So, you know what the gift of tongues is, right, biblically?
Yeah, you like ramble off nonsense, but like God understands it or something?
No, you've read it in Scripture, right? It's one of the gifts of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, you're going to play with snakes and speak in tongues and stuff like that.
Well, Joel that's read the Bible should know what the gift of tongues is, right?
Yeah, I thought that there had to be someone there to translate, or somebody that it was going to edify.
Yeah, you have angelic tongues.
Maybe,
you have
Lana,
tongues.
do you speak in tongues?
No.
Yeah, I don't know if that's like a real thing.
Right. There's 3 forms of it. So they're angelic.
Give us a sample. Like, tell us what it sounds like. Give us a little taste.
Sure. Ikamanda raba shokomanda raba kandiria kondaria sakomandaria haya.
Okay, so yeah, it's like, it sounds like the language they speak in Stargate. Remember when in Stargate, when they go to that like other Egypt on the other planet? It sounds a lot like that. What does Rabba mean? You said Rabba twice.
Rabbi?
It means rabbi. Rabba means rabbi?
I have no idea. I don't know what I said. I just speak it.
Now,
You don't even know?
I just speak it.
It also sounds like in Canada here, and I don't know if you guys have this at Tim Hortons in America, but they have a roll up the rim to win. Sounds like that. Rabba, roll up the rim.
So
I always thought, Joel, that
R's.
you might not know all these because you're a bit younger. Joel, you're in your 20s still, but if you like read a bunch of names of 90s R&B artists, it sounds just like it, right? Like just here, let me show you. Let me just do like, if I just do like 90s R&B artists and just like read down this list, okay? You get like a Drew Hill Jodeci, Aliyah Shai, Jagadej Neo, En Vogue, Drew Hill Jodeci. Like, doesn't that sound like it?
No, it's perfect.
No, but it doesn't do anything. That's just simple language.
Mary J. Blige. Oh, Mary J. Blige doesn't work as well.
No, you're okay. Hold on. Relenting's claiming that his speaking in tongues does something.
Yeah, there's scientific studies. Actually, neurosurgeons have done tests on 5 subjects who have spoken tongues, and on the frontal lobe part of the brain that deals with speech, it actually doesn't light up.
Ooh, because they're not saying anything.
Quite interesting. No.
Yeah. So it sounds like it literally does less than what normal works.
Actually, the frontal lobe should be lighting up.
It literally does nothing.
Isn't that ironic? How is that possible?
Unironically perfect. I absolutely love that. Relentless. Okay, so like we get it. You spoke in tongues, and then you knew it was the Holy Spirit, and you still speak in tongues. That's neat.
Right.
Okay, so we're all like super impressed. You want me to like do science on this experience? Okay,
Yeah,
I'm going to need
pretty
access
wild.
to like, how long ago was this? 10 years ago? Is there any like video from the time or like text messages from the time, like stuff you sent to other people describing this event? Do you have a diary?
If I
emails?
if I dig back into it, I probably could find that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to need that sent to me, like anything like related to that time, like or like the weeks leading up to the car thing, and like a week or 2 after, just so I can like get a whole idea of your character before and after. Because I've had things where like I think something happened and I have a vivid memory of like the way that it went down, and then I've like read through old texts and emails and be like, oh, I kind of actually have like enhanced that over time. Like that's not quite exactly how it went down when I looked at it. So I want to see that for sure. And I also am going to want to see, like I said, the Ouija board thing play out again. We heard the tongue talking, but I don't know if it, like, does it do anything outside of your brain that you can like show that it's real? Like, can you like say something that'll like make me barf? Like you threw up, right? Like, can you, who's saying that? Who's saying?
That's Lon who goes off mute and then has some computer say something.
Like the pussy?
Yeah, I think that's that's
Lana,
what
shut your pussy up. Okay, sorry. Relentless, if you can like offer like what the like what does it do?
Oh yeah, there's verifiable evidence of what it does on my page. Actually,
I mean, right now, like do something for us, right here.
Do something. Okay.
Like what does speaking in tongues do?
So I can prove to you that it's going to make everybody in the chat manifest their demons. Yeah.
What is? I don't know what that means. What does it mean to manifest a demon?
So to manifest means to bring forth.
Okay.
Right? So it means to bring to the surface because you are a spirit in a body.
Do we all have demons in us?
Some people do. Yeah. Majority of people do.
Can you manifest just mine? I don't want it, like for people in the chat, they didn't sign up for this experiment. And so, Lana, why are you keep saying
there's
pussy?
a manifestation there. Yeah, that's a manifestation right there.
Oh, but you haven't done it yet.
I just proved it.
You proved it by Lana saying pussy?
No, I actually spoke in tongues the first time.
Oh, and that's
so
what's
it's
making
already
me want to say
active.
pussy.
Of course.
Okay, so we're on. Okay. So can you do another one just because it's kind of like we have to do it like a real, you said to use science. So we have to do it like a real science, okay? Can you turn it off? This demon manifestation.
I can have the choice to not speak in tongues.
Right, I just mean real quick, if you can't like maybe call on the name of Jesus or something like that, get rid of all the demons so we can start at zero.
Sup, bro? You want to get with us?
Now, hold on, Joel.
Bro, you want to get with us?
You got to turn it off.
Sup, bro? What's
So Relentless, turn it off so we can do the experiment.
Oh, I can't. It's full blown.
Want to chill?
You can't say like in the name of Jesus.
Come on, get with us, bro.
Yep. See, prove my point,
bro. You want to get with us?
I'll fucking do it, Joel. In the name of Jesus, these demons are released from you.
Hey, bro, you want to get? Oh, yeah, sorry. I was miles away.
Yeah. Okay.
What's going on?
So Joel's fine. So now, Relentless, what we're going to do is try to aim it only at me because the people in chat and other people, I don't know if they like signed up for this, but aim a new spell, a new speaking in tongue spell at me and tell me in advance what it's going to do. And then if I'm out of control and do the thing, then we'll know that it's serious, right? Like say, I'm going to start ripping my hair out or I'm going to like say a certain thing or something like that. And then I'll try not to do it. But if I am compelled demonically to do it, then I will. Okay.
Yeah. So sometimes when I speak in tongues, you could either experience coughing, gagging. You could feel heat. Feel like you're burning.
It's already kind of hot in my garage.
Okay.
I could open like it was like 90 today. That's not a demon thing. It's just like the weather. But yeah, gagging is cool.
Feel nausea. You could feel nausea. Okay. You could have a headache.
Okay. Let me get some water so I don't cough on accident.
For you.
Can I take a are you okay, Lana? Are you under duress?
Sounds like she is.
I don't know what Lana's doing, but I feel like she's going to disrupt this this experiment.
No, she's perfect for it.
Can I take I just want to do it with me. Can we do it with a cough drop in, or is that cheating?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Maybe I'll gag on the cough drop. Okay. All right, so I'm going to start.
See you in the chat. He did give me a headache. Yep.
I'm going to start gagging and choking, and maybe get nauseous. Hopefully, throw up. That'd be great on camera. And I am. Do you want some music?
No, it's okay. I mean, all I need to do is just pray for you, man. I mean, the demons. You know,
okay, you're going to pray to make me sick. I thought you were going to do a speaking in tongues, but whatever you think.
Yeah, I can do both. Praying, speaking in tongues is both prayer.
And if I don't start gagging, or choking, then it means that this is all made up. Okay. And
nope, not necessarily.
Oh, why not? Does it not work?
No, demons love to hide in people. So what I was telling you
you're manifesting them, Relentless.
Yeah.
Yeah, the power of God is, not me.
God is going to hide
through your tongue. Your tongue.
God is going to hide all these people from seeing you do this power?
I didn't say that. It's already happening in the chat, and also.
Right, I know, but for you said to do it with science, and that's what we're doing. Okay, to do it with science, we need a control. Okay, so we're doing this the proper way. You're going to really try it on me only. You're not going to do it to Joel. Okay, so Joel's, don't aim it at Joel. If Joel gets sick, it means you failed. If I get sick, you win. Okay. You're correct, okay? To prove that demons are real, to prove that God is real, this is your only chance to do it. And this is a big deal. God's watching. There's all these people here. Let's test it, okay? Are you nervous? I want you to be comfortable.
No, I'm not nervous.
Okay. If I start gagging and coughing and choking and barfing, then there's a God and demons are real, and then this man can, like, control them, which is dope. Like, I want it to happen. I want this to be real for you. Okay? And I'm ready.
God, I just thank you for Mezzo. God, I thank you for the calling on his life, God. God, I thank you that you have a plan, you have a purpose. I thank you, Father. I just thank you for, wow, there's a leadership calling on your life. I thank you, God, that he is going to be an influencer for the kingdom of God. Ikamandiria sokona robo shona rababa sandarakaya. I thank you, God, that he will impact a generation for the glory of God. God, I thank you. Ikamandiria sokona rababa sandaria kona romo shona raba sonaroyo. Ikamanda ramamama sonaraba shandaria. God, I thank you that your presence is touching him now. God, I thank you that you will give him an undeniable, verifiable sign, Father, that you love him and that you're wanting to have a relationship with him. God, I thank you. Ikamandis diakoma sakanda rababa sonroshna raba sondaria. Ikamanda robo shna ramandaria son robo bobo son raba shadaria. Ikamanda rama son romo shna ramandaria koyo. Ikamandaria kon daraba kia hama. Si komondio sondaria kon robo yo. God, I thank you that you use the foolish things of this world to confound the wise. God, I thank you that tonight everything is going to change for Mezzo. God, I thank you for dreams in the middle of the night, that you would encounter the man Jesus Christ like you encountered me. God, I prophesy over this man tonight that he would finally be the man of God that you've called him to be in the earth for such a time as this. God, I thank you that you've given him beautiful wisdom, God, that you've given him a heart. You've given him a heart deep down inside to care for humanity, and that there is a role that he plays in this life to impact a generation that is lost. I thank you, Father. Touch him right now, Lord, from the top of his head to the soles of his feet with your peace, God. I thank you, Father. Ikamandiria kun romo shunarama mama sokoyo. Ikamanda ramandiria kon rama mama sakadiria shoyo. Ina rama mama sokon rama masokoyo. Kina rama masa kisa masakoyo. Ina rama maso kon rama shinderia koyo. Ina rama mamanda rama sakon robo shun rabasoyo. Ikamandiria kon romo man yese kisa masokoyo. God, I thank you, Lord. Touch him right now. I thank you.
Well, it's
Wow.
repetitive.
It was good.
I have absolutely nothing. I got nothing from that.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Didn't the Rababas or the Ramamas get you at all?
I
wouldn't say you got nothing.
I really genuinely tried to let it happen. I really did, because I do want these things to be real. It'd be so sick if we could command spirits and demons and fuck with the spiritual world. That'd be dope if any of this was real. I know, but we just saw what happened. Everyone just saw it. Relentless.
No, it doesn't mean that nothing happened. It means that nothing manifested.
Relentless.
In
It means
mouth.
exactly nothing happened. It means you sat here and made a fool of yourself for 4.5 minutes speaking in tongues, and nothing happened.
That's not true. You'll see.
I really liked the part, by the way. The best part was when you started to realize that it wasn't happening. And so you said, maybe later tonight in dreams, God. That's when I'll have you were excusing your failure while you were doing it, which was just fucking hilarious to me. What a joke you are. What an absolute joke. Do you do this to people for money?
Are you seriously that angry that you wanted to test the Lord like that?
Did I sound angry? You told me to do it with science, so we did science.
You're a little bit emotional, for sure.
Is this emotional? Is this what you think emotional is?
There's some emotion there from your statement.
Relentless, he's just pointing out how much of a fraud you are.
No.
And I think you know. I actually hope you know it's that, or you have to go see a psychiatrist immediately.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Unhinged.
Yeah. Do you do this for people in church? Do you exorcise demons and stuff like that?
Oh, out on the streets. Yeah, on the highways and the byways. Oh, yeah. Okay. Drug addicts.
Do you charge money, or do you do it for free?
Do you think I charge money?
That's what I'm asking. I don't know.
No, I don't.
Okay, that's fine then. As long as you don't charge money, then you're just...
Absolutely not. No, take a look at my videos. I implore you.
Relentless. Some people do, and I don't want you to come up here and try to like get people to go like your videos.
No,
These people
no.
are going to go in and like make fun of them and stuff. So you don't want that.
I don't care.
I know you don't care. You obviously don't have like a sense of embarrassment.
No, because I'm
like very
confident in what I
evident.
believe.
Yeah. When you do it out on the street with like addicts and stuff, does it work?
Take a look at my videos. Does it work? They'll tell you. They will tell you.
Do you show every single video? Does it work every single time, or does it sometimes work and sometimes not?
What do you mean by work? I don't understand.
Do they convulse, gag? You said were going to have me gagging. Nothing happened. Does it work on them?
So with a demonic manifestation, it's not always that. I told you many variables.
Oh, yeah. That's right. I have the gagging demon, but they have other demons. Yeah. So
Well,
are they
demons love to
cured
hide.
from? Are they cured from their addictions and stuff?
Oh yes,
Okay.
verifiable.
Then keep
Evidence
doing
of
it
that.
for sure. Yeah. Keep doing it. Go do your thing. I think you're absolutely nuts. I think that like this was an
That's okay.
absolute scientific failure. Sorry, just one
Not
second.
really.
Let me just one second. What we did here was you said prove by science that this isn't true. We did a scientific experiment and it failed. It's not conclusive, right? Maybe there was something wrong. Maybe you said the wrong Rama Bama Lama, right? Maybe like you messed up a word in there and you didn't know it. Maybe God was busy. Maybe there's times where like it would have worked. Maybe I'm too demonic, right? Like I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here. But in this particular experience, the Ramabama failed. Okay? So if you want to come do science another time, we can. But right now you're 0 for 1. Okay?
So I will say this last thing.
What is it?
If you truly want to know the truth, you have to humble yourself.
Let me just say, I have to go to sleep. But before I go,
why?
I wish that
Why are you doing that to that guy?
It was roaches in the cereal.
Sorry, goodbye. I wish I wasn't so familiar with tongues and the end time stuff that you were reading on the thing where like we're going to go to heaven and we're going to be raptured. I wish I wasn't familiar with that stuff so that I could just see it as insane as it is.
I know what you mean.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I wish it was so distant from me, because like if I hear about like Scientology stuff and I hear about all these other cults, I just go like, that's bonkers. But when I hear this one, it's like, oh, that's familiar.
I used to believe that.
So it doesn't. Yeah, I used to believe it, so it doesn't seem as crazy as it should, and it bums me out.
It's so much crazier than it feels. Yeah.
It's just insane. But anyway, have fun. I got to go to sleep, but hopefully we'll see you a bit tomorrow during my live.
I don't know. I have a pretty busy weekend ahead of me here, but I'll try and jump in for a bit. And you know I love you, buddy. It was nice seeing you earlier today.
Love you too.
Everyone, follow Joel if you don't. Get up on our season 2 of DVDs. Thank you, Lana. I don't know what they're doing.
Lana is a troll.
I don't think so.
Lana's
They
trolling.
have a cross in their name.
I don't know what's going on with them.
This has been a
They're being
terrible
weird.
live, but that last guest was fun. That kind of made it worth it, I think.
I think it's been fun the whole time. Well, I hate Alan, but other than that, I think we've had fun. We've had fun. All right, we'll see you. We'll see you. Stop by for at least 5 minutes.
All right,
tomorrow.
I'll come by.
All right, we'll see you.
Joel.
Okay, bye-bye.
Shark, you're our next guest here on the Mezzo and Joel show. Where fuck, I already messed it up. On the Mezzo show. Sorry about that. What's your age and your religion, please?
I'm 19 and I'm a Christian.
Welcome in. Which of these topics did you want to get into tonight? I don't think God does any of these things. So which one would you want to show that he does?
I want to say have power.
Okay. That's what the last guy was doing. He was all about have power. What kind of power does God have the ability to do?
Created the universe.
Can you show that?
Yeah, the universe is here.
You can show that the universe is here, but we don't know who made it or how it came to be. So you can't really just pin that on God, can you?
Yeah. So like
I could say like a troll farted the universe into existence. Like I have just as much like, proof as you do.
Well, yeah, but that's not a legitimate claim.
Oh, is yours?
Yeah, I mean we have history.
Legitimize it. Let's hear it.
We have history of like Jesus.
Of Jesus. Did Jesus create universes?
Well, no, but he claimed like that he was like God. So, I mean, how
When
would the
did he do
universe
that?
get here without God?
When did he say that?
Like I and the Father are one.
Yeah, but the Father's in all of us. Isn't that the story? Like, that's what everyone should be saying if they believe it. You think he was saying he was like Yahweh?
I think he was saying that he was like a part of him, like the Trinity. Like,
oh, okay. So was Jesus involved in creating the universe?
well, yeah, because he's part God.
Okay, well, it doesn't like, and nobody was like, and then Jesus made a universe. Like, we don't see that happen anywhere. So I don't know if I like think that that's part of the claim. Is it?
Yeah, because they're like.
Do we have
one.
historical evidence of Jesus creating a universe?
Well, no, just Jesus dying and resurrecting.
Right, that's not universe making. That's just like zombie shit.
Well, he's not a zombie. He's not a zombie though.
Okay.
But and like the bounding of like truth, like if you don't believe in God, you can't believe in like truth or morality.
Sure. So just to be clear for just for the audience here, we're moving away from Jesus created the universe because there's no historical evidence for that. There's nothing like provable about that. There's really no point into that. So we're going to pivot off to which one do you want to do, truth or morality?
Morality.
Okay. And what's like a moral for? Like what do we need morals for?
Just like right and wrong, like why you don't murder and stuff.
No, I know like that's the idea of like a rule, but like or I guess a moral is why we have the rules or something like that. But what's the like reason for having morals?
God.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Like you're saying that's the origin of morals, but like why do we have them at all? Like what's the purpose of them? What do they do?
Oh, they keep us in the truth of God.
In the truth of God? What? Is it like we don't steal, so we're in the better truth of God? We're closer to the truth of God? That's just not what a moral is.
Morals I mean, you're not a Christian, so you don't know the truth.
No, I understand that, but like that's like the word moral doesn't mean that. You're talking about something else. Morals are like ideas that we we think will help make society better, right? We think that it'll like make this wherever we live more preferable. That's what a moral is, right? So like, if
that's
like,
what I'm saying. I'm saying that like God gives you the ability to do that.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is like, thou shalt not steal is a rule or a law. But the idea of stealing being bad is an idea that we think will like make society better because we won't want to steal, right? Because a society where we do steal is less preferable, less desirable than a society where then we don't steal, because then people won't steal from us, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So, that's where my morals come from, just from the definition itself, right? So if it's going to make it, if the consequence of the action is going to lead to a less desirable outcome, then I would say that, well, then it's less desirable. That's bad. That's negative. If it leads to a more positive or better feeling or like an outcome that we prefer more, that we like more, then that's good. But not just that we like, it has to actually be like demonstrably an improvement to society, right? Because some people might like something that actually in the long run is negative, or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no.
Yeah or no?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, let's come up with an action. Let's say robbing a little old lady, like grabbing her purse and stealing it, right? If I were to do that, I would like it because I got all this purse full of money, right? But the overall outcome is not as preferred, even for me, because when we steal and we live in a society where more stealing happens, we don't feel as safe. We have to lock our doors more. We have to clutch our pearls more, right? We have to do all these things where we have to be more cautious, and it's more work, where we could be spending that time not having to worry about that stuff and doing more art and preferable things, right? I spend my time just listening to music or being with my family. Okay, so I think that we could do math on it, where we show that the more preferable outcome for the greatest amount of people in the better world and better society would be to have stealing be considered bad. So let's consider it bad. Now, I didn't need a God to come to that. There's no God. It's just you look at the outcome and say, do we like it or not? Is it better for society or worse? Right? So we don't need a God to know what's better or worse for society. We can actually just look at society and see how it's doing.
Well, yeah, but the reason we can decide whether things are better or worse is because God.
Oh, so the opposite of what I just said?
No, you're saying that we can decide things are better or worse.
No, I'm saying those are measurable
decide
things.
that they're better or worse.
There's all kinds of societal
the only
metrics.
reason we can do that is because God.
No, Shark. There's all kinds of societal metrics. We can measure.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
The economy. We can measure mortality rates. We can measure all these things that we can actually look at the numbers on and see which ones make society generally more preferable and things that make it less preferable. That's what morals do. But do you think that if God says something is good, it's universally good no matter what?
Yeah.
And bad too?
Yeah.
So if he says thou shalt not I don't know if he said this, but lie. Did he say don't lie?
I don't know.
You don't know the rules? God, if these are the universal rules from God, you should probably figure out what they are. You might be breaking some. What if one of them is don't go up and argue about God in people's TikTok lives? I know I wouldn't say TikTok in the Bible, but what if it was don't ever discuss with an atheist the existence of God or morals? That could be one of the rules. Do you want to read them? Do you want to check them out?
Well, I don't think that's one of the rules, though.
But you don't know.
Well, I do know that. I know that they didn't write about TikTok when Jesus was alive.
I'm just saying you shouldn't have a discussion with an atheist. That could be a rule.
Well, that's not a rule.
You sure?
Pretty positive.
What about lying? Is that a rule?
I mean, he says not to deceive people, so I think that's lying.
Okay. Does God ever lie?
Nope.
Or deceive people?
No.
What about in the Bible?
Absolutely not.
Oh, let's look this up. There was this one here. Let me see if this one is one of them.
Oh, are you a Christian?
No, I used to be. Where is that one?
What are you now?
I'm an atheist. Let's look at Ezekiel. Where's Ezekiel? Is that after Jeremiah?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, here we go. Ezekiel 14. If a prophet is deceived, and as we said, deceiving is lying, God doesn't do this. If a prophet is deceived and speaks a word, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet, and I will stretch out my hand against him and destroy him from the midst of my people Israel. So here the Lord is saying he does deceive.
Yeah, but that's not what it's saying.
What I read isn't what it's saying?
No.
Are you real? Are you trolling?
Am I trolling?
Are you a real Christian?
Yeah, why?
You seem like you're maybe joking.
Why would I be joking about that?
I don't know. Like, was that a real rebuttal?
I mean, yeah.
Have you read the Bible at all?
I mean, I've read it. I've read some of it.
Okay. What about, like, maybe let's do an easier one. Thou shalt not kill. You think that's one of the rules, one of the morals?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Do you think there's ever a good time where it is the right thing to do is to kill?
Yeah, I think like if you're like mocking prophets and stuff,
then the right thing to do is to...
Yeah, like 2 Kings.
Sure.
2:23-24.
So those bears were justified in mauling those children?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, they were mocking the Lord's prophet.
And that's, like, worthy of death for children?
Yeah, well, I mean, they probably went to hell too.
I don't think you're a real Christian. Do you do a thing where you come up here and try to make Christians look bad?
What are you even saying?
You're a troll. You're an atheist who comes up here and tries to make Christians look bad.
Yeah, I'm definitely not an atheist.
What do you think, why did Jesus die for your sins?
Why did Jesus die for my sins? What kind of question is that?
I'm testing you to see if you're a real Christian.
So I can be forgiven. I don't have to die for eternity.
Forgot the love part.
You mean, I forgot the love part?
Am I wrong, chat? Is this guy real? I think this guy's fake. Someone look at his account and see if he has a bunch of, like, atheist content.
Yo, what are you even saying?
I think you're just here, like, wasting time or something like that. No content.
Wasting time.
Yeah.
What are you messing with me?
No, I'm just saying that, like, I think you're just caught. That, like, you pretend to be a Christian or something like that. What's the point of this?
Why would I pretend to be a Christian?
I don't know. You're bored?
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense.
Neither does any of your responses here. You've been an utter disaster up here. So, like, it's so bad I have to think that this is a joke, right? Because
what has been a bad response so far?
No, the words aren't what it says. Was pretty shitty. But we get this sometimes where people, like, pretend to be Christian. So they come up and, like, say dumb things so that, like, it just makes Christians look bad. But that's what I figured you were doing.
Yeah, that doesn't really make any logical sense.
It was also dumb to say, like, yeah, those kids, like, for making fun of someone deserve death and eternal punishment.
Well, no, that was a prophet. No, that's a prophet. It's not just some random guy on the street. It's a prophet.
Children still deserve death?
Well, and they were threatening to, like, hurt him.
Where?
Like, I'm pretty sure it's, like, in the Hebrew.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way,
guys. Look it up.
This guy's not
I'm telling you, look it up.
They were threatening to hurt him? They were going baldy.
Yeah, but, like, the Hebrew translation, like, they didn't translate it correct.
Do you know about the Amalekites?
I'm familiar a little bit.
What's the story with them?
Weren't they, like, so bad that, like, God had to, like, was that the salt one? The story where they looked back and, like, they turned to salt?
All right. Hey, thanks for counting up. You've been hilarious. Great stuff. But, like, let's get a real guest up here. Oh, Pat's here. Pat was cool. Pat left. Ben, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
So I'm 18. I'm a Satanist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're just talking to, like, people who believe in God.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That's all right. The last guy didn't either. But
have a good one.
Later. I don't get the point of Satanists.
Hey, I'm here.
What's the point of Satanists?
Satanists?
It's just like a counterculture thing, right? I guess I kind of get the idea. Like, they're saying, like, wouldn't it be funny if we, like worshipped the bad guy but did better.
Yeah,
like
it's
I get that. It's counterculture reactionary thing.
It's a offshoot of atheism that is like ironic.
Yeah. All right, I guess I kind of get it. But yeah, I'm good. Like I just like Satan is also not real. So like I don't think that it helps the like, at least my overall goal is to show that like worshiping deities is a thing of the past, that if we move beyond that we'll like have more success as a society, and then like dealing with that doesn't really doesn't help it that much. But I don't know.
So I think one of the things I wanted to ask was that the whole morality, basically like relativism, right, is what you're like, moral relativism. I don't know if that can stand up to scrutiny, because like
maybe not.
Well, I mean, I think that it leads you to areas of what's it called, like areas where you'll kind of find yourself trapped a little bit because you know certain things are wrong, but like by those rules you could justify them, right?
Isn't it weird that like so many of these moral conversations, what we're really doing is such bullshit, because everyone is really trying to like make up a moral system that matches their feelings. Right? Like, because
we all have the same feelings.
Not all. I mean, there's some differences. People disagree on like abortion and stuff like that. Like, there are some deep rooted like different feelings that people have. But what we do is we try to like, everyone's doing it backwards. Everybody, where they're trying to like build something, and when they build it and they hit a thing where it's like, but then that means this can happen. Well, this one can't be right. Maybe it is right. Maybe that can happen. Right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe moral systems are just made up, and we're just doing our best to like make one that works. And I think that that's fine. Like, if you have a moral system and it leads to something where you go like, that doesn't fix this thing that is obviously terrible, then like maybe we should adopt obviousism, whatever the fuck that is. You know, like, let's make one that includes with a side dish of obviousism, where like if it's obviously terrible, then like let's not do that.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, is kind of like a relativistic take. You have to have some of the, well, that's obviously...
Like, give me an example of one.
Okay, so like the... I guess I'll reiterate what I think you were saying. So the notion that whatever makes things have a seemingly good outcome for societies in general is what, like...
measurably good. Yeah.
Measurably good.
This is So this is like holistic utilitarianism, or consequentialism rather.
Yeah. So, but that said, you could, say that what's the word? Eugenics and the stuff that all of that kind of stuff would be good for society, and that involves unaliving of people with genetic problems for future generations and things. It leads you down a whole rabbit hole of things where if you were to literally watch it happening, you're like, that's not right.
But here's the thing with the holistic like addition to just like boring old relativism with holistic consequentialism is that you look at the entirety of the outcomes, and that includes like, it's like an ecosystem of morality. Right. So, like if you're going to go like, hey, these bees are stinging us, we're going to kill the bees. And then you go do it and it fucks the whole ecosystem up. So you have to bring an ecologist in to like really study the whole thing. I think that's also true of this. So when you at first glance go, oh, this could be great. We could get rid of like future diseases and things like that are carried through these traits. And if you just like willy nilly do it, like, cool, you got rid of disease, but you've also like eliminated a race on accident or something like that,
But why is that bad?
That's what I'm saying. So then you have to bring in someone who can, groups of people. You need a diverse team of people to have this discourse and explain all their points of view and say, well, here's why we don't think it's, here's what we should do. And kind of like argue their point and discuss their point And if it shows demonstratively that it's like, well, this is actually going to make people uncomfortable. This like level of discomfort that we're having where it's like, this feels icky, might be enough to offset it. It might be enough to offset it, right?
So if it feels...
hold on, sorry, real quick, for people in chat, he wasn't saying why is that bad from his point of view. He was saying, under my view, can I explain why that's bad? Yeah, no. Sorry, people were like, what the fuck are you doing? No. He's cool. He's fine. He's good. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Just
I'm actually a eugenicist. No,
yeah, sorry.
Sarcasm.
I know. Yeah. Well, God, from the other people we've had up tonight, like it wouldn't be a stretch.
Well, okay, so the guy before, no, two guys before.
Crazy?
Not the
crazy
really
or bonkers?
So I've met a couple pathological liars in my life that it's the same things. Also, another thing I wanted to point out.
Thomas Paine said, we've never, ever proven a miracle, but we have proven many lies to be lies.
There's I would disagree with Thomas Paine on that one, but we can go into that later. But I did want to say that the speaking in tongues thing, the linguistics of that are like just matching up with English. So there's nothing supernatural going on there, especially when he's like,
it's literally scatting.
Yeah, he's scatting. And then the other thing is, that's not even what they were talking about in the Bible. They were talking about speaking in languages that they shouldn't know, but like other people understood
like them. Chinese, not like angel language. Yeah, totally.
Like different people. So it's not, and then this whole, that is just like a random group of American, like uneducated Protestant something misinterpreted a passage, and then now we have all these people that are like, oh, that's what tongues is. It's like,
that's what we got to do.
Yeah.
But that kind of thing, Pat, that people can, like, that guy really believes he's doing it for reals.
I don't know, because he's I mean,
I know people, I don't know about that guy because he was a little sketchy, but there are people who have believed they were doing it for reals. And just do it in their church. They don't go out on the street and do it on shows and stuff like that lunatic was. But like, there are people who do it in their church and think it's real. And all I'm saying is, what it goes to show is that the ideas of religion can really wrap you up and take you away. You can get swept away in it.
I think
and fall for a belief that isn't true.
Well, I mean, I think that's a human. That's part of humanity, not just religion.
Yeah. I think religion is part of humanity. I'm on board with that. I think you nailed it. Totally. This is a thing that humans are prone to. They're like susceptible to. They're weak.
Well, I guess what I meant was, I don't think I made my point clear. What I meant was, I think that's an aspect of how humans interact with everything, not how humans just interact with religion. Like, so for example, people get swept away in, like, I don't know, let's talk about football teams called the Redskins, and we're all like, oh yeah, we can say that.
I did that the whole time.
But like, no one, we all were like, woo, Redskin, like, let's do it. Like, and it's just, we do these things as a society, and in religious and in non-religious societies, people do that. I mean, like, Nazism was not very religious, but like how similar to the evils of people who misuse religion and things like that were those rituals and the things that they did. It's a human characteristic. I don't.
You know who said it best was Tommy Lee Jones in Men in Black. He said something along the line where a person is smart but people are idiots or whatever like that. And I think that's true. Like, as when we group together, we're more gullible. And I think that's like part of the big thing of religion, and same with Nazism. You group people together, that can happen. Like, you have to be careful when grouping together to make sure that you're like diligent in being skeptical, because as you group together, you'll be more prone to falling for bullshit, right?
Well, I think that part of us. So one thing that I've had experiences where I'm like, feel like like supernatural, what's the word? Like how people talk about spiritual ecstasy. Have you heard of that term? It was like some of the saints have used it. There's things where it's like, I don't know how that happened, but turns out in labs, they can reproduce some of this stuff with like, EM, interference in the brain or whatever, like magnets and all that kind of stuff. And they can.
Oh, I don't even think you need all that. But like, this is what I'm saying. Like, the reason that up close magicians are so impressive. Did I do magic with you last time?
No, I do magic though.
Okay, I do tricks every now and then. But the reason why up close magic is so impressive is because it's like this one-on-one smaller thing. The big crowd one is cool, but like half of the trick is you're hearing the rest of the audience go, "Wow!" And so you go, "Oh, we like this." Ah, even if you saw what happened behind the curtain, you're still like enthralled by the moment. And I think that's like becomes an experience that you can really feel.
Oh
and,
yeah,
like,
yeah,
and
that,
remember and stuff. And I think a lot of that happens in like in church too.
Yeah, sure. that type of stuff happens for sure. And
then, sorry to keep going, but
yeah.
then like you carry that home with you. You go home and you like close your eyes and pray, and it like your brain remembers it, that feeling, and kicks it back in, so you feel like you're doing it at home too. That's what I think's happening a lot of the time.
Well, okay, so I guess my point was like as a point of people saying, oh, well, we can disprove that by showing that your brain can do these things where like you manipulate it with electricity, and then people will be like, oh, it feels like there's a person standing in this room with me that's not there. And it's like, similar to how people experience like, oh, I felt Jesus's presence and like this and that. But the thing is, to me, I'm like, why are we wired that way? Why would we? It's like we're designed to experience those types of things. So
yeah, I think like that's an evolutionary trait for sure.
But I'm unconvinced by it being evolutionary, because I'm like, what benefit does feeling like
I can give you the classic tiger in the bushes scenario. I don't know if you've heard of that.
What'd you say?
The tiger in the bushes thing. Have you heard about this?
Like you're suspicious of stuff?
Kinda. And by the way, I actually wrote a song a long time ago, and one of the lines in it was about like being in the pitch black and feeling like there was someone next to you, because I had an experience like that. This was long after I was a believer. I was an atheist at the time, but like I remember standing in the pitchest of blacks outside in a dark sky area with a new moon, so no moonlight, and feeling like there was someone next to me, and going like this with my arm and trying to be like, who the fuck is here? And there was no one there. And I eventually like turned on the light and there was no one there. And I was like, that was so weird. Like I just thought for sure, right? And I think that leads to that evolutionary thing that I was feeling leads to a lot of this, like feeling the presence of somebody. And what it comes from, and I might explain this wrong, but the idea is, imagine two proto-humans, and they're probably even farther back, like these are like really earlier animals, but let's just pretend for evolutionary simplicity, two proto-humans, and they're standing next to each other in the dark, and they hear a rustle in the leaves, right? And one of them is like, that's probably nothing. And the other one is like, that's a tiger, and runs. Okay. Now, what comes out is a butterfly or like whatever, like something minor. It wasn't anything, right? So both of them pass their genes on. Okay. And then, if that happens again and it is a tiger, then the one who ran lives. The one who was like, that was nothing, doesn't pass their genes on. They become tiger meat, right?
Yeah.
And so like over time, that evolutionary trait of like fight or flight, where flight is a bit more or like easier to hit, that like whoop, something, I don't know what it is to run off, that like feeling that something is there has an evolutionary advantage and would actually like be passed down. So whatever brain wiring it is that makes you think it is someone, and I think it might be also related to, God, what's the name of that thing where we see faces and everything? When you look at a like a socket on the wall and it looks like a smiling face, because anytime there's two things in a thing, it's like we think it's people. Like, I think that's all part of it too. Like, thinking more things are like out to love you or out to get you are, paradola. I don't know how to say that. Paradola. Thinking that more things are alive and out to get you helps you survive, right? Like that is something that's going to get passed down. Just if evolution is true, it is, then that's one of the traits that would get passed down. So it might be related to that.
Yeah, I think
that's maybe it's a stretch. I don't know, but it's interesting.
I see that. I think some of the experiences, and again, this is more niche than, or niche, I don't know how to say it. This is more, that than I think a lot of people experience, because it's, so like the experience that I had was similar to what people describe in like an LSD experience, not visually, but like with this like huge oneness type of thing and sense of a huge amount of power and like all of this kind of stuff that happened, at a certain time, and in a specific religious context. And it's like that type of thing happens. And those types of things can be manipulated by drugs and, certain things. But like there is this universal experience that people have of oneness and of all of these traits that we relate. Like, the only way I could say it is that the experience is like, it lines up with many different, I've, been to a mosque to watch their stuff, like, study Buddhism and all this stuff. It lines up with a lot of different people's descriptions of divinity. And it seems like we all have spiritual people in our different societies that kind of line up on a lot of stuff.
Which if it were natural?
What?
If it were natural, wouldn't that be exactly the case? If that is,
but
like,
I guess
if that's an experience that people just naturally have, is that they feel some sort of a centered oneness for whatever reason, and they've been feeling that for 4,000 years. Then 4,000 years ago, when people were feeling that and talking about the god of the storms that they believed in, this like whatever, some sky god, then they started to like combine the two of those. I don't know what it is, that feeling of like, must be from them, because and they put that together, and then now they say that's what it is, so that when we have that feeling now, we describe it as what they said it was. Like, of course, that would happen exactly like that if it was natural.
Well, no, I guess what I'm saying is like the tiger thing, I definitely see how that could cause those types of things. Or it could cause I sense something other than me, right? But this is like, to me, at least, having experienced something akin to it, it's like too far out of like, it's like almost out of body. So it's not like related to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't figure out how evolution would like have some sort of use for something like that, but we're wired that way to experience things like this.
Yeah, I don't know if everyone is, like, I got that from a Radiohead concert once too. So like, and I've had it during sex, like I've had it during non-church things. I don't know if that means like I've had it while doing bad things, you know what I mean? Like not godly things. So like, I don't know if that is, if it's right to attribute that to God. Like, if you get it from both things, then it seems like it's from you.
Yeah, maybe I'm not describing it correctly, because this like, I think I know what I've experienced stuff like really powerful experiences at concerts and religious events and driving in my car, listening to music that I am really vibing with and stuff like that, where it's like, it's ethereal and it's powerful, right? And I can connect like I was doing that today. I was like, oh, I have chills from this, like, Architects song, and Architects being the band. And
yeah, but with those, at the heart of that is some band or like music, which is a very impressive thing that humans have made, but is also just like a human invention, Whereas what you are feeling with the God Almighty creator of the universe in your mind is the God Almighty creator universe of the mind. So like you're connecting it to something that you think is so much bigger, so it feels so much bigger.
Right, right. And I get that. I get that. But I guess what I'm saying is, at least for this, I don't know. I don't want to assume anyone here has done any like LSD or anything. I haven't, but do you think that you would get the same type of experience as like an LSD level, like people who say like, oh, I came back with like a crazy different understanding. It actually literally rewires your brain, right? That's different than the whole super powerful experience that I think I would attribute those types of experiences to evolution and be like, oh yeah, there's this like group thing and it bonds people and people want to go fight and win and all that kind of stuff. Like, but it's just like, there's this next level thing that occurs above that. You know what I'm saying?
Whatever it is, and I know it's hard to describe and hard to quantify and hard to like agree on it because people are going to experience it differently and stuff like that. And some people might say they're getting it from sex, but you're saying like, no, it's different than that. Well, you haven't had sex with me, so you don't know that. Like maybe it is with me. It is that good. You don't know. It is. But like what I'm saying is like, there's no way to measure it against anyone else's thing. So what you're really doing here is a God of the gaps. You're saying like, there's something that I don't know. I can't put my finger on and I don't know exactly why it is or what it is. So I'm just putting a God placeholder there.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is the phenomenon of things occurring at that level. I don't see those like this higher level.
Is it God?
No, I guess what I'm saying is points to, I think it points to the fact that we're wired to experience divinity in a specific
or we're wired to believe that we're experiencing divinity. We might be wired to believe we're experiencing, we don't know.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
It's very much not the same. Like it's different to be like we evolutionarily like through natural selection came about to be in a way where we think that there's something bigger out there that's like watching after us, than to think that we evolutionary came about in a way where we're able to go get in tune with the thing that is out there watching us. Those are two very different statements. So
from a objective reality, I just meant like there's no objectivity here because if it were true or not, we would still experience it the same way.
Exactly. And that's why it's God of the gaps. That's why it's this like, so we don't know what it is. So what I kind of do is like, well, we don't know what it is. So I'm going to end with, we don't know. But the theist goes, we don't know what it is. Therefore we know. And I know you're not doing that. You're being a bit vague with your beliefs, which I think is smart. It's a safer move. But I think that you're still like, even though you're not vocalizing it, you think you know what it is. You think it's Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior, right? Like you believe that part of it, right?
But I have a sense of God being higher than our understanding of Jesus is like an aspect of a much higher God that we could not fully understand. You know what I mean? It's like, this is the level of depth that we can get into as humans, but like it goes much deeper than that. And like that. So anyways, but yeah, I mean, the things that we have to go on are, you know, they're like, if you look at reason and logic and history and things like that's where people can line those two things up and say, hey, there's something here, which is why, you know, you have these major faiths that all seem to line up pretty significantly to, hey, there's a one type of a thing with God. There's a loving type of a thing with God. There's a like all of these major characteristics that you see across world religions.
Kind of, yeah. But the other thing you see with the, you know, across world religions is that the ones that are closer together are a bit more similar. And as you drift farther apart, they're less similar. And there's this chain of religions in between that kind of connect them. And it's just like so obvious that like, as people spread out and as like people were near each other, that they shared ideas with each other and kind of like turned into these things. And I think that this idea that like all religions are pointing to one like same idea is kind of weak. Like
I'm not really saying it's all pointing to the same idea. It's like it's like, look at all these, there's like a bunch of Venn diagrams and they all overlap at certain characteristics of God. And then, you know, you could extract from that.
That's true. Like the major ones that are left kind of do, but they haven't over time. And I think that that's a religious evolution, not to keep talking about evolution, but it's a similar thing that happened, which is my dad's stronger than your dad, right? And so as you have two cultures next to each other and they're like, well, we have the god of harvest. They're like, well, we have a god of harvest that is also the god of wine. It's like, oh yeah, we have one that does a harvest and wine and war. And like, whoa, shit. And ours does everything. Eventually one's like, our God does everything. You know, and so like that singularity is inevitable. And so like they're all gonna like get to that and the rest of them kind of peter off. I don't know.
I think that it is evolution, and I think that you said it right, because
religious selection.
Well, I think it's evolution, meaning that it's actually moving to a higher, more complex state, or you know what I mean, like a more developed state, like
natural selection would have been the better word for it, because
things
die off. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you're saying natural selection. I guess what I'm saying is more like development, like philosophy like before it was like, oh, rocks can be bigger or smaller, and that means there's difference, you know. And now we're like, oh, we can talk about things at a much higher level, and we can do meta analysis of ourselves and the analysis of the analysis and all this kind of stuff. I think religion is the same way, where it's like, oh, we're realizing that we're not talking about characters like in our book of life. We're talking about the author of the book that is outside of life, that's outside of like it, you know what I'm saying? So as societies have become more technologically and educationally and philosophically advanced, we also learn more aspects about divinity, and we come to a more unified understanding, because it's kind of like how you could multiple people come to the same ideas in math.
It seems like we're just like hanging on to an idea from the past. Or maybe you're right, and what we're like eventually going towards is just atheism. Like that like eventually becomes the correct thing that we all land on.
I don't think that the atheistic movement is actually, I mean, like, it's very small compared to.
We're just getting started. You guys have a head start.
It stayed at the same. It stayed at the same for like.
We're doing great. I convert 2 people a day.
It's like 6% of.
What was it in like 0 BC?
I don't know. I think the Greeks were pretty atheist. A lot of them were.
The Greek gods?
No.
The guys who invented the Greek gods? They were theist as fuck. They had more gods than you.
No, I meant like the aristocratic like philosophers. Some of them were.
No,
atheistic.
they believed. They were like Plato was a theist.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. I probably misspoke there then. But
it's a common thing. People believe in it, and it's like. Y'all are spreading in a way where like it's a little bit different. You know, they like, you guys are taught like, go spread your thing. Whereas atheists, most of us are just like, hey, go mind your business. That's like what our main thing is. Don't bother me, I won't bother you. It takes a real piece of shit like me and Joel to come out here and go, hey, you guys got to knock this off. And I think it's going to grow and change over time. But we'll see. Like obviously, the more people who believe in it doesn't make it true. I know what we're saying, but like maybe it's the idea that this like thing that we're getting to will eventually show that there isn't a divinity. Yeah, but it's a long ways away. And I do want to move on to another guest. We've talked for a little while here and bored everyone to death, but I always find, at least the last 2 times I found our conversations quite interesting and fun. Far, 100% of the time.
We go way back.
Did you ditch the Bible God yet, though? Are you like a deist now?
No, I'm Catholic.
Jesus, I can't believe I had this long conversation with you. And you're a Catholic.
Yeah, because Catholics actually have like philosophy behind the whole thing. It's because
the bread really turns into Jesus skin and stuff like that.
Well, if you read the Bible, I don't see how you can read it any other way. You have to ignore a lot of stuff in there. You got to rip out a lot of verses to not actually believe that.
That's fine. People do that all the time.
All Catholics are consistent. That's what I'm saying.
That includes accepting all the horrors of the Old Testament.
The horrors of the Old Testament?
Yeah.
Well, I think that there's a lot of nuance there that gets well overlooked.
Well, let's talk about it next time. Let's get into the nuanced horrors of the Old Testament next time, and I'll be back, I don't know, Wednesday or something.
Oh, wait. Someone said leave Catholic Church. Oh, okay. You got me.
All the work I did, and they got you with that? That's
bullshit. Got me.
See, we're growing. No, you will. You will eventually. You'll settle down out of that and get to something better. But thanks for coming up, Pat. Appreciate you.
Bye.
Pat's a good guy. So Pat was on our last show, I think, and well informed, interesting guy, fun person to talk to, and very smart, and doesn't at all seem like a piece of shit. And a lot of religious people do. So we have to kind of like when we get someone who's not, really have a nice chat with them to like, look, we can sit up here all day and make Christians look bad by letting just the idiots talk, but we got to make it fair and let people chat evenly from both sides. I appreciate that. Enther, what's your age and religion? Enther?
Yes. Sorry, what was that?
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Oh, what's your religion?
Well, I believe in a God, but I don't have a organized religion.
Does your God have a name?
I just use the word God, but I don't. It's not relevant to any of the Christian God.
They don't care what you call them.
Yeah. Well, no. I think that there's clearly an infinite consciousness, right? And we can use the word God for that.
But why are you using the word God for that?
Because when you experience it, if you have a direct experience of it, it's clear that it is God in some way. It's hard to explain. Have you ever had a direct experience of infinity, for instance?
No, I haven't. Are you saying that this God wants to be referred to as God, or you want to refer to it as God?
No, I don't think it wants. I think
this is my thing with it. I would suggest to you, and you don't have to do this, obviously, this is just my advice. I would call it something else. I know you're saying I just call it God because that's like convenient to refer to it that way, but God is already a thing. Like when people talk about God, we're referring to these like beings who have emotions and specific qualities and things that they do, and they're associated with religions and stuff. If the God thing, that whatever like this consciousness that you believe in doesn't have a preference, and they're not going to send you to hell or something if you call it the wrong thing, call it the source or the energy or the consciousness or the eternal or something like that. Like it seems like such a misnomer.
Okay,
and then I start thinking of like, oh, this is like the old guy with the beard on the throne and the clouds.
Right.
No. So yeah, I would say that like you'd be better off calling it something else.
You're right. But would you deny? So let's just call it the source for the sake of argument. Would you deny that this thing exists? You would probably say it's not real.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. Something is thinking somewhere.
Yeah. Like, do you think that there is like an imagination going on ultimately?
No.
Well, so when did existence start to you? The Big Bang or what?
I don't know. It's probably eternal.
Okay, yeah. So you just accept that the universe is eternal. And doesn't that make you think that it's sort of supernatural in a way, the fact that it has no cause?
I don't know. I think it's very natural, not supernatural.
So then everything in our experience of nature seems to be causes, but then this one thing, which is existence itself, has no original cause, no time.
Well,
everything else
it has time. I think it's just like probably been there forever, but maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it started at the Big Bang. Like, wow. How do we have access to that knowledge?
Yeah, well, that's the point, though. I think that's interesting, and I think that
So right where we don't know something, you think there's a thinking like imagination being?
Yes.
So that's where I'm like, what? Like if I don't know something, like how did it exist and start? I don't know. I don't like assign that a name and like qualities too. Like, you know, that's kind of weird. And I also just think like very clearly, it's hard for me to think about there being like a mind existing without a brain. We've just never seen that. That'd be a first. So like just from inductive, like 100% so far, every time we've like been able to pinpoint whatever a mind is, it's come from a brain.
Right. Are you a scientific materialist?
I think so.
Do you believe physicalism explains everything?
Yeah, probably.
So to you, it's just this conversation you're having right now. It's just neurons in the brain.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like there's atoms here, and then some of the atoms are formed in a way that are experiencing listening, and the other atoms are formed in a way that are experiencing talking, and then they're interacting in this way. Yeah.
Does it ever seem to you like that there's a witness to the thoughts, like a witness that there's like sort of two people there? There's the one that's, you know, your voice speaking, but then there's the consciousness, I guess, behind that. That's like witnessing, you think, witnessing your thoughts and witnessing all the feelings and all that.
I don't
like,
know. I don't know what that would be.
Well, because you don't identify with your thoughts.
Brain? Where is that?
You know, you're not your thoughts.
No, I think I'm more than my thoughts. My thoughts are part of my identity for sure.
Right. Yeah. But you don't exclusively identify with them.
No. I think I include like you know, like my clothing. I include like my family and part of my identity. I like if we're getting like deep philosophical about it, like if we're like talking about like you know, my DMV paperwork, it's just like my body and my brain, right? But if we're talking deep philosophical about like what is my identity, what makes me, like it's a wide stretched thing. It includes like my arts, and it overlaps other people's identities and stuff too. I think so.
Right. Okay. Like every memory of you that ever existed, every communication you've ever had, you're including all of that.
Yeah, all the stuff that like forms who I am, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like my dog is part of my identity. Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that all of that you just said could be existing within a stasis consciousness? Like the consciousness always existed and is witnessing all that?
Maybe I wouldn't be like prone to just believe that for no reason though. Do you have any like evidence or like a syllogism or anything that would like make that reasonable to get to?
I'm not proselytizing, and I don't mean to convert you to anything. I was just you seem to be an atheist.
Lots of stuff is possible, but there's not a good reason to believe in it just because it like is possible. Like this is God, who came up with the teapot? Who came up with the teapot?
Sure, not to believe in it.
Yeah, I think I'm very justified in not believing it until there's I'm a skeptic.
Yeah, you know exactly. But do you allow for the possibility?
Absolutely, that's why I'm here. Yeah, Russell's teapot, right? So you know about Russell's teapot?
No, brief me.
It's just like if I tell you there's a teapot in orbit around Saturn right now, you can't like disprove that, but it's a possibility. There very much could be. And you could like go out and start looking, but it'd be really hard to find. Saturn has a wide orbit and that's really small. So just because you can't like prove it or disprove it right away, should we now believe in it because it's possible? No, it seems like we're like more inclined to like withhold belief until there's at least a speck of evidence, you know, like something a little real. And so that's how I feel with this like eternal consciousness thing. It's like neat, cool. If there's like a Boltzmann brain somewhere, like the whole universe, like every galaxy, because like if you think about the way your brain is formulated, there, like I said, there's a bunch of atoms in specific places that form into thoughts as they move like energy around synaptically. If that it's just about that shape and structure and we don't know it, but at the grand scheme of things, like every galaxy is in the atomic correct place to form a giant brain that's imagining stuff. That's neat. That's a cool idea.
It doesn't change anything for you.
I'm not going to believe it until we like show that. It's a fun idea for a sci-fi novel to think about, but I'm going to withhold that belief because it feels nuts until we actually find some sort of evidence for it. For me, we do have evidence of brains here making minds. We do have evidence of physicalism. We do have evidence of materialism. We have proof of all these things that seem really reasonable. So I'm going to accept those until they're proven otherwise.
Do you think that every fact about the universe is provable through scientific materialism and the scientific method?
No. We talked about that earlier in the show. Someone was trying to get me to do science to disprove their speaking in tongues Ouija board experience. But what I was talking about is God, what word did I say? Yeah, I don't think we can use science to figure out who first said bubble. There's a fact that some person was the first person to say bubble. We'll probably never know who that is. There's some things where we can go we've sort of pinpointed it down to the location. It came out of this area, but we can't just do an experiment to find out that fact. There's some stuff that's lost to science. It's not properly equipped to solve every mystery.
Right. So I guess from your perspective, though, like you said earlier, it doesn't really matter whether you can prove it or not, because ultimately it wouldn't change anything. Even if you could prove it right now that it's that there is an infinite consciousness that's imagining all of this, you're saying that it wouldn't really change reality as far as you're concerned, and we shouldn't be making any belief systems
we could tap into
around
it, maybe. Yeah, it could. I think that's something worth exploring. If you can think of a way to look into that, right? To do an experiment and find it. Yeah, because if we can tap into that and be like, hey, eternal consciousness, what should we do about climate change?
Well,
and it'll be like, here's what you do. Then that'd be neat. Get some answers from it. That'd be great.
What do you say to people who say that you can do that? You can tap into it right now. You just have.
What does it offer us?
So, okay, well, I mean, they would say you need to experience it for yourself, but I mean, and it depends on the person you ask. Some will say you can reach this through meditation. Some will say you can't. But
sounds fake.
Yeah. Well, so when you think when somebody
different
takes
for everyone, and the way into it is different, and everyone's answer afterwards are going to be different. Yeah, that's what happens when people make stuff up. It's all different.
Right. Okay. Well, let me just ask you, with stuff like LSD, DMT, when people have these experiences on these substances, do you think that it's just hallucinations in the brain? That's it?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably.
So even though people seem to have direct experiences that they will swear by, that they are sure that they had it figured out, that it's just a delusion, just because they.
I don't even think someone has to be caked out of their gourd on drugs to be able to be delusional. But if you are, yeah, for sure, you have delusions while on them. That's what they do. That's their main thing. They make you delusional. That's why people like them. They don't like what they're experiencing here, so they want to instead of have this illusion, they want to go get a different one. Right? And that's the whole point of it.
Yeah. I guess it's just you have to
always
decide
those
whether
ones
you
too. No one's ever no one's ever man, if you just really get drunk on vodka, you're gonna see everything. It's always the ones that are that make you trip out the hardest. Yeah, you're tripping balls. That's what it is.
Yeah. So I guess
I don't know.
You don't trust direct experience. You think if people say that something happened for them, that they're just full of shit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not. I don't think it's enough to confirm something. I've seen a ghost before while sober. I don't believe in ghosts, but I saw one.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, at the time, I had the full visual experience of seeing a hand go like this. That was a see-through ghostly hand thing. And I followed it and nothing was there. And I was like, okay, I believe in ghosts now. That's what I have to do. I just saw one. I'm one of these ghost believers now. And then later realized I was like, that's not what it was. I was probably seeing things. That's a better answer. I probably fell asleep. I was in bed. That makes sense. It was late and I was lying in bed. Are you doing dishes or something? It's just kind of loud.
Oh, sorry about that. I was getting ice, but yeah, it's loud.
Oh, it's okay. It's just in my headphones. So for a moment I was like, holy shit. And then I was like, what's more likely? That I saw a semi see-through ghost hand, which doesn't make sense that it would be see-through. That's a weird thing that just came up through photography, which I can tell you about later. That's like not what ghosts were described as originally. Or that I was like kind of half asleep. That's a much more reasonable explanation. People have dreams all the time that they think are real. Okay, so I was like, that's more likely. Maybe I did see a ghost. Maybe I'm just denying it, but I don't think it's good enough evidence just because I saw it that I should believe it. But I'm a skeptic.
So, yeah. And what would you say to people who say, yes, don't believe, but try to have the experience for yourself? Because then maybe you'll have the experience and then you'll be like, oh shit, all that scientific materialism, all that was wrong. I was deluded. That was the illusion. And then actually this is what's true. Like, are you even open to the idea that you could be convinced?
Yeah, but I'm not going to do drugs about it though. I'm not open to that.
Well, not necessarily. Yeah. I mean, there are other ways, but
I meditate. Right? I do this stuff. I meditate. Yeah. I like celebrate like weird spiritual holidays. I enjoy them. I think it's fun to do. I don't like, I've had experiences I can't explain. I've seen a ghost. I had what like I felt at the time was a full interaction with my dead son who turned into a bear. Like I've had weird experiences while a Christian and while not, while a believer and while not. Okay. So like I have had experiences, but when I analyze them skeptically, I tend to lean towards just accepting the material, like more likely story of it rather than the miracle story of it. That's all. That's just me. Like, look, if you're prone to believing in miracles, that's neat. But I think we're going to do a better job of getting to the real truth if we're skeptical. If we believe things too easily, we're going to believe a lot of wrong stuff. It's better to not believe a true thing by accident and then find it later. You know what I mean? So like if all the stuff's coming, go, whoa, I don't believe any of this yet. Let's analyze it and then we'll find the right thing. It's better to not believe any of it and then find the right thing than to like believe all the stuff and then try to like peel off the lies later. That's so much harder to do. That's like just a slower way of getting to reality, to getting to the truth.
Yeah. I think I misunderstood your stance.
I hope I clipped that. Someone clipped that. That was a really good way of explaining the peeling off the lies. Did you guys hear that? That's good. Anyways, I'm going to probably move on to another guest here.
Go ahead. It was good talking to you.
Yeah, you too. Good to chat with you, man. All right. Stop calling it God, though. He won't. All right. A couple more guests here.
Brother.
This guy's not a real guest.
Brother, please 5 minutes.
Okay. And then we'll try Michael. Do you guys see those people pop up in other people's lives? Is that a thing that you see a lot, or is that just here?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, what's up? Michael, what's your age and religion?
I'm 53, Christian.
Okay, hold on. Let me block this last guy. Not the guy I did talk to. That guy was fine, but it's these other people who jump up and have their camera on, they're always just asking for money. It's like some weird money thing.
Okay.
What happened here is, they're really somewhere. I don't know where they are. The guy said he was somewhere like Syria, maybe? Is that where the one guy was? And I finally gave him a listen. I was like, all right, are you even real? Show me around. And he showed me around his tent and outside. I was like, oh, you're really wherever you say you are. It looks like it. So we sent him money. I sent him $30, and other people sent a few things. And then we were like, all right, get out of here. And then he was like, please, more. And I was like, fuck, he scammed us. And so we got rid of him. And then all his friends started showing up. So, all right, so I did it. I tried it. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. And then, that was it.
Right. Okay. So what's on your mind?
Well, I don't think God can answer prayers, have any power, have free will, do anything, love us all, or exist. What do you think? Can he do those things?
Yes.
Which one would you like to chat about?
What topic? I'll put the ball in your court.
Let's just do exist.
Well, first of all, let me give you a little background on myself. I was a skeptic at age 19. I became Christian. I started going to church, different churches. I mean, definitely not Catholic, but and I found a lot of, through reading the Bible many times, there's a lot of deception in a lot of the churches, so I don't go to church. But that's just basically.
I mean, I'm with you there. I think that churches have a lot of deceptive lies. They say the Bible's true, stuff like that. So I don't go to them either. Although I did have to go to one for my kids, like school dance. They had a school dance at one I had to go to. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm talking about churches that teach like anti-biblical things, not the true Bible. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you kind of do your own interpretation?
Yes.
Okay. Well, do you think that God is like all the omnis, all good, all powerful, all loving, etc.?
I do.
Okay. And it's the God from the Bible?
Yes.
Man, that doesn't add up for me. I think that's like where I kind of fell apart with it when I was religious. I was like, oh, this God loves everybody and is so powerful. And then I started looking around the world. I was like, that doesn't make sense. There's all this bad stuff happening. There's some good stuff and some bad stuff. And then in the Bible, there's like really bad stuff happening that he's like commanding, and I was like, that's doesn't check out.
Well, when you talk about the good stuff and the bad stuff, our knowledge, our psychological and experiential knowledge of good and evil, which now we all get to taste, both sides, love and hatred and death, and that is because of the fall. It's not like God created this world to be like that.
Oh,
there is a separation from God.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I don't think that excuses why God would allow people to like grape children. You know what I mean? You know what I mean when I say grape on TikTok, right?
Of course.
Okay, some people are like, what? Like make them grapes? No, like assault them sexually. Like that doesn't excuse that kind of stuff. That doesn't really make sense. It makes sense if it's like, yeah, some people steal because we were tricked and there's sin in the world. Like, I guess maybe you could kind of make that make sense, but I don't think it helps when it's like
there's a spectrum of evil. Now, where's your line?
Right.
Like,
let's start there. Let's start at the like child grape and say if God's allowing that, I think that's too bad. I would go, let's get rid of that one.
Okay. What about lesser ones?
Yeah, I mean, make your way up.
What about driving over the speed limit?
Nah, I think that should be fine.
Maybe drunk driving, let's say.
Nah, I would get rid of that. I'd get rid of alcohol. I wouldn't have alcohol exist.
Okay.
Yeah. And no to capital punishment. I'm against that for sure. Like if I were God, like no one would die for like a crime. You know what I mean? Or for not believing in me. I wouldn't be like, now I'm going to chop your children in half. You don't believe in me, so I'm going to make you eat your babies. Like that's nuts, right?
But the Bible does explain why there is good and evil. It's because of God. Now the tree of the knowledge. Adam, he already knew good. He only learned experiential.
I understand the story of why evil exists in the world.
So we have to go through the experience.
But Michael, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not saying like why did evil start in the world? What I'm saying is, why doesn't God stop child rape? That's fine that it started, but why doesn't he stop it? That's too bad
God
of a thing.
will judge everybody and stop all things at one point.
No, I'm sorry, just to be clear. I mean the ones that like already happened. Why didn't he stop those ones? Right now on Earth, somebody somewhere is like graping a kid in a garage. God's
you don't
watching.
think there's going to be a consummation on the day of judgment?
Oh, you mean like the
for all people?
That the attacker will get in trouble? That's great. I don't care about the attacker. I'm worried about the victim.
So you're putting God in a box and saying God has to do things
only if he's all good.
From the very beginning.
Only if he's all good. If he's not all good, fine, then that makes sense. He'd be like, I got to let some of these slide. But to be all good, you'd have to stop those from happening. This is why I asked if you believed in the omnis first. If God is kind of good, and then that's or like kind of powerful, then you'd be like, oh, I wish I could stop this, but I don't have the ability. Then that makes sense. But if he is all powerful and all good and all knowing, then the kids shouldn't be getting raped. That's nuts.
I do believe all those three.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense.
God is all good. He showed it on the cross. He's all knowing. And there will be one day where everybody's going to have to face their accuser on earth.
Well, let me put it this way,
because there
Michael.
is the fall of mankind separate. Listen, God was separated from man. It's not like you think God's here on planet Earth. He sends angels.
Oh, that's different then. Yeah, that means he's not all powerful.
Not only the Holy Spirit is
if he doesn't have the power to stop them, that's totally different. I'm with you. Now that excuses this.
No, he does. He's working to stop it.
Right, but he can't. But he's failing.
It will be stopped.
He's failing each time, but eventually he'll get it right.
Well, actually, technically, according to the Book of Romans, that God is showing His power and making His, you know the Bible. I heard you say you were an ex-Christian. That God is making His power known.
Hmm.
You know.
So let me put it to you this way.
Scripture?
If I were like I am in my garage right now, like you can't tell because that was background, but I'm just in my garage, and if in my very garage there was a child rape going on, and I knew it was happening, and I could like see it happening, and I could stop it, like I could say, "Hey, guy, knock it off," and kick him out of the garage and save the kid. Would you think like? In order to be good, to like, am I morally inclined to do that, to stop him? Or if I watch it, am I still good?
There's a reason. Let me ask you a question.
Well, that was a question. Did you want to answer that one first and then I'll answer yours? Or do you want to ask first and I'll answer yours first?
Let me ask you a question first.
Okay, I'll answer yours first and then you do mine.
Okay, if mankind fell away from God and continued to eat from the tree of life and just spiritually died, which is what happens to a soul outside of God, and that's called evil, and we see that in the earth. Love, joy, peace, and all that. The Spirit, God, there's the anti of that evil. People become evil. They die inside and they rot, basically. And the consummation will be after they physically die. And that's going to be why God's going to have to throw them in the trash, is what Jesus said. If the branch falls from the tree, He will throw them away. Nothing more than just pick up and toss them in the trash in the fire. Now, there's a separation that is not even known yet. The separation we know now, and the reason we're not drawing life from God, is because people are not reconnecting back, and that's only through one direction, and that's required. You don't think that God's separating light from the darkness? With humanity, there was a rebellion that happened in heaven. God's not going to entrust anybody ever again. He's separating light from darkness, testing everybody, their hearts. Sir, I'll give you the platform. Re-ask your question. I like the joke, though. That was sweet.
I was just waiting for your question.
That was beautiful.
You said, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. And then you preached for 20 minutes. What was the question? Did you just want to say that stuff?
What was your question?
My question is, if I were watching a child get raped in my garage and I let it keep going on, would that be good or would that be bad for me? I think, I'll answer my question first, just so you know where I'm coming from. The good thing to do is to kick the guy out and say, stop doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with me?
Right. Absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
So somewhere on earth right now, not in my garage, people, just so you know, it's not happening here, but somewhere on earth for real, an actual person somewhere right now is probably doing this. There's a barn or a garage or a fucking cage somewhere where a man is raping a child, an 8-year-old. And God's there, omnipresent. God is aware of it, all-knowing. God is able to stop it, omnipotent. And he is morally required to stop it because he's all good. Yet, the grape goes on. How is he all good? Which one of those qualities do you want to remove from him in order to make that make sense?
So there's a separation between man and God. And even Daniel had to fast or prayed for 30 days just to get an answer from God.
Do you want to come back in 30 days with an answer?
Through the forces of darkness that
you
were
want to check in and come back in 30 days with an answer?
The powers. 30 days with an answer.
Is that what you want to do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So no answer.
And,
okay.
And then also,
because I'll say this, for me, if there's not an obvious answer for that, it's super sketchy. That's like, whoa, that's an appalling error in the story of God, in the description of God. There's no way I can see, because I've been thinking about this for way more than 30 days. I've had so many guests up here try to answer that, and no one can. There's no good answer for that. Well, it's not true. There is one good answer for it. He's fake. He doesn't exist. That's the best answer for it, because then that makes sense. It sucks that that's happening. It's fucking terrible that that's happening. But with no good God watching after us, that makes sense that that would happen, and it'd be terrible. Right? That's the right answer.
Right, but sir.
Until you can come up with something else. Because I have an answer to it. Okay. That's a reasonable answer to it. So until you come up with a good answer to it, maybe in 30 days, you got nothing really. And I think I'll just take the W until you have that.
Okay. But sir, most people, like, if people died living in paradise and they were separated from God, that would be disastrous. Most people turn to God because of trials and errors and the pain of life.
Okay, here's an answer.
And God may have a reason.
Good.
A logical reason, because most people, if everybody was cut off from God and Adam and Eve still ate from the tree of life and they physically died, okay, and they were completely separated from God spiritually, which their soul would decay. And so, I mean,
that's an answer.
Wouldn't it be logical for God to preemptively cause pain? Because that is what brings the very most people to bow their knee to seek after God. But without pain and the trials of life, people just will not ever seek about.
So what you're saying is the reason that 8-year-old must keep getting raped is because it's not a bad thing. It seems bad, but in the long run, to you or to God, that's like actually a good thing that will lead to a good thing, right?
No, but you have to multiply what I said by God is giving mankind free will, which I also
that's a different answer.
Believe in.
That's two.
No,
answers.
that actually ties into what I'm saying.
You did two answers. So one is that the reason God is all good and doesn't stop it is because that is good. What's happening? The grape doesn't seem good.
I'm not saying it's good.
It is. It's going to lead people to Jesus.
Eternity is good. Separation from God, bad.
You're going through like a little bit of grape in order to have a big benefit in the outrun or in the long run. Like I get that point. It's gross, obviously. Like it's easy to mock that. It's disgusting. But the other thing you said was free will. How does that play in? That's a different answer. The child's free will is that they want to get raped, or are you talking about the attacker's free will?
The attacker's free will, mankind's.
So God doesn't want to interrupt their free will?
God does interrupt mankind's free will at certain times through prayer, like Daniel and things like that.
Well, then that doesn't help you then. If sometimes he can interrupt free will, but then on those times he doesn't.
It has to be wanted.
You don't. Oh,
you have to seek it and desire it and want it and ask for it.
That's not true.
Actually, you have to.
That's not true. That's not biblical. God intervenes without people requesting it all the time.
Yes, God does do that because other people have prayed for them, maybe. Or maybe
people
God
have said, "Hey,
heart.
God, don't let anyone else get raped ever again." You just no one's thought of that.
Look on the,
because you guys got to think of that,
right? But the Bible says that mankind looks on the outside appearance, but God looks upon the heart.
Okay, we're jumping to a new topic. This is you're gish galloping is what the word is for this.
No, that actually
it's a fine when you get cornered in a thing. That's a common thing to jump out and change topics as fast as you can to get away from facing the question face on.
Whatever, but it did. If you want to go on to a different topic, but what I was talking about was what you were talking about before. You got to see the connection.
Say it again. The free will connection.
Right, free will.
Yeah, God sometimes interrupts people's free will without them asking. So that doesn't solve it in the case of the person who's getting raped in a garage right now. Right?
No, you just went completely off topic.
That's what we were talking about.
Do you want me to answer that?
That's what we were just talking about. Wait, what did you think we were talking about? Recap it for me.
No. I'm just saying you reworded it. You reworded it and put it together in a certain specific sentence to make it sound like something else. I didn't say that. You didn't say that before.
Okay.
I don't.
Did you think we were talking about something else than free will or God interrupting free will?
Okay, God does give mankind free will.
Right, but sometimes he gets in the way. He stops their free will. Right. You said that sometimes he does that. So
yes,
and then you said, but you have to ask for it or something. And then I was like, do you think people are not praying?
Free will? He stopped Pharaoh's free will from murdering the male Hebrew babies for obviously over 80 years because Moses was 80 when he went into Israel, to free them. So he was killing the babies. So God stopped Pharaoh's free will.
Right. Great example.
God can stop somebody's free will.
Yeah. Jesus stopped that one guy's free will in the church who was screaming. He said, get all these demons out of you. And the guy didn't ask for that. But then they were like, oh, now he's fine. Jesus just walked up, healed a guy who didn't ask, who didn't want to be healed, but he fixed him, right? That was against his free will. God makes choices. He intervenes in our scene here. But in the case of the person getting raped right now,
isn't that one of your titles that God does not have free will?
Yeah, I don't think he does. That doesn't make sense that he does, but because he's all good.
But you're just saying that God does have free will. Actually, God has
he intervenes in ours. He's required to.
God is sovereign. That's called free will.
Sovereign is a different thing than free will. Sovereign means he's in charge of stuff. That doesn't mean he has free will. Can he stop? Can he stop being sovereign?
No.
He doesn't have that choice?
No.
Okay, he doesn't have that free will. Can he stop being good?
No,
or
nor
sin
can he make a rock bigger than he could pick it up.
Yeah. It's kind of limited.
Something like that. That's called illogical logic.
Yeah. For someone who can do miracles, he's pretty limited.
No, he goes by people's faith because when Jesus went through his own hometown, nobody got healed because he said they were faithless. Because he only touched people and did miracles to people who reached out with him in faith.
My live is going to end.
And that's the only thing that can touch God.
Hold on, something's happening.
Okay.
I'm getting like a warning. Okay, sorry. I got this thing that was like, we've detected inactivity because I haven't touched my screen in long enough. Sorry about that.
So yeah, in his hometown.
Yeah. So he's unable to do stuff there because they didn't believe it. Yeah. So that's another limit he had. They didn't have faith, so he can only do it if people have faith. That's his limitation based on us.
God chose to do it that way.
So does he have a limitation where
he wants to find some people who are seeking for him?
So maybe that's the excuse as to why he's not helping the great victim in the garage, is he's limited, right? He can't interrupt their free will for whatever reason. That's actually a decent excuse. If he's like, I'm required, like, is it like a sin for God to stop someone's free will? Like, is that something he's just like,
if God stopped everybody's free will, then everybody would be robots.
Right. I'm just talking about for
and if God
child rapists, I think they'd be better off robots. I like to go to the
opposite polar
Michael, you keep
spectrums.
avoiding like the thing that we're talking about. It's really rude.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, just to respond to that, if we have to choose whether or not child rapists are robots or have free will, I would think robots would be the better choice for the overall universe, for the good of humanity, for the love of children, and for the fucking sake of God. Yes, make them robots. Absolutely. We don't have to do that to everybody, just the ones who want to like rape children. They should be robots. That'd be great.
Right. And you want God to make robots?
Hell yeah. Instead of child rapists, yes. Do you prefer child rapists or robots? If you were going to move into a house and the house next door had child rapists in it, would you move into that one, or would you move into a different house where the neighbors were robots?
Well, okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Would you rather have sex with a woman that had free will, that was alive, or a robot, a sex doll?
Alive.
Well, there you go. There's my answer.
Yeah, I don't want to have sex with the child rapist. I want them to be robots, so people don't want to have sex with them, and they don't.
I'm talking about God doesn't want people. God never wanted to make robots.
That's why I don't want everyone to be like that.
True love requires free will.
Great. I don't think that rapists are truly in love with children. Are you disgusting? What are you saying? Why are you like when you talk about true love in the context of child rape? It's really weird.
I'm talking about faith and reaching out to God.
Not on topic.
Make robots.
What does it have to do with why he doesn't stop the guy?
Free will.
By the way, the guy can retain his free will and be stopped from this. I've covered this before, but I'll do it real quick with you before we move on to another guest. But you've heard about like people who have the desire to eat airplanes. I know that sounds really weird to say, but
and bicycles. Metal.
No, this is specifically airplanes. They like, including the jet fuel. They have like this weird like desire to just like.
Are you making this up?
Absolutely, it's a fully made up thing, but it's possible, right? Like you could do it. You have the free will. You could spend your life piece by piece disassembling and devouring an airplane, right? If you had the desire, you could do that. You don't have the desire. No one does. So, it just doesn't happen that much. You could. You have the free will, right? Why not do the same thing with fucking kids? No one has the desire to do that. God could make it where we don't have the desire. You could. Maybe sometimes it would happen on accident. People would like mess up and accidentally do it. Or if you wanted to, you could, but no one would have the desire to. So like 99.9% of child rapes would just go away. You still have free will, but just not the desire. Why not?
Well, before I let you go, and it was a pleasure talking to you.
You let me go. You're going to answer. So before I let you go, I'm going to answer this question. Sorry.
No, you just said that you were going to move on.
Yeah.
But
you're going to respond to this first.
Yes, sir. So, first of all, it was a pleasure talking to you. But I think it's a clash of free will that God wants, because they don't want robots, because true love requires free will, and also that without
the desire
suffering,
thing, though, right?
What?
You heard the desire thing I just said, how that's what you're responding to. Why not just remove the desire and keep the free will? Remember that?
Because desire is part of free will. It's emotions, love.
Wait, so you don't have free will unless you have the desire to grape kids?
No. I don't.
Do you have the desire to grape kids?
No, sir.
Do you have free will?
Yes, sir.
Great. So you're the example. Just like you, everyone else can not have the desire and still have free will. What's the problem? Why are some people getting this desire and not others?
I think it's because of evil. They open themselves up to genetically, they're passed down, and sin breeds. And
God could
sin.
remove the desire,
sin breeds
save
sin.
the kid, but he doesn't.
Right. Sin breeds sin. Evil breeds evil.
I think we have this one on YouTube. Do you ever watch YouTube?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this very live has on YouTube. I'm stealing this move from my friend Joel. You can look up the Deconstruction Junction on YouTube, and you'll see the Mezzo with today's date, May 9th. Find your part and rewatch this conversation and see how many times you avoided answering this question and answered it in ways that didn't make any sense.